Yee! Yee! A faint call awakened the little girl from her sleep. Gloomy deep night. In the small square bedroom, a little girl with long black hair was sleeping on an oak bed. A grayish-white quilt covered her up to her shoulders, barely revealing the washed-out lotus lace of her nightgown. The little girl appeared to be only 7 or 8 years old, with delicate features, a slightly high nose bridge, and 2 red pimples on her chin. She seemed to be just beginning to understand the world around her. Upon hearing the sound, she slowly opened her eyes from her slumber, straightened her torso, and looked around. The room was pitch dark except for a dim moonlight vaguely casting light at the foot of the bed. At the foot of the bed, there stood a dark figure. The upper body of the figure was submerged in darkness, its face unclear. But she could feel it, it was quietly watching the little girl. "Mom!" The little girl cautiously uttered a word, asking. She grasped the quilt tightly with both hands, her expression tense, sensing something was off. The surrounding was eerily silent, only her voice piercingly sharp and conspicuous, faintly echoing around the room. "Remember, Yee, no matter what sound you hear, you must hide in the secret chamber, and don't come out until the white stone turns black." The figure whispered softly. "Never. Don't come out." After speaking, she slowly turned around and silently walked towards the door. The wooden door opened noiselessly, and beyond it was pitch darkness, as if welcoming her, quickly swallowing her completely. "Mum! Mummy!" The little girl seemed to sense something, fiercely threw off the quilt, and got up wanting to chase. Bang! A loud sound, accompanied by a great vibration, burst sharply near her ear. Hiss! The little girl abruptly opened her eyes, arching her chest from the bed, taking a deep breath. It had just been a dream. Her eyes widened in fear, her pupils dilated, her consciousness slowly cleared from the groggy dream. Bang! Another loud sound. The whole room seemed to tremble and sway. The wooden door of the room trembled violently, emitting one thud after another, as if a giant beast were wildly ramming it. Bang! 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 The enormous thuds seemed about to completely shatter the door. Fine cracks slowly emerged and spread across the surface of the door. The girl snapped back to reality, recalling the voice she had heard in her dream. "Mum!" For some reason, tears suddenly filled her eyes, a pain indescribable rising in her heart. But hearing the loud noise and recalling the words, she quickly threw off the quilt, jumped down from the bed, and glanced at the wooden door. Crack! The wooden door suddenly broke open, and shards of wood splintered inward, scattering on the brown earth floor. The girl's body shivered, her heart thumping wildly, her face pale as she quickly bent down and crawled under the bed. She crawled a few times under there, found a hidden black mud board, grabbed the handle, and laboriously pulled it open. Under the mud board was a small square space just large enough for her to curl up in. Within the space, the walls were embedded with white stones of various sizes. The stones were irregularly shaped, but they all had one thing in common: a complex red symbol was engraved on each surface. The girl hurriedly crawled in, covered the mud board above her head, and as darkness enveloped her, she shivered and hid in the small space, curling up tightly and listening to the noises outside. Strangely, as soon as she hid, the thudding outside completely ceased. It was as if all she had heard was an illusion. Silence. No sound at all. The only thing audible was her own breathing. The little girl tightly covered her mouth, afraid that her breathing was too loud and might alert something outside. The immense fear and tension slowly wore down her frail body. As time passed, slowly, the girl fell into a daze. She didn't know how long it had been. An hour, or maybe 2. Yee! A familiar calling voice woke the girl from her slumber. She moved her body, seemingly trying to make herself more comfortable. Yee! Yee, where are you? Mommy's back. The voice outside was again faintly heard. gentle and familiar. The terror in the girl's heart seemed to have lessened a lot after her sleep. Hearing the sound, she quickly moved, wanting to go out. But suddenly she remembered something, glanced at the white stones embedded in the wall, and through the tiny light coming from the air holes in the mud board, she noticed they hadn't turned black. According to her mother, it would only be completely safe when the white stones turned black. The girl's initial desire to go out abruptly halted. "Yi, it's daytime outside now, it's safe, you can come out." The voice spoke again. "Don't worry, with the light, those things won't dare come in. Mommy's here, you can come out." The girl calculated the time, usually around this time, Mom should be coming back. Every time she hid in this small space and slept, she would see her mom when she came out. This time it should be no exception. As for the white stones embedded in the wall, perhaps it was just that too much time had passed, and during the day the stones remained white. The girl thought for a moment. Then, she looked up again and peered outside through the ventilation hole in the mud board. She saw a faint white light indeed outside. The dawn broke. Finally, she felt relieved. "Here I come," she responded. "Mom, I'm here." She started to move her body, reaching upwards with her small hands to push the mud board above her head. Soon, she pushed open the mud board, struggled to pull her head out of the small space, and returned under the bed. Then she looked outside. Outside. It was still dark. Wasn't it supposed to be daylight? The little girl's scalp tingled instantly. Realizing something was wrong, she clenched her teeth and quickly squatted down, trying to shrink back into the small space. Pat! Pat! Suddenly, a pair of pale feet wearing her mother's cloth shoes approached the bed and stopped. "Yi, my dear daughter, where are you?" the soft and familiar voice came again. The little girl dared not make a sound, covering her mouth tightly as tears streamed down her face. But she dare not move. At such a close distance, any slight movement would make a noise in the quiet environment and could reveal her presence. She suddenly remembered that her mother would definitely know about the small space under the bed. So her mother could not possibly be asking where she was. At that moment, she realized she might have been deceived. "Pat! Pat!" Quickly, not getting a response, or perhaps the girl's response from the small space was too quiet to be heard, the feet slowly moved away from the bed and quietly left towards another direction. The feet moved slowly, making barely any sound, and soon disappeared with the slight sound of a door closing. All was quiet again. The little girl kept holding on. She wasn't sure how much time had passed. After hearing no sound for a while, she slowly exhaled and relaxed, retracting back downward. The prolonged tension had left her body weak, a ringing in her ears, and her vision slightly blurred. At this point, she couldn't hold on any longer and leaned against the inner wall of the small space, breathing heavily. Once she was sure the danger was gone, the little girl waited a bit longer to confirm that there truly wasn't any noise before she laboriously crawled out of the small space, inching her way out from under the bed. Thump! Suddenly, she bumped her shoulder against something. The little girl stiffened immediately, a bad feeling washing over her. She slowly raised her head, looking toward the upper right. A woman in a ragged white dress with long hair was sitting quietly on her wooden bed, her left leg hanging down right over her shoulder. The woman's long hair hid her face as she looked down at her. Through the slight refraction of moonlight, she could see the woman's pale lips marked by decay. Who? The woman's decayed face suddenly came close, enlarging. Asterisk. 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 This time, she didn't die. In the darkness, a muddled voice came through. It seemed to be a woman. She's still alive, just injured, very weak. Not to criticize you, but you always bring people back from the woods outside. We don't have much to eat here, and you have to take care of a sick person too. The woman was speaking. No. No. It's okay, Mom told me. Another voice stuttered gravely in response. Stop talking about your mom, listening to you talk is exhausting. All right, I've stitched up your wound. Just make sure not to get it wet or infected. I'm leaving now. The woman seemed to be packing up. Okay, thank you. The stuttering girl let out a silly giggle, akin to inhaling air. Don't mention it. If it gets too much, remember to drag him outside and leave him by the door, he should be gone by morning, the woman said helplessly. Only you, help. The girl gratefully spoke. That's the world for you. Everyone is struggling to survive, no one has the energy to care for others. It's just you, anyone else would probably have thrown him back out into the wild by now, the woman commented. Yu Hong slowly gathered his strength in the darkness, strained to open his eyes. He saw a shabbily dressed small girl, talking with a middle-aged woman with yellow skin. The yellow-skinned woman was wearing glasses and a grayish-white long-sleeved dress, stained with various marks. All he remembered was that he was tired from work, came home, went straight to sleep, and then suddenly woke to some noise in the middle of the night, followed by a pain in his forehead, then knew nothing else. Here is. He tried to speak, but his throat felt like it was being cut, making it impossible to make a sound, only raspy breaths escaped. At the same time, he could feel his forehead burning, his body overheated, and his eyes crammed with dry, hard eye crust. It was an inflammation, definitely somewhere in his body, possibly his throat. Medicine. The girl's voice reached him again. After a clear door closing sound, everything quieted down. The dirty girl struggled to move, retrieving a black metal box from a corner of the room. Medicine, can make better. She approached Yu Hong with the medicine. With a click, she opened the lid revealing a lot of black charcoal inside, and within it, wrapped in paper were 3 pale yellow capsules. However, the capsules showed fine mold spots on their surface, with light blue and green fungal fluff visible. This medicine, it can't be used, right? Yu Hong's expression stiffened as he looked at her. Now somewhat more lucid, his throat seemed much better, and he could speak more smoothly, though it still hurt. And moreover, what is this medicine? How can you give it to me without knowing what's wrong with me or what disease I have? It won't cure me. First, tell me, who are you, where am I, and what exactly is going on? The girl holding the medicine looked confused, she opened her mouth, stammering and anxious, yet unable to make a sound. Now closer, Yu Hong could clearly see her appearance. Her skin was dark, covered with patches of dark yellow stains. She wore many layers of clothing from different seasons, her collar grimy and stained, and a strong odor of sweat emanated from her. She looked like a beggar. Perhaps many beggars were even cleaner than her. From a distance, she resembled a mobile cart of black clothes. Upon closer inspection, the girl's body was slightly deformed, her leg was lame, and there was a large tumor on the back of her right shoulder, its outline visible through her clothes. She was under 1.5 meters tall, short and dirty, and moved slowly. But those eyes, they were like clear gems, with very few impurities. Facing Yu Hong's questions, the girl couldn't react at all. She didn't know which question to answer first. She stood there dumbfounded, the medicine box in her hand trembling violently, as if the medicine would fall out at any moment. Crack! The door was pushed open again, from the outside. A middle-aged woman wearing a dirty white coat walked in, yellow-skinned with black hair, along with those black-framed glasses. It was the alleged doctor from before. I'll answer your questions, don't trouble Yi with it. She used to be sick, got frightened, and her speech and thinking aren't swift. The woman walked to the bedside, placing a light grey water bottle on the wooden nightstand. We don't know how you got here. Last night, when Yi went out to gather firewood, she accidentally found you in a pit and dragged you back. When we found you, you were unconscious, and it seemed like there were no external injuries, just unconscious with a fever. Yi fed you quite a bit of filtered water, and you woke up after a night. At this point, the woman sighed. Now, let's talk about this place. This is Bakia village, surrounded by deep mountains, and the only connection to the outside is an old road to the west. She paused. I am the village doctor, last name Su. She is Lin Yi, an orphan living here alone. There's nothing else important to say, that's all. Your turn. Who are you, how did you get here, and why did you come? Dr. Su. Can I call you that? Yu Hong sorted out the situation, enduring the pain in his throat, and spoke in a low tone. Seeing her nod, he continued. I am Yu Hong. I was just sleeping at home, and then. He detailed his previous experiences. I don't know how I came here. He raised his hand with difficulty, covering his forehead. How old are you? Dr. Su suddenly asked. 27. Yu Hong responded reflexively. That's enough. You can't go back anyway. In times like this, no matter where you came from or how you got here, without a car, leaving here is a death sentence. You'll probably be here for a long time, Dr. Su said blandly. No car? Can't you find someone to lend a car and take me to the nearest station? I can pay. Yu Hong was bewildered. Station. This time it was Dr. Su's turn to be bewildered. What are you talking about? Where's the station? Who's going to drive you? Outside is full of strange creatures. Going out alone is courting death. Creatures. Yu Hong was stunned. What creatures? He suspected she was acting or mentally unstable. But as Dr. Su looked at him with an expression akin to watching an idiot, Yu Hong vaguely felt something was off. He felt a bit panicked. He was just an ordinary office worker. Who would spend a fortune to hire an actor of such caliber to deceive him? Great, just another fool. Dr. Su lifted her gaze, showing a helpless expression. Fool meets fool, you two are quite the pair. She glanced out the window. It's still early now. You'll know by night. I'm leaving now. Yi, keep an eye on him, don't let him open the door at night. Okay. Stammering Yi quickly nodded. Seeing Dr. Su opening the door to leave, stammering Yi quickly called out. Medicine, medicine. Sister. She called anxiously. Dr. Su heard her and looked back at Yu Hong, understanding. She pulled a mercury thermometer from her pocket and shoved it into Yu Hong's mouth. Take your temperature. After a while, she removed the thermometer and glanced at it. 38.5, you won't die. Medicine. Mine. Not good. Stammering Yi hurriedly handed over the medicine box in her hands for her to see. The mold spots on the medicine made Dr. Su frown. Yi, my medicine is also running low, and the post office only goes to the city once a month. Upon hearing this, stammering Yi became anxious, looking all around quickly. She found something resembling a yam in the cabinet's corner and handed it over. Trade, this, trade, medicine. Dr. Su shook her head, saying it wasn't enough. Then, stammering Yi started rummaging through other places. Their bargaining voices continuously reached Yu Hong's ears. It made him feel drowsy, his spirit growing increasingly sluggish. Soon enough, he drifted back into a sleep. The pain in his throat, the dizziness in his head, the weakness throughout his body, prevented him from getting up. The body's natural healing mechanism urged him to quickly regain strength through sleep. Time flew by. He didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps an hour, perhaps 3. Time held no measure for someone so groggy. Yu Hong slowly woke from his slumber. His whole body ached, his body felt weak and powerless, and his throat seemed blocked by something, choking it up and making it hard to speak. He opened his eyes, arduously propping himself up from the bed to take in his surroundings. The room was silent. This small square bedroom was made entirely of wood, walls and ceiling, a pale yellow color. The floor was black earth, flat and dry, with grass even growing in some corners. Yu Hong slowly turned, placing his legs at the edge of the bed, then slowly lowered them to touch the ground. The solid feeling of the ground inexplicably eased his mind. He looked down at himself. He wore a grey and white short-sleeve t-shirt with a cartoon tiger head on the chest, stained with some yellow spots. The pants were a creamy yellow, casual style, though now looking quite wrinkled. His grey socks had holes at both big toes, and 2 large toes, crusted with black dirt, jutted out. "What's this?" He glanced at the back of his hand, where a black mark had appeared on the back of his right hand at some point. The mark looked like an ancient seal, a square stamp with a lump of mud-like substance on top, void of any patterns or inscriptions, resembling a birthmark at a casual glance. But Yu Hong remembered clearly, he had no such large birthmark, let alone on the conspicuous back of his right hand. He rubbed the mark with his hand, feeling neither pain nor itch. He tried to wipe it off, found it wouldn't come off, and then temporarily gave up. After checking his body once more and confirming there were no injuries, Yu Hong stroked his stubbly chin and turned his head toward the window. The window was square, to the right of the bed, and barred with wooden planks both inside and out, very secure. It resembled the kind of window you'd expect in a psych ward, chaotic with an undercurrent of unease. Outside the window was a dim yellow light, slanting in, leaving dull yellow patches at the edge of the bed. Yu Hong took a breath and felt the air was off, carrying an indescribable acrid smell. He walked a few steps to the door. By the foot of the wooden door lay a stack of thick, old newspapers. He paused, bent down, and picked up the stack with difficulty, looking at the top one. Highest alert, Major Black Disaster Strikes Nationwide. The huge title took up nearly half of the front page of the newspaper. Below were the details. The continuous occurrence of the Black Disaster, the helplessness of the response departments, and the great threat to the safety of people's lives have led to the urgent establishment of the Emergency Management Department by the National Disaster Prevention Committee to initiate rapid response in regions severely affected by the Black Disaster, and to organize rescue operations with all efforts. Russell. Yu Hong frowned, flipping to the back. A photo of a busy rescue scene in a disaster area unfolded before him. It was a grey, dusty ruin of buildings, where people in heavy protective suits were carrying stretchers, lifting charred bodies one after another. Black Disaster. He had never heard of this term before. Then he flipped to the next newspaper. Significant insect disaster approaches, how should we respond? Food shortage, water scarcity, national rescue teams go all out to save tens of thousands from peril. Suspected biochemical agent leak, Yiguan City area urgently sealed off with vehicle barrier. Expert advice on dealing with Black Disaster blood ticks. The first Hope City officially completed, 10,000 residents move in. As the sound of the flipping papers continued, Yu Hong's expression grew increasingly stern. Beyond the oddness of these headlines, there was a critical point. He suddenly realized. These newspapers were not in any language he had learned before, not in Chinese, not English, not French, Spanish, Russian, and so on. They were in a completely unfamiliar, different language. Damn it! Yu Hong put down the newspapers, looking at the date. January 3, 2020. An unfamiliar language and script, yet he could understand. This strange sensation brought a feeling of discomfort rising in his heart. Returning the newspapers to their place, Yu Hong glanced at the door in front of him. The door was grey-black, with one large and one small decorative square pattern up and down. The doorknob was white, with some of the paint chipped off, revealing the black metal beneath. He reached out to grasp the handle, the cold, solid feel of it giving him a jolt, and then he gently twisted it. Click! The door opened. Outside was a grey stone staircase with 3 steps. Beyond that, a broken gravel path. Across the path was a small, dark flat house with its door open. Grey walls, rotten black tiles. The flat house was just over 3 meters high, with incomprehensible red slogans painted on the external walls, blurred beyond recognition. The slanted tiles retained stones and yellowed leaves, making a faint rustling noise as the wind blew. Yu Hong stepped out only to realize he was shoeless, clad only in tattered grey socks. Walking on the gravelly ground was uncomfortable, poking at his feet. He simply stood still where he was, looking around. The broken stone path outside the door was flanked by a succession of stone wall tile houses. These tile houses were very dilapidated, their walls full of mold and stains, and some even had red slogans written on them, like "A Happy Life," "Blessed and Peaceful," "One Person Insured," "The Whole Family Safe," "Fire Prevention," "Pest Control," "Moisture Proof." The broken stone path was somewhat gloomy, sunlight obstructed by the houses, with just little bits slanting through doors and windows. This was also because the houses were relatively low. He scanned the area. One by one, the row of tile houses stood like a line of people, similar in height, battered and in disrepair, with wind whistling through their doors and windows. Their dark wooden doors were mostly wide open, with no one inside, only the whooshing sound of the wind. He looked up, turning to face the house he was in. Indeed, the place he was staying in, though also a tile house, was different from the others. Outside the doors and windows, thick black and yellow wooden bars were nailed in place, gaps stuffed with heavy cloth, and the threshold of the doorway was higher than those of the other houses. This place. A nameless sense of foreboding rose in Yu Hong's heart. Click. Suddenly, from a distance on the right side, a faint clicking sound was heard. It seemed like shoes pressing on the gravel. He quickly looked in the direction of the sound. He saw inside one of the houses on the right side of the road, through an open door, a vague figure in white, standing in the shadows, looking at him. From afar, he thought he saw the figure smiling at him. "Smile my ass." Yu Hong's eyebrows furrowed, ignoring the other person. Although he really wanted to find someone to ask about the situation, there was something off about the figure's demeanor. It made him feel uneasy. So, he planned to look for someone else. Turning his head, he stopped looking in that direction and instead scanned the other tile houses one by one, trying to find someone else. Unfortunately, after a full sweep, he found no one else. So, he could only turn back, looking in the direction of the figure in white. But this glance made his heart sink. The figure in white was no longer in the same room as before. Instead, the figure had appeared in another house much closer to him. Standing in the shadow of the door, smiling at him. In just a mere 10 seconds or so, the figure had moved at least tens of meters closer. The strangest thing was that even though it had moved so much closer, he still couldn't see the figure's face, barely making out a smile, very pale skin, a man. He hadn't heard any sound of running footsteps. How had this person crossed such a distance in an instant? Yu Hong's heart began to grow hairy. He took a deep breath, swiftly turned his head to look in another direction, and then quickly looked back at the figure in white. Just a second passed. Yet in that 1 second, the figure in white was no longer in the last room, but had disappeared again, appearing in a house diagonally opposite to him, less than 10 meters away. The figure was still standing still in the shadow of the door, still smiling at him. Fuck. Yu Hong was terrified inside, slowly backing away. What was even weirder was that at such a close distance, not being nearsighted, he still couldn't clearly see the figure's detailed features. Recalling what had just happened, he dared not blink at all, only slowly retreating. Then, moving back inside, he kept his gaze fixed on the figure, while he slowly closed the door. Gently. The door was left only a hand's width open. Yu Hong forced himself not to blink, but his eyes were increasingly sore and uncomfortable, tears starting to accumulate at the corners, more and more. He was about to give in. Snap! Finally, the door was completely closed. Yu Hong let out a heavy breath. What the hell is this place? He locked the door and stood up straight, but suddenly thought of that stammering Yi from before. This place looked so strange in every way. That stammering Yi seemed to be a good person, but how did she survive here? He took 2 steps back and exhaled deeply. Poof! Suddenly, he seemed to have bumped into something cold and a bit stiff. It seemed to be a person. Yu Hong froze completely. He lowered his head and saw on the ground behind him, there was a pair of white shoes silently standing right behind him. This guy actually got in? When? Bang! A sudden loud noise. The wooden door was slammed open, and a short figure rushed in, raising their hand to throw out a handful of grey-white material. Ah! At the same time, the sound of stammering Yi was like a suana breaking the silence, jolting Yu Hong awake from his stiffness. He felt a puff of grey-white shadow brush past his cheek and hit the white figure behind him. Poof 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 poof. A sound like fabric being struck rang out, but with the sound, Yu Hong relaxed all over, stumbling forward a few steps, almost falling. He was already physically weak, totally exhausted. At this moment, scared and emotionally swung like a pendulum, his physical and mental energy drained even more. After walking a few steps, his legs suddenly went weak, and he fell to the ground. He turned over on the ground and saw stammering Yi rushing in, holding a thick wooden stick, hitting hard on the white figure. But more bizarrely, the white figure deflated like a leaking balloon, with a poof, and quickly burst like foam, becoming broken cloth and disappearing completely. The shreds hadn't even hit the ground before they shattered again, fading away, leaving nothing behind. As if everything that just happened was an illusion. Huff huff. Stammering Yi panted heavily, set down the thick arm stick in her hands, her face flushed, veins bulging on her face and hands. The fine beads of sweat were clearly visible even in the dim light. Human, illusory, Dan, Ger. Outside, less, out, she turned to look at Yu Hong, saying seriously. Yu Hong unconsciously nodded. Only now did he feel a burning pain on his back, as if a layer of skin had been scraped away. Rolling over on the ground, he suddenly discovered a few traces of blood staining the place where his back had touched. Seeing this, stammering Yi hurriedly stepped forward to help him up. The two of them exerted force together, and stammering Yi's strength suddenly manifested. She actually had more strength than a grown man like Yu Hong, and by quite a bit. She dragged Yu Hong up, turned him around against the door frame, and took off his shirt. Then she somehow found a jar of something, and applied it to his back. Soon, a rough pain spread from his back. Yu Hong forced himself to endure it, knowing she was saving him, treating his wound. What is this medicine? My grandfather left the wound powder. Stammering Yi answered haltingly. Effect, good. Silence. Yu Hong recalled the white figure just now. A heap of questions arose in his heart wanting to ask. After pondering for a while, he spoke again. Just now, that person in white, what was it? A shadow. Stammering Yi answered. A shadow. Was he human? Yu Hong asked again. Don't know. Yu Hong felt as if his years of materialistic beliefs were about to collapse, especially since the figure disappeared into thin air right in front of him. That scene left him feeling indescribably fake and unreal. He thought for a while, until the light outside the window grew dimmer. Then he spoke. So, was that person in white a ghost? No, it isn't. Stammering Yi answered, newspaper, has. Talking really took effort for her, so she paused the wound treatment, bent down to pick up the newspaper, rustled through it to find a page, and handed it to Yu Hong. Yu Hong took it, only to see that the headline read, "A major breakthrough in the shadow experiment." Below was the detailed content. According to the public announcement by the Human Joint Research Institute, the shadow is closely related to the blood tide, but after careful analysis, the experimental content announced by the institute showed that the shadow itself does not possess any memory. They only have the human form of their past lives but lack corresponding memories and emotions, merely instinctively hunting any living beings that approach and notice them, primarily those of the same kind. In other words, the essence of the shadow is more like a new kind of hunter with extremely high camouflage properties. They cannot be killed, only expelled, and even if completely scattered, they will reappear soon, possessing the special ability to penetrate most existing materials. In some institutional experiments, it is even suspected that they may not exist in reality, but in our brains a special signal similar to a self-illusion. Quickly reading through the report, the chill in Yu Hong's heart spread throughout his body. Danger. Too dangerous. Asterisk, what the hell is this place? How is it so dangerous? Asterisk. Asterisk, he was just going out. Is staying alive not an option? Asterisk. Clutching the newspaper, he took deep breaths to calm himself, and then reread it several times. Bam! Yu Hong sat on the edge of the bed with a gloomy face, watching stammering Yi pack up the things she had used to treat his wound. Then she began to organize a bamboo backpack filled with random muddy roots and stems. The room, because of poor ventilation, was soon filled with a strong musty smell. Sitting for a while, Yu Hong only felt dry-mouthed and feverish. "Is there water?" he asked dejectedly. Stammering Yi paused, raised her hand and pointed to a small unremarkable black jar in the corner of the wall. The small jar was only the size of a human head and had faint patterns of birds and branches on the outside. Yu Hong got up, walked over, and squatted down, lifting the lid of the small jar. Inside, a shallow layer of yellow water with a faint stench appeared in front of him. He was speechless. Just looking at it, he knew this water definitely wasn't drinkable. It smelled bad. Suddenly, a black metal thing resembling a teapot was handed from the side. It was stammering Yi. She shook the teapot. "Fill, tur." She made a motion of scooping water and slowly pouring it into the top of the teapot. Only then did Yu Hong notice that there was something like a filter at the top of the teapot. He remained silent, took the teapot, found a ladle at the side of the water jar, and began scooping water into it, bit by bit. After much effort, he filtered one ladle of water. He took the teapot, found a wooden cup, and poured the ladle of filtered water into it. Sizzle! A stream of clear water, with a slightly foul smell, trickled down, filling a third of the cup, then stopping. Yu Hong looked at the foul water. Even though it was filtered, it still looked unappealing. He didn't want to drink it, but his body was severely dehydrated, and he understood that being sick and injured, if he stayed dehydrated, he'd be finished. Just as he hesitated, stammering Yi snatched the cup from his hand and drank it all in one gulp. Clink! She set the cup on the edge of the small jar with a clattering sound. "Drink, it's fine." Yu Hong paused, then stepped forward to scoop water again, filtering another cup, and then, holding the cup, suspended his hand in mid-air. He paused, raised the cup to drink. But then slowly put it down. Then raised it to drink again. Quickly put it down again. Stammering Yi's eyeballs followed his hand up and down, a bit confused. After repeating several times, Yu Hong took a deep breath, gripping the cup tightly, his face growing paler. Thinking to himself, couldn't this water be a bit cleaner? Asterisk, he was worried that before replenishing his water, he might encounter a problem. Stammering Yi drank it and was fine, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have any issues. The difference in constitution between people could sometimes be much greater than imagined. Asterisk. Reinforce the cup or not? Suddenly, a faint sound reached his ears. Slam, the cup was placed on a side wooden table. Yu Hong's face slightly changed, looking around but only saw stammering Yi standing there blankly, looking at him. Reinforce the cup or not? The sound echoed again. Yu Hong looked around everywhere but couldn't find anyone speaking. So he focused his gaze on the wooden cup on the table. Soon, a faint number appeared on the cup's surface, 3 days. Nothing else. Yu Hong's face changed instantly, first wondering if he was seeing things, but after blinking several times, he found the number still there. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, lowered his head to look at the back of his right hand, the black mark. Sure enough. The mark was the size of an egg, with the black area shimmering like waves. This thing is the culprit. Yu Hong instantly understood. His eyes were aflame, his heart churned, standing in place, his mind was flooded with a torrent of thoughts. But soon, he remembered that stammering Yi was still beside him. He hurriedly raised his hand, showing the mark on his hand to stammering Yi. Can you see anything on my hand? Stammering Yi shook her head with a confused look. There's nothing. Yu Hong lowered his hand, glanced again at the cup, confirming the number was still there, had some guesses forming in his mind. Under stammering Yi's bewildered gaze, he turned and walked to another part of the room. The room wasn't big, with only a few furnishings. A wardrobe, a table serving as both dining table and desk, 2 bedside tables, an old vanity mirror, 2 stools. Besides these, there was a pile of miscellaneous items in the corner, with the small water jar placed there as well. He paced around and finally stopped in front of the wooden door of the room. Reaching out, he placed his hand on the door. Recalling the previous process, he felt the idea rise again in his heart. Couldn't this door be stronger? Hiss! Suddenly, as if a thin thread shot out from the mark on the back of his hand, threading into the wooden door. Soon, a black number appeared on the door, 16 days. Reinforce the wooden door or not? The faint voice echoed again, indistinguishable in gender, emotionless, just like a mechanical sound. Yu Hong looked at the number, vaguely understanding something. This number might be the time needed for reinforcement, so what will the door look like after being reinforced? He withdrew his hand, glanced at the cup again, and the number on the cup had disappeared. Moreover, through what method does this reinforcement occur? Will it make a lot of noise? Is it possible to keep reinforcing, and are there any limitations? One question after another emerged from his heart. What are you doing? Stammering Yi couldn't help but ask. I just felt dizzy, got a nerve in my brain, a bit chaotic. Yu Hong sighed, not mentioning the numbers or the black mark. Before clarifying the situation, he didn't plan on revealing it to anyone. The most urgent thing is to find something to test the black mark's reinforcement effect. The wooden door takes too long, and there is no guarantee of noise. Yu Hong circled around again, soon locking his eyes on a small, inconspicuous object, the little white stone that stammering Yi had thrown before. This stone could hurt that white-clad shadow, it was likely some sort of special item. Being small, even if it made a bit of a commotion, it wouldn't be easily noticed. Moreover, if it could truly be strengthened, the power of the white stone would be greater, making it much safer to deal with that previous shadow. Thinking of this, he picked up a piece of the white stone and looked at stammering Yi. Could I have one? Thank you for saving me earlier. I will return the favor. He said seriously. Stammering Yi shook her head. This is already useless. She explained. If you want, take it. Yu Hong nodded and picked up the white stone to have a look. The stone was only the size of a thumbnail. On its surface, there was a dark red complex symbol that appeared to be some sort of religious talisman. At this moment, 1/3 of the stone had turned black for reasons unknown. The stone felt icy and cool to the touch, like touching a block of ice, chilling to the bone. SSS. Soon, a number appeared on the surface of the stone, 3 days. Quickly, a thought emerged, and the black mark seemed to have felt it, quickly transmitting a voice. Strengthen the target. Yu Hong put the white stone into his pants pocket. He tried to respond in his mind, yes. As soon as he confirmed his answer, the black mark on the back of his hand lightly burned and then calmed down. Immediately after, the white stone in his pocket also heated up and then returned to normal. Stammering Yi didn't react at all to the white stone's movement. Are you, okay? Stammering Yi curiously looked at him and asked. Soon, the sky is getting dark, we must prepare. She stammered. Prepare for what? Yu Hong asked. Having just been through intense emotions and physical exhaustion, his already weak body was returning to its normal state as the adrenaline subsided. He was still in a state of inflammation and illness. Just now, he had only temporarily needed energy and spirit to deal with danger. Now that the danger had passed, his body was beginning to fight against viruses and bacteria again. The immune system started to multiply immune cells rapidly, and his body temperature began to rise again. Night, monsters, danger. Stammering Yi replied. As she spoke, she glanced at the window, where the light between the cracks outside was growing darker and darker. That darkness was somewhat unnatural, a little too fast. It was quick enough that Yu Hong could feel the light dimming with the naked eye. This strange phenomenon made a sense of anxiety and crisis rise within him. Thump thump, ding dong tonk. Stammering Yi, from somewhere, produced a hammer and began banging around the edges of doors and windows, seemingly reinforcing and checking the surroundings. The front door had been secured from the inside with thick chains and 3 horizontal bars. Each bar was about as thick as an arm. The contact surfaces between the bars and the door panels had been worn smooth, indicating that this wasn't the first time. Darkness deepened, darkening more and more. Yu Hong stood dazed in the house for a moment, then quickly snapped out of it and tried to help check the gaps for safety issues. But since he wasn't familiar with the environment, he was soon despised by Stammering Yi for getting in the way and was pushed back onto the bed to sit. Don't make a mess, Stammering Yi said earnestly. After speaking, she crawled under the bed again and brought out a large bag of black sacks. Opening the bags revealed they were full of densely packed white stones. She started pulling out a red pen, taking each white stone, and carefully writing red symbols on them. So all these red symbols were drawn by her. Yu Hong watched this scene, his expression transfixed. Suddenly, a faint, sharp, opera-like woman's voice came from outside the house. The voice fluctuated in pitch, strange and melodious, like crying, yet like performing, with a sense of being half real and half illusory. Click. Clearly, Stammering Yi heard the sound too. She swiftly grabbed a few white stones and shoved them at Yu Hong, then took a yellow candle from the corner of the room, lighting it with a magnesium-like stick, and then held the candle, nervously watching the doors and windows. Yu Hong stood behind her and noticed the candle was extremely large, as thick as an egg. It's coming. Stammering Yi suddenly said. At this point, Yu Hong also noticed the light outside the window had completely disappeared. Only a solid blackness remained, seeping in from outside. Was it night already? How did it happen so quickly? He wanted to speak, but suddenly a dizziness erupted in his mind, continuously impacting his consciousness. His body grew hotter, and he felt like he might have a fever, with his throat becoming increasingly sore. He needed to drink water and take medicine, fever reducers. Otherwise, the situation might not be good. He understood his condition, having felt the same when seriously sick with a cold and fever before. Moreover, last time he had a fever of 39 degrees, it wasn't as weak as this. It was likely due to excessive prior shock. Sitting on the edge of the bed, he tried hard to grip the white stone, his eyes wide open, anxiously watching the door and windows. In the room, the two of them remained quiet, waiting. For a moment, the only sounds in the air were their breathing and heartbeats. This state did not last long. Click. Finally, a slight noise came from outside the door. "It's coming!" Stammering Yi Yi shouted. Her body tensed up, her arm muscles clearly defined, and she raised the thick candle high in her right hand, casting a disk of light to cover as much of the room as possible. Yu Hong stood tensely watching right behind her. He wasn't sure what would happen, but based on stammering Yi Yi's reaction, likely something bad would occur soon. After all, even the previous white shadow hadn't made her so nervous. Soon, their waiting finally bore results. In the darkness, the sound of insects scuttling began to appear outside the door and windows. The sound was extremely sudden and extremely dense, like shifting from a silent void to a noisy desert in an instant. Sand continuously flowed and scraped across the doors and windows of the house, producing a fine sound. Soon, Yu Hong widened his eyes and saw, at the gaps in the doors and windows, less than a centimeter wide, black insects started crawling in. Countless tiny insects, like grains of sand, swarmed in, numbering at least hundreds, if not thousands. Each was only the size of an ant, resembling beetles, with oval shells on their backs, centipede-like jaws on their heads, no eyes, and over a dozen pairs of legs. Overall, they looked like shortened black millipedes. The dense insects quickly swarmed into the room, producing fine sounds as they crawled, and the vaguely sharp female voice in midair grew increasingly closer and clearer. "Get out!" Stammering Yi Yi shouted, but strangely held the candle still, standing in the center of the room, only yelling. Yu Hong, sitting on the bed, wanted to get up to help, but his weakened body had little strength left. Sweat trickled down his back, but it soon evaporated with his feverish temperature. Watching the black insects constantly crawling in through the gaps, he tensed up and trembled. His mind overflowed with horrific images of insects crawling all over, biting into his flesh. This was an instinctual human fear, impossible to suppress. But just then, SSS. The fastest of the black insects crawled into the range of the candle light. And at that moment, the unexpected happened. These terrifying-looking black insects, under the candle's pale yellow light, dissolved rapidly, turning into black smoke, and evaporated away. Plumes of black smoke rose densely, all formed from the dissolved black insects. They melted like wax in flames, each accelerating toward Stammering Yi Yi holding the candle. Soon enough, centering on Stammering Yi Yi, a circular ring of black insects emerged from the door and window gaps, continuously approaching and dissolving, then evaporating. Black smoke rose and quickly dissipated into the air, leaving a pungent, unpleasant odor. Yu Hong watched this scene, his face unconsciously showing shock. He searched through all his knowledge and couldn't think of any insects that would automatically dissolve into black smoke just by being exposed to light. This bizarre scene in front of him entirely shattered all his previous predictions and imagination. Monster. Suddenly, the word that Dr. Su, the older man, had mentioned before resurfaced in his mind. Yes, monster. Weren't these black insects in front of him truly monsters? They surged like a tide, endless, yet dissolved and vanished upon exposure to light. For a moment, Yu Hong fell into an indescribable state of mental inertia, carefully observing the black insects, the candle, trying to find some false flaw among them. Occasionally, he would pinch his thigh hard, using the pain to clear his mind, proving what he saw was real. However, all these actions proved that everything was true, neither false nor a dream. Additionally, he noticed something else. As the black insects dissolved, the thick candle in Stammering Yi Yi's hand, which should have lasted a long time, quickly melted and disappeared with the insect invasion. It seemed fighting these black insects consumed the candle's heat very quickly. Time continued to pass in this tense standoff. 10 minutes. Half an hour. An hour. 2 hours. The two remained in that state, unmoving. The candle in Stammering Yi Yi's hand, once forearm length, quickly shortened to a palm's length. Ah! Suddenly, Yu Hong jumped up, turned around, and grabbed a black insect from behind. That black insect, illuminated by light, turned into black smoke. But he reached to touch his buttocks. His left buttock was bitten by an insect, blood soaking through his pants. The wound was clearly significant. Apparently drawn by the blood, the black insects around him grew more frantic, clawing madly towards Yu Hong. Yet, the candle light remained steadfast, blocking them and turning them all into black smoke. Yu Hong clutched his butt cheek, then struggled to move closer, standing with stammering Yi, watching the scene. Watching beyond the halo of light, circles of black insects continued to dissolve and evaporate into black smoke. This strange and dangerous scene, like a meteor shower, continuously shredded his previously whole worldview into pieces. He had no idea how long had passed. Finally, the faint, sharp female voice in the air gradually disappeared, fading away. As the sound vanished, the black insects that had invaded the room also began to thin out. A sliver of light slowly seeped through the gaps in the doors and windows from outside. Finally, the last few black insects were covered by light, struggling as they dissolved into black smoke. Everything returned to complete calm. The sky had brightened. The bright sunlight seemed to be on fast forward, quickly changing from dim to bright, even becoming somewhat glaring. Yu Hong gazed dazedly at the scene before him, consciousness groggy, his body increasingly burning. He was already weak, and staying up all night without sleep had worsened his condition. At this moment, realizing he was safe, he finally couldn't control it and lay down on his side on the ground. "Are you okay?" Stammering Yi blew out the candle, carefully placing it back in the cluttered corner, then turned around only to see Yu Hong collapsed on the ground. Startled, she hurried over. Finding Yu Hong's body burning hot, she immediately fetched water, hastily filtering it and pouring it into his mouth. After giving him water, she went to find medicine, managing to get some from Dr. Su, and quickly administered it to Yu Hong. Yu Hong was aware of stammering Yi's help, but his body had no strength left. He felt himself being lifted by stammering Yi and placed on the bed, followed by a used white stone placed on his forehead to cool him down. The icy white stone began to absorb the high heat significantly, making Yu Hong feel much better. Feeling somewhat relieved, Yu Hong finally couldn't resist, once again slipping into an unconscious sleep. This time, he slept with complete loss of consciousness, unaware of the time. In a haze, he didn't know how long had passed when he finally regained some sense from his stupor. It's the 4th day now. His fever has subsided, he doesn't need to take medicine anymore. It was Dr. Su's voice. She seemed to be standing by the bed, reaching out to feel Yu Hong's forehead. The delicate touch made him feel a bit itchy, but his body's weakness prevented him from raising a hand to scratch, so he could only let it fade away on its own. "Just one more time." Stammering Yi's intermittent voice came through. "There's no need. You've exchanged everything you could. There's nothing good left to trade. The post office hasn't had new stock for a long time, and I don't have much anti-inflammatory medication left." Dr. Su refused. "No more medicine?" Stammering Yi insisted. "Back then, for you, same." Upon hearing this, Dr. Su fell silent for a moment. "That's right. If it weren't for you, I would have died by the roadside long ago, my bones probably gnawed clean by monsters. Okay, I'll exchange medicine for you one more time. This is the last time. Okay. I'll give you food." Then there were the rustling sounds. "This isn't enough, according to the previous exchange rate," Dr. Su said helplessly. "I still have more." "Forget it, let it be, since it's the last time. Really, don't save anyone else. We can hardly manage ourselves." Dr. Su sighed. "Thanks." Stammering Yi expressed gratitude. "All right, I'm leaving. I'm going to check on old you, don't see me out. Dr. Sue said as her footsteps gradually faded away, followed by the sound of a closing door, and the room became quiet again. Yu Hong weakly opened his eyes, just in time to see stammering Yi Yi's dirty face, right beside the bed, holding a wooden bowl with some unidentifiable black mush inside. She took a spoonful of the mush and fed it into Yu Hong's mouth. Yu Hong no longer resisted, he lay there with a blank face, yellowish complexion, drinking the mush that was fed spoon by spoon. The two of them, one feeding and the other drinking, unknowingly finished a whole bowl of mush. Yu Hong licked his lips and, inexplicably, thought that the mush was quite tasty. Is there more? He couldn't help but ask. Yes, yes. Stammering Yi Yi, seeing him speak, instantly displayed pure happiness in her bright eyes. She got up and rummaged around, soon concocting another bowl of black mush, sat by the bed, and fed it to Yu Hong. However, the mush seemed too low in calories, or perhaps Yu Hong hadn't eaten in a long time and was weak, so he still felt a little hungry after finishing. He asked again. Stammering Yi Yi gladly prepared another bowl for him. This time, after feeding, Yu Hong finally felt half full. The icy black mush made his stomach feel much better. He also regained considerable strength. How long did I sleep? He asked, looking at stammering Yi Yi. 4 days. Stammering Yi Yi showed 4 fingers, grinning to reveal a mouth full of yellow teeth. Thank you. Yu Hong looked at her and expressed sincere gratitude. He knew that without her care, he might have died in his stupor. Given the eerie and dangerous environment outside, if there was nobody to look after him here, relying solely on himself, he might not have survived a day. A verbal thank you was too insubstantial for such a favor, but it didn't matter, he would have opportunities to repay her in the future. He didn't believe that as a sane, healthy man, he would fare worse than stammering Yi Yi, a disabled girl. No problem. Stammering Yi Yi replied with a smile. She happily stood up, intending to fetch water for Yu Hong, but after scraping the small jar for a long time, she couldn't even fill a small cup. I'll go out to the well to get water. Stammering Yi Yi explained with difficulty as she returned to the bedside. I'll be back soon. You don't open the window. For anyone who knocks, don't open. Stammering Yi Yi seriously instructed. Okay. I understand. Yu Hong nodded earnestly. Getting a response, stammering Yi Yi nodded, picked up the water jar, and rushed out. The door closed, and the thick smell of mildew drifted in the air, making Yu Hong somewhat uncomfortable. But he remembered stammering Yi Yi's instructions. Breathing in some mold was better than getting killed by whatever dangers lurked outside. More importantly, he remembered the white stone he stuffed into his pocket before falling asleep. A sense of curiosity, a bit of expectation, and a touch of nervousness arose in him. Reaching into his pocket, he quickly grasped the white stone and slowly took it out. Holding the stone in his hand, Yu Hong began to examine it closely. The white stone had transformed. Originally partly blackened, the stone had turned pure white again. It now looked like a piece of jade. The surface had a faint lustrous sheen, resembling jade. The red symbol in the center had also become more intricate and powerful in stroke. This is... Yu Hong felt a spark in his heart. To confirm what he was thinking, he stood up and rummaged through the sack of unused white stones in the clutter corner. The contrast between the two white stones was apparent. The enhanced white stone in his hand was noticeably more advanced than the other one. The red symbol painted on it was much more complex, completely different, as if the enhancement process had also upgraded the red symbol. This enhancement feels like a level up. Yu Hong's mind was filled with doubts. After comparing them, he carefully put the enhanced stone away and returned to sit by the bed. The intense heat in his body had disappeared, but he was still physically weak, feeling dizzy and lightheaded with just a slight movement. The wound on his back felt numb, not knowing whether it had worsened or healed, and he couldn't see it without a mirror. He tried to feel it with his hand, only touching the bandages. It was evident that stammering Yi or Dr. Su had helped treat him. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly the door was knocked upon. "Who is it?" Yu Hong raised his head and asked. "It's me, Dr. Su, is Yi there?" Outside the door, a vaguely familiar middle-aged woman's voice spoke. "She's not here," Yu Hong replied. "I came to deliver her medicine, it's left on the ground by the door. Don't forget to take it, and let her know when she gets back," Dr. Su said. "Okay," Yu Hong responded. Soon, the faint sound of footsteps faded away, restoring silence. Yu Hong took a deep breath, grasping the edge of the bed for support as he slowly inched toward the door. The medicine was placed by the door. If someone took it, it would be a big loss. From the earlier information he had gathered, medicine was more valuable than he'd imagined here. Thus, he had to bring it in quickly. He slowly, step by step, moved to the door, reaching out to grasp the handle. Click! The handle turned halfway. Suddenly Yu Hong halted. He remembered what stammering Yi said before leaving, "Don't open the door under any circumstances." Immediately, a sense of caution rose within him, and he looked down at the gap under the door. It was broad daylight, with sunlight glaring, and some light seeped through the gap. But just this one glance made Yu Hong shiver all over. He saw a shadow standing outside the door. The light was obstructed by the figure, casting a faint shadow. It was this shadow that allowed Yu Hong to judge that someone was indeed standing right outside, separated only by a door. Just quietly, silently standing there, right outside the door. It seemed to be waiting for him to open the door. Something is wrong. With horror gnawing at him, Yu Hong slowly released the handle and backed away. Step by step, he retreated further away. Until he stood in the center of the room, reaching into his pocket to grasp the enhanced white stone. He had almost been tricked. That voice just now, it sounded exactly like Dr. Su's. Damn it. Yu Hong was seized with panic, a sensation he couldn't articulate, choking his throat and nearly preventing him from making a sound. His chest felt terribly congested. His panic was not just out of fear of these unknown entities but also from the realization of how close he came to being duped into opening the door. His gaze was fixed on the gap, not daring to look away for a moment. Soon, perhaps realizing they couldn't fool him, the shadow outside the door silently moved to the right and vanished. As quietly as it had appeared, the shadow's departure was equally serene, with no sound of footsteps. Only after a long time passed since the figure had left did Yu Hong slowly let go of his tension. He took deep breaths, still not daring to open the door, and instead quietly moved to the window. Peeking through the gaps in the thick wooden planks nailed over, he cautiously looked outside. From the window, albeit at an angle, he could see the area outside the door. He had gone out this way once before and knew this house was located on a cross-cut cobblestone path. The houses in this village were situated on either side of this cobblestone road. The house he was in was one of them. Standing at the window, Yu Hong carefully held his breath, peeking through a slanting crack in the wood to look outside. But upon just one look, outside the crack, a face, Dr. Su's face, was looking at him with an expressionless gaze. She was actually standing by the window, watching as he tried to secretly peer outside through the gaps. Their eyes met. A burst of frustration exploded in Yu Hong's chest. A nauseating feeling of discomfort surged from his stomach. His abdomen convulsed, aching, with his entire body beginning to tingle and stiffen uncontrollably. An indescribable fear erupted from his heart, flooding throughout his body. The blood vessels around his eyes began to bulge like branching tree roots, turning black. The blood vessels grew thicker and thicker, as if they were about to burst open. But at that moment, the enhanced white stone in his pocket suddenly emitted a stream of icy air, rushing into his outer thigh. This burst of cold air felt like a steel nail violently piercing the stiffening body of Yu Hong. It pulled him out of his rigidity. Bang! His legs went limp, and he collapsed weakly to the ground, his eyes breaking away from meeting the other's gaze. Huff! 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 Lowering his head, Yu Hong panted heavily, feeling the stiffness in his body quickly eased by the enhanced white stone in his pocket. A strong sense of having narrowly escaped death surged in his heart. Not daring to look outside again, he quickly pulled out the enhanced white stone and found that the red symbol on its surface was glowing with an extremely faint red light. Without looking carefully, it was impossible to notice. What a treasure, he thought, feeling extremely fortunate that his first choice to enhance was this white stone. Since stammering Yi saved him with it the first time, he had realized how incredibly important it was. Thankfully, he hadn't been wrong. Sitting on the ground, backing away from the window slowly, Yu Hong dared not look around recklessly. Who would have thought that just a glance in this ghostly place could lead to danger? But why didn't stammering Yi and Dr. Su encounter any danger when they went out? Do they have some other means of defense? Doubt arose in Yu Hong's mind. But soon, the enormous exhaustion made him drowsy again. So weak. This body. Clutching the enhanced white stone tightly in his palm, he climbed back into bed, wrapped in the smelly grey-white quilt. After waiting for a while, confirming that whatever was outside the door and window couldn't get in, he relaxed slightly and fell asleep once more. He didn't know how much time passed. Perhaps a few hours, or maybe an entire day. When Yu Hong woke again, stammering Yi was already bustling about in the room. "You're awake." She noticed the movement, quickly turning her head with a happy look at Yu Hong on the bed. "Come, eat." She soon brought over a bowl of black mush, starting to feed Yu Hong. Unconsciously, Yu Hong swallowed the last spoonful of mush, feeling his body much more comfortable. "Is there more?" he asked. Stammering Yi stood up, rummaged around for a while, but this time, it seemed there wasn't any more. She looked for quite some time, but couldn't bring out any more of the black mush. "All gone." She soon returned to the bedside, looking a bit disappointed. Yu Hong sat up, slowly got out of bed, and walked to the corner cluttered with things, where he saw a wooden barrel she had been searching. Inside seemed to hold the raw material for that black mush. It was a kind of mixed-colored powder, with a bit of residue left at the bottom of the barrel. He leaned on the edge of the barrel to take a look. There really was no more. Gurgle. Suddenly, a stomach rumble came from behind. It was stammering Yi. She blinked, patting her stomach, grinning foolishly. Yu Hong turned back to look at her. "You didn't eat." "Hee, forgot." She answered, grinning foolishly. It turned out this girl had given him all the remaining food. Yu Hong felt a bit helpless. He didn't know how this girl had survived in such a dangerous environment until now. He only knew that he felt a bit guilty inside. "So what should we do? Where do you get this food from?" "I'm feeling better now, maybe I can help you look," he said seriously. "No worry. Yi, strong." Stammering Yi patted her chest, showing a carefree expression. "I helped you. You helped me find my dad and grandpa," she continued, letting words tumble out one by one. "So that's why you saved me." Yu Hong understood. If she had a request, at least there was a chance for him to repay her. He didn't like owing people, especially not for a life-saving favor like this. "Yes." Stammering Yi nodded earnestly. "All right, if I'm capable, I'll definitely help." Yu Hong nodded. Although this environment was terribly dangerous and harsh, the black mark on his hand also gave him a sliver of hope for the future. According to the black mark's power, if everything could be enhanced, then perhaps he could use that to build a safer little house or a base. After personal experience, the doors and windows of this house's defenses couldn't withstand those eerie dangers outside. Whether it was the white-clothed men before, the black bugs, or the unknown horror impersonating Dr. Sue just now, none of it could be blocked. By the way, I wanted to ask, when you weren't here earlier. Yu Hong quickly told her what had happened previously. After listening to the description, stammering Yi Yi's expression became grave. It was the shadow, she answered. That was also the shadow. Yu Hong frowned. Let me answer that question. Dr. Sue's voice came from outside the door again. Stammering Yi Yi quickly went over, opened the door, happily bringing her in. Dr. Sue had changed her outfit, wearing a full-body climbing suit, a camouflage tight fit with a large backpack on her back, indicating she was likely planning to head into the mountains. Entering the room, she scanned her gaze over Yu Hong. In this place, the shadows that frequently appear during the Black Disaster are of two types, one being the white shadow you encountered before, and the second being the disguiser you mentioned earlier. The danger level of the white shadow is manageable, as long as you stare at it carefully without blinking, you can escape safely. Furthermore, the luminous stone can restrain it, temporarily dispersing it. But the disguiser is troublesome, you must stay alert at all times, never trust any situation outside of what is agreed upon. Dr. Sue looked at Yu Hong seriously, adding, agreement is extremely important here. Agreement. Yu Hong seemed to think of something. Yes, everyone must make an agreement with their companions before parting ways. When you reunite, what is the code word, under what circumstances you can open doors or windows, etc., all must be agreed upon in advance. Otherwise, the disguiser will exploit the gap, killing one by one. Dr. Sue sighed. This is also why the residents of Baekyu village live alone. Even during the day, the disguiser might still appear to attack. Disguiser. This entirely new concept stirred an understanding in Yu Hong's mind. He realized it might be difficult to return to his former life. Could you take me outside for a look? I want to see if I can go to the city. Yu Hong paused in silence, then spoke. Take a luminous stone, the kind of white stone, and as long as you go out in broad daylight, there's no problem, but you have to control the returning time. Dr. Sue answered, moreover, although the disguiser can appear during the day, generally only those who are physically weak can see it, those who are healthy and normal cannot see them. Yu Hong immediately understood. Isn't there any way or method to get rid of these monsters? He asked solemnly. No, at any rate, we haven't found any, the government department hasn't either. Dr. Sue shook her head. All right, I'm planning to go out with Yi, so if you want to come, you have to hurry. Baekyu village doesn't keep freeloaders, you've been a burden to Yi for a while now. She seemed quite unhappy with Yu Hong, looking at him with displeased eyes. I remember the life-saving grace. Yu Hong said earnestly. First, learn to live on your own, then talk. Dr. Sue scoffed, not bothering to look at Yu Hong, and turned to talk to stammering Yi Yi about something. Very soon, stammering Yi Yi began preparing things and equipment for going out. Yu Hong had recovered quite a bit and joined in the tidying. He didn't mention the enhanced white stone, not only because he couldn't explain where it came from, but from the Black Mark's ability, this would definitely become his greatest reliance in the future. He wasn't sure if anyone else had this ability, and with too little information, so gathering intelligence was the most important thing first. This place was too dangerous, every step had to be taken with cautious care. I'll repay you. With this thought, Yu Hong spoke again, repeating himself. Dr. Sue ignored him, acting as if she hadn't heard. Clearly, she thought if Yu Hong could not be a burden to stammering Yi, that would already be good enough. Before long, a large cloth bag was packed and placed on the ground. Dr. Sue picked it up, gently placing it on stammering Yi's back. The bag was filled with white stones marked with symbols. First, go to Lao Yu's place to exchange for food, then head to the open pit mine to dig luminous stones, and finally collect pigments. Considering the return time, we must reach Lao Yu within an hour. We can rest overnight at the mine and return after collecting pigments tomorrow. Dr. Su instructed. Is it far? Yu Hong frowned, feeling there might be an issue with his physical condition, not yet fully recovered. You better not come, you can't keep up. Just stroll around nearby and come back. Dr. Su replied coldly, at night, light the candle, hold the luminous stone tightly during the day, don't open the door for anyone, don't look outside randomly, and everything should be fine. This will also count as a test for you. If you can't pass, it means you might not be able to adapt to this environment, and you won't live long, best to die early and be free. That seemed a bit too direct. Yu Hong was speechless. Yi has saved many people, I was also saved by her once, but you know those she saved. Dr. Su continued, but stammering Yi tugged on her sleeve. She realized and immediately stopped. This time, she completely ignored Yu Hong, carrying her things, opening the door and leaving with stammering Yi. Yu Hong hesitated at the back, brought the house key, and followed them out. He decided he would take a look outside. Regardless, the source of food and drink must be resolved first. He couldn't rely on a disabled little girl to support him forever. And most importantly, only by learning more could he find more effective ways to survive and respond. Click, he stepped out the door, turning back to lock the house. The three formed a line, walking along the gravel path to the left. Outside, the temperature was mild, not too hot or cold, with the sun casting a gentle warmth on them. Among the three, Dr. Su walked in front, followed by stammering Yi, and lastly Yu Hong. After a few minutes of winding along the gravel path, they reached the village exit. The end of the gravel path connected to a black mud road. The dry black mud road, wide enough for 2 cars to drive side by side, stretched out. The road was black, winding through the abandoned green fields on either side, stretching far ahead, reaching into the thick, gloomy mountain forest below the mountain. Yu Hong noticed that there were few weeds at the edges of the black mud road, which had 2 lines of black wooden fences built. Many places in the fences had already rotted away, covered with moss. This is the only old road leading outside. Dr. Su spoke. Follow it straight for about 30 miles on foot, and you'll reach the closest town. But over there might be even more dangerous than here. The more people, the more danger, attracting those dangerous creatures even more. Let's go. She led the way out of the gravel path, stepping onto the black mud road. The bright golden sunlight spread. Surrounded by the dark green mountain forest, Baekita village was like a piece of black chocolate in a green forest cake, abrupt and striking. The entire village sat atop a large grey-white hill, located at the peak of the hill. The village was scattered with more than 30 tile-roofed houses. At this moment, on the western outskirts of the village, there was a pale-faced man wandering slowly, occasionally looking around with a nervous expression. The man wore a grey t-shirt and yellow casual pants, all dirty and full of wrinkles, evidently not washed for a long time. His hair clumped together into a mohawk style from sweat and grease. His feet were clad in a pair of grey dust-covered sneakers, awkwardly treading on the muddy ground, clearly unaccustomed to the paths here. Around the entire Baekita village, there were no insect chirps, no bird songs, only the faint sound made by the man slowly moving forward over the ground. It's been about 15 minutes. Yu Hong took out his phone from his pocket and glanced at it. The old-fashioned phone that he hesitated to replace out of nostalgia had surprisingly become a crucial tool here. He had spent several days lying in bed. Had it been a smartphone, it would have long run out of battery. But this old phone had a small screen, a large battery, and could last more than a week on standby. It was also shockproof, scratch-resistant, and waterproof. In this critical moment, it provided him with substantial psychological comfort. The phone interface clearly showed the time, March 5, 2024, 3:32 p.m. Sigh. Yu Hong sighed softly. This was the time before he arrived here. But now it was meaningless. Seeing the blank signal bars at the top right corner of the phone screen, he understood that he was probably not in his original world anymore. Whether it was the newspaper reports, the common sense narrated by stammering Yi and Dr. Su, or the bizarre occurrences he encountered, all indicated that this place was not his world. He looked up at the brilliant sunshine. Yu Hong bent down and made a mark on the muddy ground with a few stones arranged into a small triangular structure. This was a marker to prevent getting lost. It had been 15 minutes since Dr. Su and stammering Yi departed. During these 15 minutes, he circled the village several times. But to his disappointment, it seemed as though, apart from the three of them, there were no other living people in this place. Perhaps the living have hidden away, staying out of sight. After all, even during the day, there might be great danger. Yu Hong sighed inwardly, his hand always tightly gripping the enhanced white stone. His previous encounters deeply impressed upon him that in this place, the stone's effect was his only guarantee of safety. According to Dr. Su, before leaving, during the day when there was sunlight, there would be no black insects, and at most, he might occasionally encounter a few shadows. And as long as he carried the white stone, the danger from these shadows during the day was minimal. Because it seemed that shadows were very weak during the day. Yu Hong believed this, otherwise, stammering Yi and Dr. Su wouldn't be so unconcerned about repeatedly going out. With these thoughts settled in his heart, he looked back at the markers he had made along the way, confirmed they were still there, and continued moving forward. Silence. Deathly quiet. Rustle. Rustle. Apart from the crisp noise of his footsteps on the grass, there was no other sound. Even the wind was barely audible. After more than 10 minutes elapsed, Yu Hong finally traversed the entire village, his steps varying in depth. He stood at the initial gravel road junction, wiping the sweat from his forehead, continuously memorizing some locations he had just discovered, important locations. The most crucial of which was the water well. Earlier, he saw from afar a courtyard with a well dug in it. The well, made of stones, had many footprints coming and going around it, clearly indicating this was one of the few sources of drinking water available to the living here. Even from a distance of more than 10 meters, he could feel the piercing chill emanating from the well. Even the sunlight couldn't suppress it. Sensing something was amiss, he didn't approach but simply memorized its location. How strange! A small village on a hill should not have a well dug at the top. Yu Hong wondered quietly. Typically, wells would be dug at lower elevations since water flows downward. But this place was different from other locations. Standing on the gravel road, he once again looked around. Surrounding the village was an endless stretch of dark green forest. The forest formed one continuous sea of trees. No bird calls, no observable living creatures, even the dark green trees and grass gave off an unsettling eerie vibe. Yu Hong's face was blank as he stared at the only old road leading outside for quite a while before turning back to the village. The way back was uneventful as he returned to stammering Yi's house. Only after completely closing the wooden door did he let out a light breath. This place is too spooky, he thought. The idea of living here indefinitely, with no hope of returning, filled him with deep despair. I've already checked during the wandering, there's no vehicle. But there are traces of tire marks on the ground, which means there used to be cars here, but they were driven away. Yu Hong picked up a piece of charcoal from a corner cluttered with miscellaneous items and began drawing a map of Baekita village on the wall. The map was simple, just rough lines representing roads and small squares representing houses. He marked the water well, the old road out, and stammering Yi's house where he was staying. The three places formed a triangular structure. What should I do now? Yu Hong looked at the map, pushing down the wave of despair and pondering his future course of action. I can't rely on stammering Yi forever, I must first learn to handle these dangers on my own, as well as find my own food and shelter. He sat cross-legged on the ground, holding a charcoal pencil, writing and drawing on the wall. Then he raised his hand, gazing at the black mark on the back of it. Also, this mark means if I don't want others to find out, I must choose to live alone. Otherwise, being in such an extremely dangerous environment, having my ability discovered by others, would be perilous. Although he wasn't sure if others had similar abilities, Yu Hong was certain that stammering Yi and Dr. Su did not. This was something he could tell from subtle details. First, learn how to find food and drink, then move out. Yu Hong quickly formulated a plan. Having made up his mind, he got up and returned to the bed, planning to rest a bit until stammering Yi returned. Thud, thud, thud. Suddenly, the door knocked again. Sound after sound resonated rhythmically. Yu Hong swallowed hard, looking at the wooden door. He did not make a sound. The knocking seemed off. But he ignored whoever it was, gripping the enhanced white stone tightly, taking a deep breath, and lying down quietly, preparing to rest. Thud, thud, thud. The door continued to knock. Knock after knock. Yet Yu Hong remained silent as if he heard nothing. He lay on his side on the bed, eyes fixed on the door, holding the enhanced white stone, his body tense and ready to react at any moment. Fortunately, the knocking persisted for 7 times and then ceased. Instead, there seemed to be someone peeking through the window. Someone was looking inside through the gap in the seal. Yu Hong felt his hair stand on end, turning his head to stare at the window, breathing heavily and quietly. The intense sense of crisis kept stimulating his adrenaline secretion, rapidly circulating his blood, his face flushed. He didn't know how much time had passed. The silhouette outside the window seemed to lose patience and quietly left. The window was no longer blocked by anything, returning to normal as light once again poured in. Yu Hong clutched the enhanced white stone tightly, feeling it slick with sweat in his hand. He bowed his head, took deep breaths, fixing his physical state. He picked up another white stone, this time an unused one. He looked at the numbers displayed on the stone, 2 days. Could it be that the unused ones can be enhanced in just 2 days? He let out a sigh of relief. Listening to the querying voice echoing in his ear, he silently confirmed his decision to enhance. Soon, the numbers on the white stone vanished, and it seemed enveloped in a slick greasy layer as the black mark enhancement began. Without another glance, Yu Hong put it into another pocket. Then lay back down, setting an alarm on his phone before drifting fitfully off to sleep. He didn't sleep long nor did he sleep peacefully, awakening soon after. Stammering Yi won't be back tonight, which means I'll be alone here tonight. Yu Hong looked at the dim sunlight streaming through the window gap, his heart sinking slightly. He got up and went to the corner filled with items, pulling out a large candle and something akin to matches that stammering Yi had given him. He prepared them, placing them within easy reach beside the bed. And so, Yu Hong remained half reclined on the bed, waiting for nightfall. Time gradually slipped away. Not long after, the outside grew darker, sinking into pitch black. This time was quiet, there were no black insects, no shadows. It seemed as though everything had forgotten him, leaving a serene peace. In his fatigued and anxious waiting and vigilance, the night quickly passed. Until daylight, when he saw the bright sunlight streaming through the window, Yu Hong finally let out a deep breath. Even though it was daylight and nothing happened throughout the night, the prolonged tension and vigil had left him mentally and physically exhausted. This fueled his increasing desire to find a truly safe place to rest. He was not like stammering Yi. If things continued like this, without proper rest, he would not survive. Getting up, he filtered some water to drink, but his stomach began to growl again. Even though he had finished all of stammering Yi's stored food yesterday, so much time had passed that his stomach had emptied again. He stepped outside, taking advantage of the agreeable sunlight, wandering around the gravel road junction once more. This time, he walked a ways down the old road, attempting to find edible plants and insects. But unfortunately, he found nothing along the road, no insects, and he could not recognize any plants. The plants here were none that he had ever seen before. Even the most common wild daisies and dandelions were nowhere in sight. Fortunately, Stammering Yi and the others finally returned. Poof! Inside the house, Stammering Yi struggled to drop a large bundle off her back onto the ground. Then she untied the package. Inside were bags of jerky, dried mushrooms, and dried insects. Yu Hong leaned in to help, finding that the jerky consisted mainly of small black chunks. He couldn't discern which animal they had come from. The dried mushrooms were also crushed, not clearly distinguishing their type. And the dried insects? Are these cockroaches? Yu Hong's expression changed slightly. No one, gum, Stammering Yi corrected him, shaking her head. She promptly picked up a thumb-sized cockroach dry and popped it into her mouth. It's delicious. She gave a thumbs up, chewing quickly with a loud crunch. Her eyes were wide and round, full of delight. Yu Hong was speechless. Watching as Stammering Yi stored away the dried goods, then picked up the small jar and walked outside. Yu Hong hurriedly followed, he needed to learn where to get water. The two walked out of the house, and to his surprise, Stammering Yi did not go to fetch water from that well in the village, but rather walked out onto the gravel road and headed along the old highway. They walked for about 10 minutes. At the roadside, they found an abandoned well which was in a lower area. The well was shallow, and in the light, you could see there was only a pool of deep yellow foul water at the bottom. Without a word, Stammering Yi tied the jug with a rope and lowered it to draw water. Why not get water from the well in the village? Yu Hong asked softly. That's not drinkable. Stammering Yi answered seriously. She looked up at him while drawing water. In the future, water, come, here, she pointed to the well in front of them. Yu Hong nodded. Lowering his head as he watched the foul water slowly being drawn from the well, his mood grew heavier. He helped Stammering Yi seal the jug to prevent spillage. They didn't head back but started looking for something in the nearby grass. Must eat grass, Stammering Yi instructed him. Otherwise, illness will die, she gestured to explain. Yu Hong nodded and began studying carefully which grasses she was digging up. This was very valuable experience. Eating the wrong thing could lead to poisoning or diarrhea, and in such a harsh environment, illness could very likely mean weakness and death. After some gathering, the two carried a large bundle back to the house. Stammering Yi laid the grass out to dry in the window. Yu Hong meticulously recorded the experience he had learned with charcoal. He only noted the key points, in a simplified version, as long as he could understand it. The recording medium was a newspaper sheet Stammering Yi had given him earlier. Is the jerky and dried mushrooms only available far away? Yu Hong jotted it down and looked up to ask. Can grow oneself, Stammering Yi answered with effort, but not worth it. Yu Hong nodded and noted it down. He was about to ask more when suddenly a small notebook was handed to him. The notebook had a white cover with a cartoon mouse image in the middle. Scrawled on it was, Survival Must-Have Handbook Lin Yi. Yu Hong paused, looked up, and saw Stammering Yi holding the notebook, grinning at him, showing her big yellow teeth. Thanks. He took the notebook and started flipping through it. Inside, it carefully detailed how to fetch water, how to obtain food, basic characteristics and locations of wild vegetables. The content wasn't much but was very detailed. Additionally, it recorded several reachable villagers from Baekita village and their corresponding contact methods. Old Yu was the one who made jerky, Dr. Su was in charge of treating illnesses, someone named Jenny was responsible for tanning and crafting, and someone else made candles. Besides, the residences of other villagers were marked out, but no names were included, obviously showing unfamiliarity. Finally, there was a place called the post office, located in a forest north of Baekyu village. What does the post office do? Yu Hong asked. Connect, city, town, purchase, salt, sugar, send, mail. Stammering Yi spoke with difficulty. She gestured animatedly. You must learn a skill with people, exchange goods. I understand. I understand all this, but I think the most important thing to solve first is the security issue, Yu Hong stated earnestly. While you were away, there were twice that disguisers came causing trouble. That's too dangerous. His mind raced with thoughts on how to utilize his unique black mark to ensure maximum safety. No way. Stammering Yi obviously had considered this point too, lowering her head somewhat dejectedly. Shadow, no, thing, can, block. Bugs, as long as, there's, a gap, can, burrow. They, can pass, through walls, she gestured. Passing through walls? Yu Hong fell silent, looking at the walls of the house. He was deep in thought. This place is too rudimentary, the defense is too poor, filled with gaps and holes. He remembered that those black bugs previously entered through the door and window cracks, which meant, they likely couldn't pass through walls. He asked Stammering Yi and received a confirmed response. Then, after carefully inspecting the house, he quickly concluded that the house's defenses were extremely weak. I plan to go live outside alone. Find another place, he said softly. Alone, there was no need to worry about disguisers, no one would open the door for them anyway. Stammering Yi was taken aback. She had saved quite a few people before, but these people were always eager to stick around her for a few more days to learn basic skills before leaving. But this man in front of her, this man named Yu Hong, had just woken up and felt a bit better, yet he already wanted to live by himself? Strange. Strange man. Stammering Yi blinked her eyes. Aren't you afraid? Afraid, but your house's safety is too poor. Yu Hong had by now grasped the key information from the notebook about this place. The main threats are monster bugs and shadows. Although shadows can go through walls, ignoring obstructions, they can be dispelled with luminous stones. Monster bugs can be blocked by doors and walls, as long as the gaps are sealed at critical moments. So, having enough luminous stones along with a well-sealed house means basic safety, right? Yu Hong analyzed calmly. His earnest and serious expression left Stammering Yi stunned. How about trying it out? Block the gaps with things, shrink the holes, and see if bugs can get in? If they can, how big a gap is needed to let them in, then use that to make ventilation netting, Yu Hong asked. Also, how are luminous stones made? Can you teach me? He asked earnestly. Stammering Yi looked at him, unconsciously nodding in a daze. At that moment, she seemed to see in him an extremely familiar and cherished figure from deep in her memories. With things settled, the two immediately began preparations. Stammering Yi rummaged out tools, hammers, saws, discarded wooden planks, long nails, axes, and various odds and ends. Yu Hong, having just recovered from a major illness, his fever only just subsided, was still weak, so he directed Stammering Yi to do the work. He found that Stammering Yi was very strong, even stronger than him in his normal state, and her physique was robust. For several days, as he took up the bed, she slept on the ground, without falling ill. According to the notebook, the black bugs were officially named blood tide. Though they were black bugs, for some reason they were named blood tide. But that was none of Yu Hong's concern, he just wanted to understand the specifics of the bugs and shadows as much as possible. The two busied themselves throughout the entire day, and perhaps because of his improved health, there was no disturbance from shadows. At night, there was also no attack from blood tide. According to stammering Yi, blood tide generally came once every 3 to 5 days. Each time, only enough light could fend off all the bugs. Blood tide relied on light, shadows feared luminous stones. These were survival laws that the people here depended on. The next day, the two continued with Yu Hong's ideas, sawing wooden strips to make temporary seals to thoroughly close the remaining gaps in the doors and windows. The temporary seals could be opened during the day and closed at night. The seals were simple, just an experiment by Yu Hong. The more he learned from stammering Yi about the dangers and troubles here, the more he wanted to build a fortress to ensure his basic safety, or rather, a safe house. And stammering Yi's house was far from meeting the requirements. Aside from the shadows and bugs, even the mold attached all over the corners and the filthy, enclosed air in the house could shorten the lifespan of those living here long term. Moreover, the water source was also a huge problem. He felt that if he kept drinking that dirty water, he probably wouldn't live long either. As night fell, inside the house, stammering Yi and Yu Hong stood together. Stammering Yi's right hand held a candle high, the flickering light dispelling the vast darkness around. Hiss! The sound of tiny crawling bugs continuously came from outside the doors and windows, but due to the sealed strips which greatly reduced the size of the vents compared to before, the black bugs couldn't get inside at all. It works! Yu Hong's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected his casual attempt to truly work. Stammering Yi also giggled happily from the side. Because she found that without black bugs getting inside, and even if there were, only a few stragglers managed to, they were quickly melted by the candle light. This way, candles consumed more slowly, reducing her frequent trips to the candle shop or spending much on this aspect. This made her life much easier. Just as they were feeling successful. Crack! Suddenly a faint gnawing sound came from outside the wooden boards of the seals. Both the sealed wooden boards and the gaps in the wooden door and windows began making the same gnawing sound. No good! These bugs can't get in, so they started gnawing at the doors and windows. Yu Hong suddenly realized. He grabbed a wooden stick at hand, rushed to the wooden door, and with force knocked the seal at the bottom upwards. Clatter! With a muffled sound, a large number of black bugs poured in like a tide, heading straight for the two of them. Hiss! The black bugs, entering the candlelight, were quickly melted, evaporated, and dissipated without a trace. But the candles also began to consume faster. In the bright yellow candlelight, Yu Hong watched the scene, his previous joy slowly fading away. If they can't get in, will they gnaw the outer walls of the house? He finally understood why stammering Yi's house, despite knowing there were black bugs, was never sealed by her parents. Failed, did it? Stammering Yi cautiously asked from behind. Not a complete failure, Yu Hong shook his head. A silent night. Early the next morning, Yu Hong went out of the village and into the woodland below the hill. He circled around the trees in the woods, hammering on wood here and there. Stammering Yi, having nothing else to do, began to gather the few medicinal herbs and pigments used for making ink that she recognized. Her trade commodity was luminous stones engraved with symbols. Stammering Yi's luminous stones with symbols, according to her, had greater effects than ordinary luminous stones. The sunlight shone brightly, and as stammering Yi gathered, she occasionally looked up at Yu Hong performing his enigmatic actions. What are you doing? After watching for a while, she couldn't help but ask. I'm selecting wood and site to build my own safe house, Yu Hong replied. Build a house? By yourself? Stammering Yi couldn't comprehend. Could a self-built house be sturdier than a stone and brick house? It's not entirely self-built. I'm planning to use wood as a support for construction, but the main material will still be stone. Considering stone bricks are hard to find, the only option is to find a natural cave, Yu Hong explained. Oh! Stammering Yi didn't quite understand, but seeing Yu Hong's confident expression and calm demeanor, she felt he must be quite capable. "I help you," she said, patting her chest. "I know a hunting cave." Cave. Yu Hong's eyes lit up. He had long been reluctant to stay here with stammering Yi. Not only was it unsafe, but the crucial problem was that he couldn't experiment with his black mark freely to determine its effects. Feeling the third piece of enhanced white stone in his pocket, also known as enhanced pyroxene, Yu Hong quickly made a decision. "Can you take me to see it?" He urgently needed a secluded spot to test the specific effects of the black mark. He wondered what would happen if he reinforced all the walls and doors. Enhanced pyroxene could be strengthened into a jade-like material, with seemingly better effects, so what about the others? Without hesitation, stammering Yi put down what she was holding, returned it to the house, and then led Yu Hong along a newly found path through the mountains, not taking the old highway. After several days of rest, Yu Hong's physical strength had significantly improved. Because of his recovery, he hadn't encountered the shadows during the day anymore, which made him start to somewhat believe what stammering Yi and Dr. Su had said. In the cold and quiet forest, the two trudged one after the other, crossing a large slope and arriving at the base of the hillside. Stammering Yi looked around and seemed to find something near a tree hollow. She walked over and touched some marks on the edge of the tree hollow. "Here, this is it," she said seriously. Then, just as Yu Hong was about to ask, she raised her hand to point to the distant right. Yu Hong was taken aback and looked in that direction. In the distance, a grey rocky wall emerged faintly from the forest. In the middle of the rocky wall, there was a dark cave hanging a couple of meters above the ground, with some dugout indentations used as steps. Yu Hong glanced at stammering Yi and saw she had already started digging for vegetables, so he went over holding the enhanced pyroxene. Soon, he reached the foot of the rocky wall. He carefully observed the cave before him. The entrance was over 2 meters high and slightly over a meter wide. The inside wasn't deep, and the cave bottom could be seen from the outside using sunlight. At the bottom, there were some chaotic bags and a few animal skins of unknown origin. "Are there animals here too?" Yu Hong couldn't help but ask. "Yes, but few." Stammering Yi chimed in as she caught up. "Before, many, but since the black disaster, less." Yu Hong nodded and climbed up using the indents, entering the cave. The cave was just over 5 meters deep, slightly spacious inside, over 3 meters wide, barely enough for one person to rest. The ground inside was dry with no moldy smell, clearly due to the rock material here. The cave was roughly elliptical, with an irregularly shaped elliptical cavity. Yu Hong calculated that compared to stammering Yi's place, this was obviously much more comfortable, at least reducing moldy spores invading the lungs, potentially prolonging life. The main thing was, the Baekyu village itself seemed somewhat sinister. He always felt that encountering so many shadows during the day was likely linked to the environment there. Otherwise, why would so many villagers be unwilling to live there, given the many existing houses? By the way, Yi, among the villagers you still have contact with, do you know how many are there? Yu Hong asked, having familiarized himself with some details these past few days. From the booklet and stammering Yi's words, he learned that many Baekyu village villagers lived in the surrounding woods, either building their own houses or digging cellars to hide in. A few had left to live in the nearest town. This included several people that stammering Yi had rescued. Stammering Yi also entered the cave, looking around curiously. "There are 4 around. That's beside us," she counted on her fingers. "Okay, got it." Yu Hong nodded. He took out a measuring tape he had prepared, which was an item from stammering Yi's place, and measured the cave entrance. Then he climbed back down to assess the surrounding environment. "Can I live here?" he asked stammering Yi. "You can. No one cares," stammering Yi nodded vigorously. Yu Hong was satisfied. The place was too dangerous, and he originally wanted to live with stammering Yi, but the danger of the shadows was too great. They were too cunning and hard to defend against asterisk. Besides, stammering Yi's environment was poor, too dirty, prone to chronic illnesses. Also, the enhancement of the black mark had to remain secret. These three factors combined urged him to find a suitable place for solitude. And this cave was the best among them. However, the logistics for living and renovation plans might take some time. After all, living alone meant relying on stored food initially. He also needed a proper door for the cave, as well as things like a smokestack and a fire pit. Having decided on his future residence, Yu Hong began wandering in the forest choosing materials, using stammering Yi's tools. He had no idea what kind of wood could be used for a door, but he knew it had to be hard and sturdy. In the following days, Yu Hong continually designed the structure of his cave, the door, and various furniture items, while also selecting materials. Soon, he chose a hard dead tree. The dead wood was dry enough to be highly moisture resistant. Then came tree cutting. His weak body and powerless arms meant after a whole day of chopping, he came back with his arms limp and couldn't move the next day. Thus, bam, 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 crack. Stammering Yi held the axe, watching the tree as thick as a thigh slowly snap and fall. Want more? She turned her head, seriously asking Yu Hong, whose face was hard to describe. Yu Hong's expression was indescribable. He shook his head. That's enough. He stepped forward, picked up the machete to trim off the branches, selecting the straightest parts of the trunk, then roughly measured out the length based on the cave entrance dimensions. Though he was just an ordinary office worker before coming here, he had done some woodworking in the countryside. Although not skilled, he understood some basic processes. Stammering Yi watched from the side, sometimes curiously coming over to help. Soon, night fell, and they dropped their tools and returned home to rest, waiting for the next day. After an uneventful night, the two returned here after eating, continuing the work unfinished the previous day. Stammering Yi, having finished eating too quickly, decided to get more food by agreeing with Dr. Su to buy some from old Yu. While helping to process the dead tree, she noticed Dr. Su approaching from the distant forest. So she joyfully got up and waved. Su! Over here! This way! Dr. Su walked slowly closer and saw Yu Hong was still there, instantly frowning. Didn't I just exchange food? How is it already gone again? Turns out, there's an extra person, she said unpleasantly. Yu Hong is very capable. Stammering Yi quickly gestured, he's building a better house. Safer than mine. Evidently admiring Yu Hong's ideas, she defended him. Enough, let's not talk about it. Hurry up, the earlier you go, the sooner you return. Dr. Su glanced at Yu Hong nearby and saw him getting up to greet them, so she moved closer and looked at him. What's your plan? Over the days, she occasionally chatted with Stammering Yi and knew this guy had been absorbed in making his stuff. Sustenance relied entirely on Stammering Yi, who helped fetch double portions, which added significantly to her burden. The food was only enough to keep everyone half full initially, and now there's the addition of one young man's portion. I plan to build a safe house. For now, eating depends on Yi, but trust me, I'll soon move out. Everything Yi helps me with, I remember. Once I have stabilized, I'll repay her. Yu Hong discerned her intentions. After he said this, he noticed the other person's expression softened slightly, and he continued. Once I build a safer place, I can even help Yi build a better, safer one too. Her place is very unsafe, and in case of a bigger trouble, it won't hold. Then she'll know the advantages of the safe house. Do as you please, but changing places doesn't guarantee safety. Dr. Su clearly didn't believe him. Don't burden Yi. I won't. Yu Hong said earnestly. Dr. Su looked at him intently for a while, then said no more and left with Yi. Yu Hong stood in the woodland, watching them leave until they disappeared from view. Then he looked up at the sky. The bright sunlight filled him with a sense of safety. In such weather, not even the shadows would appear recklessly. After resting for a moment, he continued to focus on sawing the wooden planks. The tree trunks, burned thoroughly, were cut into thick, long planks by him. The burning of the surface was to prevent decay, kill some bugs and larvae, and remove excess moisture from the outer surface. After cutting into planks, they could be joined together using a mortise and tenon structure to create a sturdy and strong wooden door. The mortise and tenon structure Yu Hong used was the simplest concave and convex type. Simply put, it involved digging a hole on the end of a thick plank. Then, sculpt another thick plank with a spike that would perfectly fit this hole. The spike was then embedded into the hole, forming a complete mortise and tenon structure. The biggest advantage of this structure was that it didn't require nails. Using this joining method, Yu Hong struggled to gradually craft one solid, long plank after another. He didn't fully assemble the door before taking it over. Instead, he laid the prepared planks piece by piece like building blocks, joining them at the cave's entrance. During this time, he kept testing the effects of the black mark, enhancing one luminous stone after another. As time passed, when Yu Hong finally adapted to the taste of that strange jerky, the wooden door for the cave was finally complete. At dawn, Yu Hong alone went to the cave entrance to attach the last thick plank to the wooden door. The entire wooden door was finished, even including a movable small door in the middle. The appearance was rather rugged. These parts were remnants from dismantled houses in the village, pieced together with wood. Additionally, the large nails used to connect wood and stone around the perimeter were also repurposed from these houses. The entire cave entrance was now completely covered by the thick, grey-black wooden door. Yu Hong entered alone, placing an enhanced white stone in a recess behind the door. This was his idea to block shadows from entering. Since luminous stones could scatter shadows, placing them rationally in the path of shadows might prevent them from entering too. After putting away the enhanced pyroxene, Yu Hong walked into the cavern again, finding corresponding pits at the top and on both sides of the ground. These were the places he had prepared for the enhanced pyroxene for later, aiming to ensure the absolute safety of the entire safe house. During these days, he had been relying on Stammering Yi's food supplies, and he now had 7 pieces of enhanced pyroxene. He felt rather well off. The black insect blood tide that occurred every 3 to 5 days no longer worried him, and the shadow that occasionally appeared no longer showed up. According to Stammering Yi, they were currently in a safe period, which generally lasted about a month before it exploded into a high-risk period. By then, both the blood tide and shadows would greatly increase in intensity. No wonder Dr. Su was so upset with me. I'm basically dragging down Stammering Yi's progress in accumulating supplies, which could endanger her by causing a shortage of resources. Yu Hong understood this in his heart. However, he didn't care much. Dr. Su didn't know what he was truly capable of. Not to mention, the effect of the enhanced pyroxene alone was enough to ensure Stammering Yi's safety against the shadows. At least it worked much better than ordinary luminescent stones. An ordinary luminous stone could be used only once, but the enhanced pyroxene could be used multiple times. He just didn't know exactly how many times it could be used, so he needed to find an opportunity to test it later. After thinking this, Yu Hong came back to his senses, closed the wooden door, and stood alone inside the cave. With the door closed, the cave dimmed at once, with only the striped vents casting bright golden beams of light inside. Yu Hong stood behind the door and extended his hand. He pressed it against the door panel. Beneath the dirty sleeve, his arm was much darker than before, but it still could not conceal the clear black mark on the back of his hand. Soon, a large black number appeared on the door, 12 days. Would you like to strengthen the wooden door? A slight whisper penetrated his ear. Yu Hong's expression hardened, and he took a deep breath. Yes. He replied forcefully in his heart. Immediately, a thin black line flowed from the black mark on the back of his hand, burrowing into the wooden door and disappearing. Soon after, the number on the wooden door also began to change, from 12 to 11 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. The numbers flickered intermittently, appearing extremely mysterious. A countdown. It was the first time Yu Hong had noticed such a situation. When he had enhanced the pyroxene before, he always tried to avoid stammering Yi and hadn't observed the process carefully. Now it seemed that the black mark could actually count down, which was quite convenient. All right, now I just need to wait. Yu Hong breathed a sigh of relief, as the black mark's enhancement hadn't caused him any negative feelings so far. At most, it left him a bit mentally weary, but a brief rest was enough. 12 days. By then, he would be able to see how effective the enhancement of the wooden door was. He was very much looking forward to it. After looking at the wooden door for a while, he picked up a random piece of rubble from within the cave, attempting to trigger the enhancement of the black mark again. But nothing happened. He wasn't surprised either. He had tried long ago to see if he could enhance two objects simultaneously. But now it seemed that either it was never possible, or perhaps he hadn't yet met some special condition. Yu Hong was not in a hurry. Once the safe house was built, he'd have plenty of time to study the black mark later. Stammering Yi had gone out and would not return that night, so after resting for a while in the cave, Yu Hong packed up the enhanced pyroxene and headed back to Baekje village. Familiar with the road, he soon returned to the house. After securing the door, he placed the enhanced pyroxene in various corners. Then he took a gulp of filtered water to moisten his throat. The filthy, stinky filtered water didn't upset his stomach, one might say that was a miracle. After completing his preparations, Yu Hong took a piece of jerky, sat by the bed, and slowly chewed on it. The jerky was very hard, much harder than any meat he'd eaten before, thin and long, entirely black. Stammering Yi said it was lizard meat. Yu Hong didn't mind. At least compared to the other two kinds of jerky, he could still somewhat accept lizard meat. The other two were rat jerky and cockroach jerky. As it approached nightfall, Yu Hong lit a candle and placed it beside him, on the bedside table, allowing the candle light to envelop the vents specifically left around the doors and windows. Then he closed his eyes and rested quietly. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, Yu Hong went to the village entrance to wait. His phone had long since run out of battery, so he could only use the shadow on the ground from the sunlight to roughly calculate the time. After waiting for about an hour, two figures gradually appeared at the end of the road, carrying large bags on their backs. As they got closer, the figures became clearer. It was Stammering Yi and Dr. Su returning. Yu Hong hurriedly stepped forward and helped support the large cloth bag on Stammering Yi's back. "Thank you for your hard work," he said softly to Stammering Yi. "How's the safe house doing?" Stammering Yi asked with anticipation. She had checked the progress before setting out yesterday. It should be almost done. "It's done, the door is completely finished." Yu Hong nodded earnestly and smiled. He was also in high spirits. "I bought water-proof paint." Stammering Yi gestured haltingly, "For you, to coat." "Waterproof paint?" Yu Hong paused for a moment. He had forgotten that he needed to apply waterproofing. Otherwise, it wouldn't be long before his painstakingly built wooden door would mold and rot due to moisture. He wasn't a professional carpenter, just someone with some handyman skills, missing key steps unknowingly. Luckily, Stammering Yi had thought of this. "Oh, how did I forget about the waterproofing?" He slapped his hand, a bit fearful. "Good thing you remembered, or the work on the wooden door would have been wasted." Yi sacrificed a third of her jerky for just this can of waterproof paint, Dr. Su reminded quietly from the side, casting an unfriendly glance at Yu Hong. Since it's finished, when are you moving out? She continued. Soon, I'll move out soon. Yu Hong nodded. Dr. Su seems to have some misunderstanding with me, but wait and see, soon I'll be able to help Yi Yi have a better life. Stammering Yi Yi had helped him a lot, and he remembered it clearly, and now he was almost certain the secret of the black mark was unique to him. At least neither Stammering Yi Yi nor Dr. Su had it. He had asked Stammering Yi Yi, and she hadn't heard of anyone else with such special abilities. So his confidence had grown considerably. Asterisk, there he goes again, just a guy who brags. Asterisk. Dr. Su gave him another disgusted look and turned her back to leave with her backpack. She had seen others rescued by Yi Yi before, and once they recovered and learned a bit, they left. None stayed longer than 5 days. But this Yu Hong, he had been here for so long, almost 20, nearly 30 days, and still didn't leave. Not leaving would be fine, but he didn't help with work either. This made Yi Yi spend much more time picking wild vegetables and painting luminous stones. Yet, the amount of food had decreased significantly. Food was already scarce, and with 2 people eating, they had to cut back to make it last. I believe in you. Stammering Yi Yi said seriously to Yu Hong as she leaned over from the side. Yes. Thank you. Yu Hong nodded, watching Dr. Su walk away. Only then did they return to the house to count the items they had brought back. A big bag of luminous stones, minus the paint, brought back only half a pound of jerky and 1 pound of dried mushrooms. Mixed with wild vegetables, this had to last them at least 3 to 5 days. In the house, they sorted the jerky together, packing them into bags and adding charcoal to absorb moisture, tying them securely. This was so each package was separate to avoid frequent unsealing and moisture buildup. By the way, how strong are the shadows and the blood tide during the high-risk period? Can you explain in detail? Yu Hong asked as he continued to pack. Very strong. Stammering Yi Yi nodded. They could be anywhere. Shadows. Blood tide will appear every day, and accompany shadows together. 10 luminous stones are needed just to deal with 1 shadow. Stammering Yi Yi began explaining carefully the level of danger during the high-risk period. Through her intermittent explanations, Yu Hong gradually learned about some of the dangers of the high-risk period. Especially the shadows. An ordinary luminous stone, once marked with symbols, could have even better dispersal effects against shadows. Stammering Yi Yi's luminous stones naturally worked better than others, so they always sold at a better price. During the high-risk period, even her luminous stones required 10 pieces to dispel 1 shadow, let alone those used by others. Yu Hong also asked about the candle consumption. The answer took him aback. During the high-risk period, a single large candle could be consumed in 1 night, causing significant depletion. Of course, they could also burn firewood, but there must be a source of bright light at all times to ward off the blood tide. After calculating the high-risk period duration, Yu Hong glanced at the tattered desk calendar on the table, noting 15 days left. The wooden door would be enhanced in 12 days. If the enhancement wasn't as effective as he hoped, it could be troublesome. He felt slightly apprehensive. Where did you buy the candles? He asked again. Uncle Wang. Stammering Yi Yi took out a simple map and pointed to a relatively distant spot on it. He used to be a villager. How long does the high-risk period usually last? It used to be 1 day. Later, gradually, became 5 days. Stammering Yi Yi answered. It can last longer. Yu Hong frowned. Yes. Stammering Yi Yi nodded vigorously. I understand. Yu Hong knew he needed to act fast. In the following time, he began to accelerate the construction of his safe house. Even though the door was completed, the various internal structures still needed to be arranged. Especially the chimney. If he wanted to make a fire inside, he had to prepare for ventilation and smoke emission in advance. This was actually not difficult, as he had previously seen stoves with chimney pipes in the village houses. He just needed to bring them out and disassemble them. After all, the most important parts were the metal chimney pipes. But, those houses, according to stammering Yi, were best not explored deeply. It was okay to dismantle door panels outside, but going into places where the light was too dim could easily lead to an encounter with shadows. However, with the enhanced pyroxene, it wasn't much of a problem. One piece of enhanced pyroxene could resist several shadows. It worked much better than ordinary pyroxene. Still, just thinking about the troublesome and dangerous aura of shadows made Yu Hong's heart race, and he really didn't want to approach them willingly. This world was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Over the last couple of weeks since his arrival, Yu Hong had fully realized this. As an ordinary person, his survival knowledge was far less than stammering Yi and the others, and his physical abilities also lagged behind significantly. Even stammering Yi and Dr. Su were having a hard time. If he relied solely on himself, there was no way he could manage. So, he had to make use of the one unique advantage he had over others, the greatest advantage, the black mark. The sun was shining, marking the start of a new morning. In front of a stranger's tiled house in Baekyu village, Yu Hong and stammering Yi, clad in dirty clothes, with greasy hair clumped together like dreadlocks, stood at the doorway, gazing inside. The inside of the house was shrouded in darkness, continuously emitting a chilling aura. A subtle, cold wind occasionally seeped out, accompanied by a moldy stench and an unknown foul odor. The sunshine halted at the doorway, dividing the house into two distinct worlds. "Inside, there's the pipe I need," Yu Hong said in a deep voice. "How do we get it?" Stammering Yi asked seriously, also in a low voice. She seemed to be mimicking Yu Hong. "A shadow could appear at any moment, so I need to be quick," Yu Hong said. A heater was essential for warmth in their safe house cave, but burning fire in a closed space was dangerous, so the smoking pipe was indispensable. So, at this moment, as he looked at the dim interior of the house, a look of determination appeared in his eyes for the first time. "Sorry. I'm just too scared." To achieve safety, he first had to confront danger. There was no other choice. "Let's go." Gripping the enhanced white stone in his pocket, Yu Hong took large strides into the house. Stammering Yi followed behind him, also carrying a bag of white stones, nervously glancing around. Crunch! As soon as their feet stepped into the house and entered the dim area, they suddenly felt a chilling cold creep up from their ankles. At that moment, the enhanced white stone and the regular white stone simultaneously activated, sending streams of cold energy to counteract the chill. "Something's wrong, quick!" Yu Hong instantly realized there was a shadow here, and immediately accelerated, rushing toward the depths of the house. He had inspected many houses, and the chimney here was the most suitable, the longest, so this time, he was determined to get it. The two swiftly crossed the open space and reached the innermost wall. There lay a metallic, square stove with a vertical metal chimney pipe attached to one corner. The chimney pipe extended upwards 2 meters before taking a side turn, reaching over 3 meters long, protruding through a round hole in the wall. "This is it. Grab it." Yu Hong's eyes lit up as he lunged forward and grabbed the chimney pipe. Poof! He pulled hard. It didn't budge. He looked down. The chimney pipe was welded to the corner of the square stove, immovable. Just as he was about to exert more force, he suddenly caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye of a small door leading to a bedroom, quietly cracking open in the house's corner. Inside, amidst the darkness, stood a grey figure whose face was obscured. The figure stood there motionless, gazing in this direction. At the same time, an even more intense chill surged from the small bedroom door. "Yi!" In a panic, Yu Hong shouted, gripping the enhanced white stone as his muscles tensed, ready to strike. Meanwhile, he glanced behind him at stammering Yi. "But No one was there. Not only was Yi gone, but even the stove with the chimney had vanished. Yu Hong turned his gaze again and saw stammering Yi, cradling the stove and dragging the chimney pipe, had reached the doorway and was about to leave. The heavy stove seemed no more than a foam box in stammering Yi's hands, with no hindrance at all. Run! You! Stammering Yi had just dashed into the sunlight and realized Yu Hong wasn't with her. She turned back in confusion and saw Yu Hong still standing in place, and she shouted urgently. Yu Hong was speechless. But by then, he was already being targeted by a shadow. And the power of the enhanced white stone continuously streamed out, fighting against the rigid sensation. I. Yu Hong was trembling, standing in place, unable to break free, tightly clenching the enhanced white stone in his hand like a machine on the verge of collapsing. Beads of sweat dripped from his forehead and hairline, his pupils already dilated, and the intense fear almost threatened to drown his heart in its tidal waves. I'm so scared. It's terrifying. Why is this place haunted by such horrifying entities? Why? Instantly, countless questions, like crawling insects, frantically filled Yu Hong's entire being, saturating his consciousness and thoughts. But at that moment, he was plunged into a bizarre battle, with the shadow's power and the enhanced pyroxine's power cancelling each other out, using his body as the battlefield. In this state of confrontation, Yu Hong suddenly sensed something behind him. Click! He heard a faint sound. As if shoes were stepping on the earthen floor of the house, lightly. The sound of moving shoes, one step after another, seemed to be approaching him, slowly, from behind. Step by step. The footsteps were rhythmic, unhurried and unflustered, steadily approaching Yu Hong. Soon, the wooden door of the house began to silently close, shutting out the bright sunlight and stammering Yi. Yu Hong was terrified, his body trembling uncontrollably as tears and sweat trickled down his cheeks. Yet, in that instant, he was powerless, only able to watch the door draw closer and shut slowly. Helplessness. A profound sense of helplessness continuously surged from within him. He opened his mouth, attempting to speak. Suddenly, a hand reached from behind and gripped his hand tightly. In that moment, Yu Hong felt as if struck by lightning, letting out a piercing scream. He jumped up, spinning around to pull a thick wooden club embedded with numerous nails and enhanced white stones from beside his pant leg, swinging it back in fury. The wooden club, as it was driven by the utmost terror within Yu Hong, sliced through the air with a deep, resonant whoosh. Amidst the chaotic sound of the air being ruptured, a resounding crash. Bang! The club slammed into a white silhouette behind Yu Hong, splitting it in two. It shattered into fragments and dissipated in a steaming vapor. Yu Hong raised the spiked club and, without pausing, lunged toward the other grey shadow by the bedroom door. Quickly. Boom! An enormous crash followed. The club pounded into the door frame, creating a deep indentation. Under such an intense counterattack, the grey shadow also shattered instantly, becoming a heap of grey cloth scraps scattered on the ground, evaporating. Bang! 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 Yu Hong's eyes were filled with bloodshot veins as he continued to frantically strike against the position of the grey shadow with the spiked club. Only when the doorframe started to splinter and wobble did he regain his senses. Seeing the shadow vanish, he charged out the door, returning to the sunlight, still holding onto the club. Huff! 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 Panting heavily, he slowly bent down, crouching on the ground. Beside him, stammering Yi watched him blankly, unsure how to offer comfort. Just moments ago, she was prepared to rush inside to rescue him, but seeing Yu Hong's sudden outburst had startled her, leaving her at a loss, waiting for the outcome. And the outcome was Yu Hong himself rushing out, wildly smashing two shadows into pieces, and then, overwhelmed by fear, crouching on the ground gasping heavily. You. After waiting for a while, stammering Yi hesitantly asked in a low voice. I'm sorry. Yu Hong's voice trembled, drenched in sweat as if just plucked from a pool. I was just too scared. Having calmed down a bit, his emotions began to stabilize. He slowly stood up and turned to face stammering Yi. His expression was full of pain, helplessness, pitiful. They scared me. He kept swinging the spiked club as if expressing his intense emotions through body language. I was so scared. Yu Hong's face twitched. So I had to smash them. I know what I'm doing, but if I didn't shatter them. I was afraid they'd chase after me. It's okay. Stammering Yi blinked, retreating a step due to the wild swings of the spiked club, feeling somewhat creeped out. Now, it's okay, relax. Stammering Yi raised her hands, trying hard to soothe him. Yu Hong realized his state of mind was off too, so he began taking deep breaths. Inhale. Exhale. After about 30 breaths, he finally felt much calmer physically. Good thing I prepared everything in advance. He put down the thick wooden club, feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him. He was someone who tried to prepare everything thoroughly before undertaking any task. Just like this time, when he entered the house to steal the chimney pipe, he had allocated his few enhanced white stones in advance. 3 were embedded in the club, or rather, holes were dug, and they were tied in place with string. Looking back, this method had been very useful. Is it okay, now? Stammering Yi asked cautiously, watching him. I'm sorry. Yu Hong reluctantly shook himself, I was too agitated. Stammering Yi shook her head, indicating she wasn't scared. Actually, I have also seen. She picked up the stove and chimney pipe, and together with Yu Hong, headed back. Talking along the way, she shared stories of people she'd seen before. From her narrative, Yu Hong learned that others had fallen into extreme fear, much like him. Some also exploded with madness, resisting like him. But Yu Hong was different from them. After their resistance, those people merely exhausted themselves, trapping themselves in perilous situations. But Yu Hong smashed the shadows and then bolted, only relaxing when he reached a safe area. In extreme emotional outbursts, it's unusual for a person to know how to conserve strength. Yet Yu Hong managed to do it. Not only did he smash the shadows, but he saved enough energy to turn and flee. This made him very special. Dong, dong, dong. In the midst of a series of knocks. Within the safe house cave, Yu Hong exhaled deeply, took 2 steps back, and looked at the ultra-simplified base he had crafted. He secured the looted stove with the chimney attached to the middle of the cave wall. That'll do for now. He put down the hammer and turned to glance at the door still being reinforced. The door displayed the remaining time, 9 days, 5 hours, 42 minutes. After finishing these tasks, he walked out of the cave and saw stammering Yi tying up a large bundle of wild vegetables outside. The incident with the chimney had just passed, but the emotions from that time left a deep imprint in his heart. Even now, recalling it made him feel lingering fear and immense terror. Such feelings made him long intensely for a completely safe solitary space. A place where he could rest peacefully. With this place, he could properly explore this extremely dangerous world. Retracting his thoughts, Yu Hong picked up the steel nail wooden stick he had just used, noticing that some of the nails were bent. However, that wasn't the focus was on the 3 pieces of enhanced white stone. The first piece of enhanced white stone had already turned completely black, losing its jade-like texture. Seems like it's been used up. Yu Hong reached out to remove this piece of white stone and replaced it with another. He still had 1 piece of enhanced pyroxene, which would suffice. But since the reinforcement seemed to work one at a time, he couldn't reinforce other items before the wooden door was finished. So, he had to use the 4 pieces of enhanced pyroxene as sparingly as possible. According to previous usage, 1 piece of enhanced pyroxene could fend off the shadow 3 times. In this light, 1 piece of enhanced pyroxene could equal 30 ordinary pyroxenes. If he could publicize this comparison and use the enhanced pyroxene for bartering resources, the price difference might alleviate his concerns about supply shortages. With these thoughts, Yu Hong began planning his future arrangements and strategies. Time flew by, and before long, the sky began to dim. Stammering Yi also packed up the cloth bag and filled up the new water tank. The 2 of them returned to the house in Bakia village with their belongings. They had just returned from the cave, which had just been cleaned, was neat, tidy, and had good air. In contrast to the old house, which was dirty and dark, full of a moldy smell, Yu Hong couldn't bear to stay there any longer. A night without words. In the following days, unable to reinforce items, Yu Hong and Stammering Yi gathered dry wood everywhere to store in the cave. Now that there was a door, it could block wind and rain, and they could store some firewood. Then they prepared items for filtering water. According to Stammering Yi, the water outside was very dirty and drinking it directly could cause a strange illness, so it had to be filtered. And the spare filters were only available for purchase in town. So they had to make a trip to town. Going to town is more than 30 miles. I don't think I can make it, Yu Hong admitted his physical limitations. If he pushed through, he might make it, but subsequent knee injuries, overexhaustion, and possible new illnesses would severely slow his reaction to danger. On the slope outside the cave, Stammering Yi nodded while digging in the dirt. There's a way. What way? Yu Hong sat down, resting on the stone surface at the cave entrance, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Post office. Stammering Yi replied, then carefully began explaining haltingly. Speaking was difficult for her, so she simply used a charcoal pencil to write on the stone. She didn't know many characters, so she had to write and gesture as she spoke. The post office can make purchases, so why can't I have you buy on my behalf? Yu Hong asked. Filter, can't buy. Need, qualification, Stammering Yi replied. Qualification? What kind of qualification? Yu Hong wanted to ask further but saw from a distance, Dr. Su approaching with a cloth bag on her back. Yi, the blood tide is coming, we have to go to town. She looked a little pale, with a white gauze wrapped around her right arm, likely an injury from the past few days. Oh! Stammering Yi shouted in response. Dr. Su glanced at Yu Hong, ignored him, and went with Stammering Yi to Bakia village to check the items they needed for trade. Before long, the 2 of them counted all the luminous stones. How is it less than half? Dr. Su was a bit shocked. Every time Stammering Yi went to trade, she normally managed double this amount, but now. These supplies can't get us enough food. Especially since you, Yi, now have to feed 2 people, she couldn't help but ask. Too busy. Yi scratched her hands sheepishly, a silly smile on her face. What are you busy with? Building some useless safe house for that Yu Hong. Dr. Su was instantly furious. I clearly told him, no thickness of wood planks can stop shadows and bugs. The safe house you all are building is a complete waste of effort. No problem. I trust him. Stammering Yi thumped her chest. He will get you killed. Dr. Su shouted angrily, without enough to eat, there's no energy, and it's easy to get sick. I checked the post office yesterday, and no one knows where the mail carrier is. So, we can't buy medicine, and a lot of important supplies depend on him. We have to save food and spices to avoid running out later. No, won't. Stammering Yi shook her head. She had received a piece of enhanced pyroxene from Yu Hong and, although she promised not to tell anyone, she knew in her heart that Yu Hong seemed different from the others. You, oh you. Dr. Su was so angry she wanted to rush over and hit Yu Hong. But, seeing the look on stammering Yi Yi's face, she bottled up her frustration. The two of them left the village step by step along the old road, heading into the distance. On the other side, Yu Hong had reorganized the safe house in the cave, checking all the seals to ensure there were no problems before starting to paint them. Waterproofing was essential, and the inner walls of the cave also had to be painted, otherwise living here would inevitably create a temperature difference, leading to moisture condensation and mold. After checking everything, he didn't return to Baekje village but instead huddled in the cave with candles and a quilt, intending to try spending the night there. Whew! Gradually, night fell. The howling wind outside the cave caused the temperature to swiftly drop to a slight chill. Inside the cave, Yu Hong sat cross-legged on a large wooden board, lighting a candle. Then he quietly calculated the resources needed to safely endure the upcoming blood tide. The last one lasted 5 days, so based on the pattern of escalation, let's assume 6 days. That requires at least 12 candles, one for each day. Then food and drink for 6 days also need preparing. Enhanced white stone reinforcement will have to wait until after the wooden door is finished. With 3 days left before the blood tide, rather than gambling on the wooden door's reinforced security, it's better to plan additional precautions. By the candlelight, Yu Hong calculated while quietly listening to the wind outside. Soon, the rustling returned. The black bugs brought by the blood tide began their assault once again. But, a large number of black bugs could only get in through prearranged openings, and they weren't entering quickly. Once inside, they were dispelled quickly by the candlelight. Yu Hong observed for a while to ensure everything was in order before relaxing. He checked the rate at which candles burned and felt that everything was likely fine. Placing the steel nail wooden stick by his side, he lay down on the quilt and gradually drifted to sleep. Quickly, dawn broke. Stammering Yi Yi and Dr. Su returned together, bringing far fewer supplies than last time. Stammering Yi Yi calculated, finding enough only for 5 days. So Yu Hong contemplated and decided to have Stammering Yi Yi simulate drawing the more complex patterns for the enhanced pyroxene. Then, they would test the effect and, if feasible, sell them. For now, to cope with the emergency, he also began assisting Stammering Yi Yi in digging wild vegetables everywhere. Time passed day by day. The two of them also started storing water, while Yu Hong occasionally checked the wooden door's progress in the cave. Soon, time on the wooden door rapidly neared its end. To carefully observe the wooden door's transformation, Yu Hong specifically asked Stammering Yi Yi to borrow some food from Dr. Su on the last day, essentially sending her away on purpose. He positioned himself at the safe house in the cave, quietly awaiting the countdown's end. With a rumbling sound, Yu Hong sat on the ground inside the cave, his eyes fixed on the wooden door, which hadn't changed since 12 days ago. He wanted to closely observe how this black mark reinforcement would ultimately manifest itself. Moreover, he intended to seamlessly continue reinforcing other items to avoid wasting the black mark's reinforcement time. At this moment, the wooden door, painted yellow and black, displayed black numbers visible only to Yu Hong. 0 days, 0 hours, 1 minute. In the last minute, Yu Hong couldn't blink, keeping a close watch on its final transformation. 1 second. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. Bam! Suddenly, Yu Hong's vision blurred for a moment. When it cleared again, the wooden door had transformed into a larger, denser, and sturdier door. The surface of the new wooden door had intricate wave-like patterns, a thick metal mesh at the vents, dense yet breathable. An observation window was positioned right in the middle, allowing a view of the exterior. The previously loose connections between the door and the cave had been entirely reinforced with a large circle of dense screws, looking far more solid than before. Yu Hong stood up and approached, touching the wooden door. Dong, dong, dong. He knocked on it, finding it thick, hard, and resilient. This isn't the previous type of wood, He hadn't expected that the reinforcement would change even the original materials. Asterisk, and a lot more materials have been added. Asterisk. Yu Hong touched the thick vent mesh. He opened the observation window above. He ran his hand along the edge and didn't feel any splinters. Impressive. Thinking along these lines, he quickly glanced around the surrounding walls. His original plan was to reinforce the wooden door first, then the surrounding stone walls. However, due to the food shortage now, he planned to try reinforcing other items first. First, it's this one. Yu Hong withdrew his hand from the door and returned to the stove, picking up a piece of dried lizard meat from beside the stove. Asterisk. Can food be reinforced? Asterisk. This thought crossed his mind. Soon. On the surface of the lizard meat, a number quickly appeared, 3 hours. Asterisk. 3 hours, Asterisk. Yu Hong calculated in his mind. Then he shoved the dried meat back and directly picked up the entire bag of meat. Asterisk. Now what? Asterisk. A new number slowly appeared on the cloth bag, 1 day, 8 hours, and 4 minutes. The numbers were precise and accurate. Asterisk. Let's see the effect. Asterisk. Yu Hong immediately confirmed the reinforcement query. Over a day, he could manage it. Soon, Stammering Yi returned with a small bag of dried vegetables, apparently dried plants like bracken moss for storage. The two of them used a wooden barrel in the house to filter some water together, which was considered stock for the search period. Early the next morning, Stammering Yi went out to collect firewood. Today's task was heavy, and the search period was only 2 days away. They had to make all the preparations. After Stammering Yi left, Yu Hong went to the safe house in the cave alone to check the situation everywhere. After confirming that everything was fine, he picked up the bag of enhanced jerky from before. The jerky was divided into many small packages between him and Stammering Yi, taking one out at a time to eat, preventing it from getting damp. And there were only 10 small pieces in each bag. At this moment, the light outside illuminated the inside of the cave brightly. The light mainly came from a small mirror placed at the cave entrance's ventilation spot, reflecting it inside. The original cave was quite dark, even though the sun was bright outside, it was chilly and dim inside. But at this moment, the mirror's reflection improved the cave's environment considerably. Yu Hong took the absorbent charcoal from the corner, placed it outside in the sun, then closed the door and took the bag of enhanced jerky. On the grey cloth bag of the jerky, a row of digits showed, 0 days, 0 hours, 5 minutes. Almost there. Yu Hong sat down with some anticipation, quietly waiting. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Rustle. Suddenly, subtle noises came from outside, like grass being moved and parted. Yu Hong's expression changed slightly, and he quickly got up and went to the cave entrance to look outside from the observation window. The observation window was roughly shaped with a smooth edge, allowing only a thin slit to see outside. But at least you could see in all directions, sufficient for basic needs. The reinforced wooden door was now much better than before. There were many reinforcements at the edges, and the material appeared much more solid than before. It was only because Stammering Yi had a mental deficiency that he didn't notice the change in the door. There were no others nearby, so the before and after change could be concealed. The rustling sound came again from outside. This time it was very faint, evidently, whoever it was realized they were making too much noise. Yu Hong stood by the window and carefully looked out following the sound. He saw 2 men in camouflage suits, their clothes tattered and stained. The two trudged through the wild grass, glancing along the path in the woods. These days, Yu Hong and Stammering Yi often traveled here, trampling a line through the grass. Seeing the two stop, Yu Hong felt a pause in his heart, knowing they had discovered the traces. Soon, the two began looking around, searching for something. They followed the path to the clearing in front of the cave's safe house door. Stopping over 10 meters from the entrance, the two hesitated, silently waiting. Yu Hong remained still and silent. He was waiting to see what they intended to do. Standing at the observation window, the 180-degree view was clearly visible. On the green slope's grass, the two men looked up at the cave. One had a gaunt face, with yellowed skin, a frail adult male. The other was older, about 30 or 40 years old, and much more robust, with a machete hanging at his waist. After waiting outside the cave for a while and confirming no movement from anyone, or perhaps judging that they couldn't open the door, the two turned and slowly left. Their figures gradually disappeared into the woods. Only then did Yu Hong let out a sigh of relief in his heart. In such an environment, filled with danger and severe resource shortages, encountering other strangers, his first thought wasn't to ask for help or greet them, but to be vigilant. The surge period is almost here. These two surely know it. They're not like me, who suddenly came here, knowing little. So, to come around when the surge period is just 2 days away, carrying weapons and wandering, there's no need to guess what they're planning. Yu Hong retreated back inside the cave. Only then did he notice that the jerky, which he had been waiting to enhance, was finished. His eyes brightened as he stepped forward to pick up the jerky bag from the ground. The cloth bag looked quite different than before. The original bag was grey-white, with a faded cartoon rabbit pattern on the outside. The rabbit had buck teeth and long, upright ears, wearing a black leather jacket. This was the Mountain Bandit Rabbit, the main character in Stammering Yi-Yi's favorite cartoon. All their bags had this Mountain Bandit Rabbit design, but over time, the rabbit's image became worn, as it was just printed with some adhesive. The bags used to repack the jerky were Mountain Bandit Rabbit bags. But now, after the enhancement, Yu Hong held the bag, observing the neatly printed words. High Energy Protein Bar. Below was some detailed description. 1 bar satisfies a day's need. Contains many trace elements required by the human body, with components that quickly replenish energy needs. Carbohydrates, fats, proteins, dietary fiber. The description was incredibly comprehensive, with a list of ingredients, manufacturing process, and a 1-year shelf life, all included. Except for the absence of a manufacturer, everything was complete. Holding the jerky bag, Yu Hong paused in thought. This enhancement seems to directly perfect the original item using a standard template. He frowned slightly, recalling the wood door he had just enhanced, the luminous stone from before, and combining it with the jerky bag in front of him, he had a vague idea. Rib. He decisively opened the package. The bag was still made of cloth, but it had an inner sealed paper layer, utilizing a sealing strip structure to keep it dry inside. Taking a piece of jerky out of the bag, Yu Hong carefully examined it. The jerky was also different from before. Previously, it was grayish and mottled, with an irregular cut, obviously handmade. But now, the jerky was rectangular, with smooth edges, and sprinkled with some sesame seeds on the surface. The aroma of meat was rich, with a hint of sweetness. Yu Hong snapped off a small piece and popped it into his mouth. Immediately, his expression changed, his face wrinkled tightly. Sweet. Too sweet. No wonder 1 piece could suffice for a day's amount, no wonder the shelf life was as long as a year. I would have disliked it before, but now, such concentrated sweetness is actually a good thing. Though unpleasant, Yu Hong's mood improved a lot. The previous small bag of jerky was at most enough for him and Stammering Yi for 2 meals, but now, this bag could at least last 5 days. The food issue was instantly resolved. The black mark brought him a big surprise. Although it still needed testing for specific effects, to see if 1 piece could truly last a day. But given this sweetness level, Yu Hong thought it was unlikely to be a problem. Stuffing the protein bar into his mouth, chewing and swallowing, he took another large gulp of water, quickly feeling full. The result of the jerky enhancement is here, then it's on to the others. Yu Hong's gaze soon landed on the cup of water. Drinking water was the most troubling problem for him since arriving here. The odor made every sip feel like torture. If only I could enhance the filtration device. Unfortunately, there's only one filtration device. Stammering Yi over there definitely wouldn't let me mess with it. He walked to the wooden door, holding the high-energy protein bar, and after a moment's thought, suddenly came up with a question. This place is full of woods, with lush trees and weeds need water the most, so, where does their water come from? This thought, once it appeared, was fixed in his mind, churning continuously. Regaining his composure, he glanced at all the items in the cave. Then his gaze fell on the cup of water. The wooden cup immediately displayed a number on its side, 3 days. It's too late. Switch to another one. Yu Hong's eyes scanned around, soon falling on a candle. The soon-to-arrive surge period was a test for every survivor, with candles being of utmost importance. This related to the duration of resistance against Black Disaster's blood-tide insects. The arm-thick candle was divided by stammering Yi for him, with a yellow-brown wax, akin to a pencil in length, now only a quarter used. Yu Hong's gaze landed on it, and a new enhancement number immediately appeared, 1 hour 12 minutes. Such a short time. It's worth a try. Yu Hong felt a thought stir in his heart, went over, and picked up the candle to hold in his hand. Enhance the tree oil candle. The inquiry sounded again. Yes, Yu Hong confirmed in his heart. This time, it was only a little over an hour, and he didn't wait long before it was almost over. Sitting in the cave, holding the candle, Yu Hong stared at it without blinking. The timer showed just 1 minute left. He observed carefully, wanting to see how the enhancement appeared and happened. Soon. Puff. Suddenly, the whole candle seemed to blur, and a moment later, came back into focus. The original yellow candle turned into a brand new pure white candle with a brass shell. It even comes with a lamp fixture. Yu Hong was surprised. The enhancement from the black mark gave him a strong sense of concept. That was, this enhancement didn't adhere to the principle of unchanged matter, and the contents compared to pre-enhancement could be drastically different from post-enhancement. Just like the pre-enhancement candle, it only had wax and a wick, but the post-enhancement candle. He picked up the new candle, which was still as thick as an arm, but now wrapped in a brass wind-proof structure. The top had a small bowl for catching oil smoke, attached to a brass base. Unfortunately, the size hadn't changed. Interesting. So, can enhanced items be further enhanced? Yu Hong mused, contemplating the brass lamp candle, trying again. But unfortunately, it was silent this time. He glanced at the black mark on the back of his hand, still without any fluctuation. Can it only be enhanced once, or does it require some condition? Leaving the question in his heart, he looked at the sky outside, already at noon. The light had reached its peak. His gaze shifted to the dirty blanket. As soon as the idea of enhancement emerged, a large black number appeared on the blanket, 1 day 0 hours 56 minutes. After thinking for a moment, he looked at the axe placed by the wall, the tool used earlier for chopping wood. The axe displayed a black number, 3 hours 12 minutes. It seems all items can be enhanced, so. Yu Hong looked down at his body. What about myself? Can I be enhanced? Thoughts churned in his mind as he fixated on himself. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 30 seconds. There was no movement, nor did any numbers appear. Asterisk, looks like it won't work. Asterisk. He lifted his head in disappointment. After taking a rest and thinking for a while, he suddenly recalled the 2 people he had just seen. Asterisk, danger doesn't necessarily only come from monsters and shadows, it might also come from people. So, safety must be the top priority. Asterisk. Asterisk, my physical condition is poor, even worse than stammering Yi's, and I haven't fully adapted to life here. In a short time, the fastest way to ensure safety, is equipment. But he had nothing at hand in terms of equipment. Should he enhance an axe and fight hand-to-hand with someone? His gaze fell on the axe, saw, nails, hammer, and other tools. He shook his head inwardly, not holding out much hope. But regardless of everything, he still stepped forward, picked up the axe, and as numbers appeared on it, he confirmed the start of the enhancement. Since there's still time, let's try enhancing it and see how it goes. After confirming the start, he placed the axe in a corner, covering it with some items. He then walked to the door and looked outside through the peephole. There was nobody outside, it was utterly quiet. The wind rustled the leaves gently, and there were neither insects nor birds. Click! Yu Hong opened the door, holding a bag of protein bars as he walked out, and cautiously looked around. He checked the steel nail and luminous stone baton tied to his back, which had been a great help before. Facing shadows, its effect was quite evident. Although according to stammering Yi, shadows couldn't be killed and would soon reappear automatically. Being able to resolve an immediate crisis was enough. After securing the wooden door, Yu Hong frowned slightly. There's nothing to cover. If someone discovers it, everything inside might be gone. He touched the door lock. The round keyhole housed a standard metal structure, cold and hard. The wooden door originally had no lock, and he couldn't make one. But after enhancement, the lock appeared on its own, complete with several keys. This was also a part of the black mark enhancement mechanism that Yu Hong found highly intriguing. Standing at the door, he gathered many branches, leaves, and vines from the surroundings and placed them around the entrance to the cave door. Thus, from a distance, it appeared less conspicuous. Although still unsafe, it was much better than before. After finishing the cover-up, he quietly headed in the direction of Baekje village. The emergence of protein bars alleviated the food scarcity issue for both, but the more critical matter right now was candles. They didn't have enough candles. If the peak period really stretched to 6 days, their current 3 candles would be far from sufficient. They had to trade for more. Following the familiar mountain trail, Baekje village came into view after over 10 minutes. Just as Yu Hong was about to move closer, he suddenly paused in his steps. His face changed slightly as he looked toward Baekje village and quickly hid behind a tree trunk. From his position to the old road of Baekje village, a person lay on the grass, lying on his side. A slim black-haired man in camouflage clothing. The man was motionless, with a large pool of blood beneath him staining the grass crimson. Dead. Yu Hong felt his heart tighten as he hid behind the tree trunk. Standing motionless, he observed carefully. He didn't even dare to breathe too heavily, fearing that he might disturb something nearby. He hid like that for a long time. The person remained still, leading Yu Hong to speculate that he was either dead or unconscious. After ensuring no one was hiding in the vicinity, he slowly emerged from behind the tree trunk and inch by inch approached the man. Kneeling beside the man, he patted his shoulder. "Hey!" No response. Yu Hong reached out and touched the side of the man's neck. Cold. His heart skipped a beat, realizing the man was truly dead. A corpse. A corpse of a person he had just seen turn into. At that thought, Yu Hong's face turned slightly pale. His abdomen tensed, breathing became rapid, pupils expanded, and an urge to vomit arose. His hand, which had just touched the man, felt unclean. He forcefully repressed his nausea. He reached out, firmly grabbing the corpse's shoulder, and rolled it over. Thump! The black-haired man lay facing the sky, lying on the ground. There was a clear dark red blood hole in his left chest. His eyes were wide open, his mouth agape, as if in a rage. Yu Hong dared not look any further and quickly started rummaging through the man's clothes. Both jacket pockets, trousers pockets, waist pouch, he searched every place swiftly. No food, no useful tools, only a broken and cracked black radio was discovered. Clutching the radio, Yu Hong bolted, unwilling to remain with a corpse longer. Although he had anticipated witnessing such scenes, the presence of a real corpse at his feet stirred an uncontrollable turmoil within him. Sprinting madly, before long, he reached the door of stammering Yi Yi's house. Bang bang bang! He knocked intently. Stammering Yi Yi, open the door, he hurriedly uttered a series of jumbled numbers. This was their agreed signal. Bang bang bang! Bang bang bang! The continuous knocking echoed sharply in the dusk-tinged Baekje village. Usually, as soon as Yu Hong knocked, stammering Yi Yi would promptly open the door. But this time, there was no response from inside for a long while. Stammering Yi Yi. Yu Hong's voice involuntarily rose. The sound of knocking and his calls reverberated off the village's gravel paths. The sound wove between the hollow black houses, moving back and forth. The village grew even quieter. Stammering Yi Yi. Yu Hong's heart palpitated with fear. Was she not present? He glanced around, ensuring there were no shadows before stopping his knocks. At this moment, where did she go? It was nearly dark. Without finding a place to hide, the danger would be too immense. He started to breathe heavily, holding the protein bar bag in one hand and quietly grasping the hanging steel nail and luminous stone baton with the other. Coming! Suddenly, a familiar response echoed from inside the house. It was stammering Yi Yi. Yu Hong felt a surge of relief and knocked on the door again. It's almost dark, let me in first. All right. Inside, stammering Yi Yi's voice responded once more. I will be there soon. Yu Hong exhaled a sigh of relief, maintaining vigilance as he surveyed the surroundings, fearing the reappearance of the bizarre figure in white from last time. This village was extremely abnormal. There were far more shadows here than in the caves outside. This was also one of the reasons he was desperate to move out. He waited for about 10 seconds. Are you coming? With the door still closed, Yu Hong's brows furrowed slightly. The sky outside grew darker and darker. If he didn't get inside soon, it would be genuinely dangerous. Coming! Stammering Yi Yi's voice suddenly came from right behind the door. The distance was very close, very close. As if she was speaking with her mouth right against the door. Yet Yu Hong hadn't heard any footsteps within the house. In this extremely quiet setting, he couldn't possibly miss any sound inside the house. But during stammering Yi Yi's several responses, no footsteps accompanied them at all. As if she had appeared behind the door all at once. In that instant, Yu Hong felt goosebumps spread across his scalp again. Click! The door slowly opened a crack. Boom! At that moment, he kicked fiercely, slamming against the wooden door. A loud bang erupted as Yu Hong swung the steel nail and luminous stone baton inside. Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell! Confronted with overwhelming terror, he swung the reinforced baton embedded with enhanced pyroxene wildly into the room. Thump 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 thump! A pale figure behind the door was crushed into many pieces before it could reveal itself, dissolving into nothing. Stammering Yi Yi! Yu Hong yelled as he dashed into the room, fear driving him to frantically scan the interior with the baton ready for an immediate outburst of smashing. But the inside was empty, and there was no one. Only a piece of paper lay on the table, showing traces of charcoal. Breathing heavily, Yu Hong noticed for the first time that a sticky liquid was dripping from his nostrils. He wiped it, finding bright red blood. What kind of shadow is it this time, to make me bleed without even touching? He felt a sharp pain in his chest and looked down to find a finger-long slit in his shirt. The skin beneath bore cuts like knife scars, with blood slowly oozing out. Apparently, the shadow had used some unknown method to injure him. Thud! He closed the door and lit a candle. Yu Hong sat in a chair, taking deep breaths to calm himself. This god-forsaken place! He muttered under his breath, This damn place! After a few seconds, he cursed again, suppressing his voice. The candle light stretched and swayed his shadow long across the floor. Picking up the paper from the table, Yu Hong suppressed the bitterness in his heart and took a look. I went to get candles, we'll be back tomorrow. No punctuation, no line breaks, the writing extremely skewed. The only consolation was that it was understandable. Setting the paper down, Yu Hong pinched his nose, waiting for the bleeding to stop. I must create an absolutely safe. No longer afraid of any danger kind of safe house. Absolutely. He had had enough of this cursed place, filled with traps, filled with disguises. Gripping the candle, he shifted to the edge of the bed, his gaze falling on the gaps around the door and windows. These were the spots where black bugs might slip in. The invasion of black bugs had no fixed schedule, occurring every 3 to 5 days. According to Stammering Yi, at the very beginning, there weren't so many, or so densely packed black bugs. Now they seemed to be increasing, causing far more consumption of candles. After waiting for a while, once his nose stopped bleeding, Yu Hong freed a hand to check the wound on his chest. Fortunately, there was no itching or numbness. Lacking clean water, he could only endure, because infection could lead to major problems. Once he confirmed it was nothing serious, he breathed a sigh of relief, listening to the howling wind outside, sitting alone at the bed's edge, and couldn't help but feel a deep sense of loneliness. Perhaps, in the entire Baekje village, I'm the only one left. The villagers had left, leaving only Stammering Yi alone here. Yu Hong didn't know how she survived, but it must have been very tough, very dangerous. He heaved a long sigh and leaned back. Suddenly, a hard object pressed against his hip. He reached for it, and took a look. It was the radio. Wait, could the broken radio be enhanced? Yu Hong was about to set it aside when the thought abruptly crossed his mind. The moment the thought occurred, a number surfaced on the radio's surface, 512. The function of the radio was to receive external signals. If it could also be enhanced, there might be other gains. He looked at the numbers above. 5 hours, just in time to finish before dawn. I can give it a try. So far, Yu Hong hadn't found any side effects from enhancing with the black mark. The most it consumed was his mental and physical energy. By now, the axe was probably also finished being enhanced. He confidently responded to the inquiry in his ear. In an instant, the radio in his hand blurred for a moment, then quickly became clear again. Numbers appeared on its surface, 511. Seeing that the countdown had started, Yu Hong put it aside, sitting alone on the bed, holding a candle, exhaling deeply as a growing sense of isolation and fear overtook him. This fear wasn't just from the shadows and monsters that could appear around him at any moment. It was also from the unfamiliar corpse lying outside in the wilderness. He just sat there without moving, thoughts surging in his mind. It wasn't until dawn that he felt slightly more at ease. After drinking some water, Yu Hong left the house. The sun wasn't very bright and thick clouds hung in the sky. It was clear that it was going to rain today. The air was damp, and as he walked, a chill seeped around his ankles. He walked, then abruptly paused and turned his head to look at a house. There, in the darkness, he vaguely saw a white shadow appearing and disappearing. He took a deep breath and, carrying the radio, quickened his pace, hurrying towards the safe house in the cave. Over 10 minutes later, he reached the safe house. Bam! The reinforced wooden door was slammed shut and the lock was bolted. Only then did Yu Hong relax a bit, plopping down by the edge of the blanket. Picking up the radio in his hand, he carefully examined it, discovering that the numbers were now gone. The entire device had silently become brand new again. Any previously broken parts were also fixed. Could it be that my enhancement ability not only enhances items but also repairs broken things? Yu Hong's heart skipped a beat. He turned the radio over, opened the battery compartment, and found 2 blue AA batteries inside. Suppressing his surprise, he replaced the battery cover and turned on the switch. Click! A sound immediately came from the radio. Static! Right after, a familiar static sound filled the air. It really works! Yu Hong was astonished. He repeatedly turned the device over in his hands to ensure everything was okay, then raised it to his ear. The sound was exceptionally clear, with no static, and he was highly satisfied. Let's try tuning to this local station. Since arriving at Baekje village, he had been busy adapting to the environment and dealing with dangers all day long. Finally, the safe house in the cave was taking shape. At least hiding here, he could avoid the shadows and monster bugs, which made him relax significantly. Feeling a bit more at ease, Yu Hong turned the large round dial on the front of the radio, adjusting the frequency. As the knob slowly turned, the static sounds continuously rose and fell. Soon, with a swish, an extremely quiet band flashed by. Yu Hong quickly returned to the previous position. Immediately, with a tweak, a mournful melody floated out from the radio. The music seemed like a dirge, slow and protracted, with a low melody that unconsciously brought a heavy feeling to his heart. Before Yu Hong could guess what the program was, a voice came from the radio. Once again reminding everyone, due to a lack of batteries, please turn on the radio daily at this time, adjust the frequency, and after listening, remove the batteries to save power. A magnetic male voice came from the radio. This is the National Special Disaster Response Management Agency. I will provide daily updates on specific disaster situations across regions and report various changes during the Black Disaster, while also sharing part of Silver Tower's research on the Black Disaster. Please take it seriously. Hearing this, Yu Hong's expression tensed. Realizing he had found the right station, he immediately placed the radio on the ground beside him, listening silently. He had been active around Baekje village, as his physical condition made it temporarily impossible to reach farther places. Moreover, even in major places, it might not be possible to obtain the latest national research results. So the content he received on this radio was invaluable to him. At this moment, the radio continued speaking. According to statistics from the National Security Department, there are currently 759 areas in our country still experiencing and spreading the Black Disaster. Each area is primarily dominated by large numbers of blood ticks, occasionally interspersed with shadows. According to Silver Tower's research, the overall intensity of the Black Disaster is increasing over time, following an upward curve. The intensity of the shadows is also slowly increasing. All cities and towns are advised to prepare response plans. The peak period is approaching. During this time, all black disasters will show a significant increase in harmfulness. Among them, the blood tick's resistance to light is slowly increasing. This trait greatly increases the energy consumption requirements of lighting tools. Yu Hong listened carefully. Much of what the broadcaster explained was unknown to him. Especially that the overall intensity of the Black Disaster was on the rise, causing a renewed sense of crisis within him. He now had only a small amount of enhanced pyroxene left. The rest were either embedded or placed in the dark corners of the cave, serving as hidden protection for the safe house. With such a small amount of enhanced pyroxene, if during the peak period he encountered shadows, even just 1 or 2 a day, he couldn't withstand them. Upon hearing this, he immediately decided to enhance more pyroxenes. Just as he picked one up to start, a clap of thunder sounded outside. Immediately, the howling wind roared, sounding like a wailing. At first, a few stray raindrops hit the wooden door outside, making a sound. Then the raindrops increased, becoming denser and denser. Amidst the rustling sound. Soon, within just a dozen seconds, a torrential downpour occurred. The dense raindrops hit outside, producing a dense rattle. Yu Hong reacted quickly, finding a newly made wooden bucket from the corner, opened the door, and placed it at the edge outside. It was for collecting rainwater. Rainwater, at least, was much cleaner than foul water. After closing the door, Yu Hong listened to the rumbling thunder outside and the downpour. Then looked at the dry, quiet cave, empty and desolate. Suddenly, a sense of calm and stability filled his heart. Returning to the dirty, stinking blanket, he sat on it, exhaling long. Though smelly, it was safe. In such circumstances, even drinking water was scarce. Who dared bathe? To bathe required water. Suddenly, something occurred to Yu Hong, making him want to go out and use the rainwater for a bath, but he was worried about getting sick, catching a cold or fever. In times like these, with no medicine, what if he caught pneumonia? He immediately suppressed the thought and sat quietly in the cave, staring out at the gloomy sky through the viewing window. The radio continued to broadcast. Due to the explosive growth in the number of shadows, the Response Management Bureau will, from today on, dispatch patrol teams to conduct routine inspections and collect detailed data on the shadows. Before saying much more, the broadcaster's voice abruptly cut off, and his breathing became rapid. We interrupt with an emergency news bulletin. A malignant shadow event has occurred in Hope City No. 43 on Wuliang Mountain, resulting in hundreds of casualties. Due to the highly transmissible nature of these shadows, all outside communications to this Hope City are currently suspended, cutting off all normal incoming and outgoing transportation. Please note that the site of the malignant shadow event is Hope City No. 43 on Wuliang Mountain. The broadcaster repeatedly emphasized the address, his voice grave and tense. Yu Hong listened in shock. That's it. He was puzzled. No rescue measures, just isolation? No supplies either? No matter how long he waited, the broadcaster did not mention the recent news again, only continuing to discuss the latest official research findings in a report from an organization called Silver Tower. The dangerous Hope City was never mentioned again. Not a word. Yu Hong squatted beside the radio, listening for over 10 minutes with no signs of anything more. Finally, he seemed to understand. The authorities might have no other means against the shadows and black disaster but to seal them off, waiting for the intensity to pass. Standing up, he sighed and went to the door, looking out. He pried open a side inspection window, creating a large square window on the door. Beyond the window was a layer of sturdy glass, allowing him to see the rain pouring relentlessly outside. Through the rain, the mountain forest beyond seemed distorted, blurred. Clap. Another clap of thunder came. Yu Hong suddenly thought of stammering Yi, wondering how she was doing now. She must have been caught in the rain halfway. He hoped she was all right. In such weather, he couldn't rashly go out to look for someone. Moreover, stammering Yi's physical fitness was much better than his. Even if he found her, he'd only be a burden. Thinking of this, Yu Hong plopped down on the ground, relaxing his body. Taking advantage of this moment of safety and silence, he turned off the radio, picked up a pyroxene, and continued enhancing. The biggest troubles now were twofold. The candles were likely not enough, and they were running low on enhanced pyroxene. Tomorrow was the last day, the final deadline before the peak period arrived, so they could still go out together for some more candles. As for the pyroxene, he could only enhance them while having stammering Yi rush to draw them. If what the radio says is true, and the black disaster is continuously intensifying, how will ordinary people, with scarce resources outdoors, survive in the future? A faint fear suddenly crept into Yu Hong's heart. He was someone who scared easily, timid and fearful, but as a result, he always imagined problems as extremely complex and dangerous. This was an extremely abnormal mindset. Yet in this kind of environment, such a trait seemed to serve him well. If there's no one left outside, even with black mark enhancement, without food, I won't survive. So I must find a way to solve the food problem myself. I must be self-sufficient. Having secured some basic safety, Yu Hong turned his attention to food. And a water filtration device, I need to set up one of those as well. Those aren't things I can make on my own. I have to plan carefully. Asterisk. 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 Clap. The mountain forest was shrouded in heavy rain, with the overly dense rain almost forming a mist, enveloping the forest and obscuring the view. What should have been bright in the morning was now pressed grey by the downpour. The expansive forest resembled a loaf of bread covered in green mold. In the edge region, two small figures, like sesame seeds, were hurriedly rushing toward Baekita village. The two were clad in black raincoats, holding hiking sticks, and ran swiftly with practiced steps. Hurry up! It's getting dark, and those ghost things will come out soon. The person trailing kept gasping for breath, urging. I know, almost there. The figure ahead was petite and stammered out a reply. It was stammering Yi who had just returned from outside. Quickly, the two reached the bottom of Baekita village, stepping onto the gravel road, and dashed all the way there. Bam! Arriving at the house, stammering Yi pulled out the key to unlock the door, ready to throw out the pyroxene at any moment. Fortunately, there were no incidents. The two safely entered the house, without any mishaps. Just as the two entered, a flash of lightning outside suddenly illuminated the gravel road with a blinding whiteness. The moment the light shone, it revealed several vague human figures standing on the gravel road. Quickly, the lightning vanished, and the figures disappeared as well, like phantoms. It's fine. Stammering Yi breathed a sigh of relief, took off the hood of the raincoat from her head, and then looked to the other side. The other person also took off the hood, revealing Dr. Su's tired face. This journey, just the shadows we encountered there in Baek, were more than ever before. The consumption of luminous stones is too much. And then there's that monster from last night. It wasn't supposed to appear around here, according to the official report. This time, stammering Yi asked her to borrow some food, so she simply used the excuse of having her accompany her out as a condition to trade some dried meat and mushrooms with her. Thinking it was an act of kindness, she didn't expect that on this journey, if it weren't for stammering Yi's timely help, pulling her out of critical moments several times, she might have been. Thinking of this, Dr. Su felt a wave of lingering fear. This time, I don't know. Bam! Suddenly, a loud bang. Something slammed hard against the wooden door of the house. The loud noise shook the door panels, causing a section of the wall nearby to crumble and fall. The door frame shook violently, clearly becoming loose. What is that? Dr. Su felt a cold shiver up her spine. It's that monster. It's followed us. Why? It was the same creature they had encountered at their temporary lodging the night before. Brace! The door. Stammering Yi lunged forward and braced the wooden door with her shoulder. Bam! But the immediate follow-up bang knocked her backward and down. The force of the creature outside was too strong to hold off. Bam! 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 The wooden door was being battered repeatedly, and the nails around the door frame were being shaken loose one by one and popping out. Dr. Su was petrified, staring at this scene, her body stiffened and unable to respond. Asterisk, it's it, that thing, how could? Asterisk. Her son had once died in such a scenario. Back then, she and her family had reacted immediately, rushing to brace the door, but the massive impacts outside were something they couldn't contend with. Within less than half a minute, the door broke, and her son, aiming to lure the creature away, dashed out and ran far. She was dragged by her husband, hastily escaping out of the house. Before leaving, she saw her son in the distance being bitten by the creature's shadow. Boom! At that moment, the wooden door shattered, and the debris flew towards the stunned Dr. Su. She was about to be struck in the head. Suddenly, stammering Yi lunged and grabbed her, rolling them both to the side. Whoosh! After the door broke, a massive dark creature charged in with inertia. Taking the chance while it was still unsteady, driven by momentum. Stammering Yi picked up Dr. Su and started to run. She rushed out the door, running with all her might along the gravel road. Where are we going? Dr. Su, who had by then come to her senses, asked shakily. Stammering Yi's mind flashed rapidly through countless locations. Her house's wooden door had been reinforced but couldn't block the creature, so other houses wouldn't last long either. What to do? What to do? Asterisk what to do? Asterisk. Sweat accompanied by rapid breaths ran down her temples. Racing out of the village, Stammering Yi unconsciously reached the wooded area where she worked as a carpenter with Yu Hong during the day. Realizing it was not right, she quickly turned towards another direction, not wanting to bring trouble upon Yu Hong as well. But carrying someone while running, especially in the rain, even though her strength and physique were beyond the ordinary, she was becoming increasingly exhausted. Asterisk what to do? Asterisk. She kept thinking of ways, but no matter how much she thought, in this environment, without the shelter of a house or the blockade of luminous stones, not to mention the creature behind them, even the continually appearing shadows were something they couldn't resist. Yi, put me down. If I die, so be it. I can't drag you down too. Dr. Su spoke intermittently from her shoulder. Stammering Yi kept silent, concentrating on running toward the distance. Wham! Suddenly she made a sharp left turn, sprinting in the other direction. Beside her, a large tree was violently hit by the dark creature behind them, making a dull thud. The tree swayed, with a deep dent in the trunk, almost toppling over. Asterisk. 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 Yu Hong put the radio down, removed the batteries, and covered it with dry leaves. This would be his key to obtaining information from the outside world in the future. So it had to be well preserved. Having done all that, he glanced at the luminous stone, the enhanced pyroxene, with numbers counting down on its surface, but they were so inconspicuous that one might not notice them if not looking carefully. Whew! He exhaled, realizing that his breath had turned into a faint white mist. Is the temperature really this low? He stood up and walked to the stove, intending to light a fire for warmth. With the chimney connected to the vent on the door, there was now a safe way to start a fire. But looking at the firewood in the stove, Yu Hong knew that even if it were lit, it wouldn't burn for long. Sigh. I wonder when Stammering Yi will return. If only she could find some coal or something. The cave's protection was much stronger compared to Stammering Yi's house. The doors and windows over there, the wooden boards, were only half as thick as those here, and the material was softer, having been constructed from old housewood used for many years. The only issues now were warmth and food. Solve those, and this place would become a decent safe haven. Bam! Suddenly, Yu Hong seemed to hear a faint sound of impact coming from outside, far away. What's that noise? He frowned. Anything making such noise outside on a rainy day must be a creature or a shadow. He stood up, wanting to check what was happening outside. As he got up, he hesitated, fearful of being spotted by the shadows outside. Encountering a ghastly pale face suddenly appearing outside the peephole would be terrifying. Even with the enhanced pyroxene blocking it, being scared to the point of mental fatigue was quite normal. Thinking of this, Yu Hong sat back down. Bam! Suddenly, there was another sound. Yu Hong's face changed, he jumped up and rushed to the peephole, pulling aside the covering to look outside. What he saw startled him. It was Stammering Yi and Dr. Su being chased by that dark mass of a creature. Shit! Looking at the creature, Yu Hong was horrified. In the middle of the downpour in the hills, about 30 meters away, a creature resembling a giant tick, over 2 meters tall and 4 meters long, pitch black, was chasing after the two. Silence. A pause. Yu Hong stood at the entrance. Bam! He abruptly flung the door wide open. This way! Come this way, he shouted towards stammering Yi. He was tense all over, trembling, the blood in his veins surging rapidly, his face flushed. The intense terror and fear urged him to shut the door quickly, not to attract the creature's attention. But stammering Yi had previously saved him and helped him countlessly. Even in fear, Yu Hong held onto his moral ground and his principles. While gripping the metal-studded pyroxene staff on the door frame, he fought hard not to let his fear compel him to shut the door. Not letting fear force him to hide away. This way! Yi! Yu Hong stepped outside, standing in the rain, shouting fiercely. Run this way, he bellowed. He knew that if they kept running outside in such an increasingly darker environment, should the shadows appear, the end result would mean death. Rather than that, it was better to hide together in his place, betting that this reinforced door could withstand the creature's attack. As long as it held out for a while, once the clouds dispersed, the creature would soon retreat. In the distance, stammering Yi and Dr. Su turned their heads upon hearing the shout. Not only them, the bug-like creature heard it as well, turning its head to glance this way. Taking advantage of this pause, stammering Yi gritted her teeth and was about to run in another direction. Trust me, Yi. Yu Hong's voice rang out again. Stammering Yi paused, turning back to look at Yu Hong. Far away, she saw the grim determination on his face. Come! Yu Hong shouted, reaching out his hand. Whoosh! The dark creature charged again, its speed causing a breeze that lifted stammering Yi's hair. Even the rain couldn't stop the force of the wind. At once, Dr. Su reacted first, pulling stammering Yi as they ran toward Yu Hong. Her movement provoked the creature. The black creature followed behind them, storming toward Yu Hong at the cave's entrance. It was a black colossal tick-like creature, like a monster truck with 8 legs, thundering toward the cave. Its rhino-like size stomped wildly, a different kind of terror from the shadows. Yu Hong took a step back, standing to the side of the door, watching the monster close in, his legs trembling furiously. A month ago, he was just an ordinary person, a regular office worker. A month later, he was forced to face such an entirely unknown horrid monster. Fear. Tremendous fear. Made him stiff all over, hardly able to move. The hand gripping the doorknob trembled violently, eager to shut and lock the door. But Yi and the doctor weren't inside yet. Forget the doctor, but stammering Yi was different. She had saved him, and so now he had to save her. Bam! Yu Hong slapped his thighs hard. Calm the hell down. Damn it! Stay put. Stand your ground. He yelled inwardly, eyes fixed on the rapidly approaching stammering Yi. 20 meters. 15 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. 1 meter. Swish! In an instant, Dr. Su and stammering Yi charged into the door one after the other. The moment they were inside, the door slammed shut, locking securely under Yu Hong's force. Bam! Immediately, a loud crash struck the door's center, causing the whole cave to tremble slightly. Bam! 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 The dark creature frantically assaulted the reinforced wooden door. It seemed furious that Yu Hong had seized its prey. But no matter how it bashed, the door only shuddered, showing no signs of breaking or shaking. Woo! 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 This is... Stammering Yi fell to the ground, turning around to see a door that seemed entirely different from her previous impression. Her eyes showed confusion. She remembered that the door she and Yu Hong had worked on before shouldn't look like this at all. This door in front of her was way more upscale than before. It also seemed much sturdier. After you left, I reworked the door, reinforcing the surrounding area, Yu Hong explained, noticing her confusion and plopping down too, panting heavily. Stammering Yi stared blankly at him, considering the stark contrast between the previous wooden door and the perfected thick door in front of her. Forget that for now. Help brace it. Yu Hong stood up, shouldering the door from behind. Dr. Su and stammering Yi quickly rose to their feet to help brace it. The banging continued, but with their combined effort, the creature outside couldn't budge the wooden door. The banging went on for about 10 more strikes. Realizing the door didn't budge, the monster eventually turned around and left, soon disappearing into the rain. With a thud, all three of them, Yu Hong, collapsed separately onto the ground, their bodies limp and breathing heavily. The intense sound of their breaths echoed through the cave, stirring up tiny air currents. I told you, just trust me, all right. Yu Hong said, his face pale, speaking intermittently. This door. Stammering Yi still couldn't understand. The wooden door hadn't been like this before. How could it change so much in just a day? What did you encounter, and what exactly was that monster? Yu Hong didn't answer but looked at Dr. Su, hoping to get information from her since communicating with stammering Yi was painfully slow. Dr. Su's face was ashen, and blood was slowly seeping from her calf. Hearing this, she carefully examined the reinforced wooden door and looked around at other parts of the cave. So, this is your self-built safety. Boom. At that moment, a loud crash instantly interrupted her speech. Amidst the crash, the wooden door shook violently again, causing small stone chips to fall around it. Hiss. A muffled, strange hiss came from outside. Bang. 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 Then followed a series of rapid, frenzied impacts. This time, the force was even stronger than before. The reinforced wooden door trembled under the immense force, emitting continuous slight vibrations. The three of them were stunned for a moment but quickly reacted. It's the monster. It hasn't left. Dr. Su screamed, her voice sharper and almost unrecognizable compared to usual. Yu Hong and stammering Yi rushed forward without a word, pressing their shoulders against the back of the door. Seeing this, Dr. Su gritted her teeth and joined them, bracing the wooden door. Bang! 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 The series of massive impacts caused the reinforced wooden door to shake continuously, and the screws holding the door frame started to loosen more and more. Hold it! Yu Hong shouted. One hit after another. The three of them braced the wooden door with all their might, counteracting the impact-induced loosening. They all knew that once the door was smashed open, everything would be over. So they gave it their all. A minute. 2 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Until 13 minutes. The heavy rain outside slowly subsided, and the overcast sky cleared a bit. Sunlight finally pierced through the clouds, like golden pillars of light. Boom! The last loud crash. Their bodies jolted violently, and clear cracks appeared around the wooden door, on the verge of falling from the stone wall of the cave entrance. Hiss! The giant tick monster let out one last strange hiss, finally ceasing its assault and beginning to retreat. The hissing receded rapidly, then disappeared completely. Yet, the three of them continued to hold the door tightly, not daring to move, fearing a sudden sneak attack. They waited for well over 10 more minutes. The golden sunlight outside gradually seeped in through the viewing window's gaps, signaling to Yu Hong that it should be safe now. With a thud, he collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air. So tired, almost got overrun and smashed through the door. Given their state just now, once the barrier was breached, the outcome was obvious. Death was inevitable. At the verge of exhaustion, they wouldn't have been able to flee far. Luckily, it was all over. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Their breaths sounded like bellows, sweat trickling down their foreheads and cheeks, falling to the ground, leaving a trail of black spots. It's okay now, it should be, the sun's out. Yu Hong stood up, swiftly pulling open the viewing window to look outside. Through the wire mesh, the sunlight streamed in, accompanied by a damp, cool breeze that tickled his face and sent a slight shiver through him. Looking both ways out the window, he confirmed that the monster had indeed disappeared, and finally, he relaxed. Turning back, he glanced at the other two who were also sitting exhausted on the ground. What was that thing, anyway? How did you provoke it? That was a large blood tick from the blood tide, we usually call it big skin. Dr. Sue wiped her sweat and then casually rubbed her grimy coat, answering. But it shouldn't appear at this time, it usually shows up only during the peak period, and it's never been this aggressive and dangerous. Thinking about this, she managed to stand up. This isn't right, something's wrong, we can't stay here, we need to pack up immediately and head to the town's bunker. We can't handle big skin on our own. There was a hint of anxiety on her face. Yu Hong, it held. Stammering Yi Yi stood up, also wiping away sweat with her sleeve, pointing at the reinforced wooden door. Her pointing made Yu Hong and Dr. Sue notice the cracked damage by the door. And what about next time? What if the peak period arrives and there are two big skins? Dr. Sue said lowly. She turned to Yu Hong. I don't know how you crafted such a sturdy door, but with the peak period approaching, we barely held off one big skin. Do you think it'll hold? Will staying here keep you alive? She pointed loudly at the cracks on the door. Yu Hong was silent. He placed a hand on the door, looking at the inscription appearing on it: repair time, 17 minutes. That it could be repaired even though it was damaged was something he hadn't considered. Besides, to the average person, heading to the town indeed seemed like the best choice, but... His eyes flickered. If he went there, many things could easily go awry, and also, hadn't they fended it off? Though the door was nearly broken, this time they were unprepared. Adding more reinforcing panels or chains should make it much easier. I don't want to go, Yu Hong spoke. Me, neither. Stammering Yi Yi glanced at the cracked wooden door and then spoke up as well. But as soon as she spoke, Dr. Sue interrupted her. Are you too crazy? The door's almost broken, and you're not leaving? What if two big skins come during the peak period? Dr. Sue was at a loss to understand. Her breathing picked up again, and she stared at Yu Hong. I'm grateful you opened the door to save us, but this isn't the time for impulsive decisions. Do you really think this almost broken door can withstand the onslaught during the peak period? You're courting death, do you know that? So, going to town won't be dangerous? Isn't it more problematic when people gather, like with the shadow? Yu Hong countered, his emotions surprisingly stable at this point. After the intense fear and tension, he felt more at peace. Yes, but the committee is there, they have ways to handle it, safer than facing big skin here. Dr. Sue argued loudly. Yu Hong shook his head. Thanks, but I don't want to go. He felt that everywhere was dangerous now, outside especially. It wasn't as safe as his little cave dwelling. At least, the black mark now visibly enhanced his safety. Once the door was repaired, with further reinforcements, he should be much safer if big skin came again. But he couldn't say this. He couldn't explain how he was able to do it. In such an environment lacking materials and parts, suddenly producing a fully complete safety door was quite an abnormality. Crazy. Dr. Sue stared at Yu Hong, incredulous. You're absolutely insane. You're going to die. She pointed at the door. I don't know where you got this manufactured safety door from, but it can't hold off the blood tide. Peak periods are different from normal times. A big skin like that, if it appears, there might be several during a peak period. You can't hold them off. She continued trying to convince him. But no matter what she said, Yu Hong just kept shaking his head. He didn't believe the town had better safety measures than he did, even if the town's bunker might actually be safer. But he didn't want to place his safety in a place he couldn't control, among completely unfamiliar people. So no matter what Dr. Sue said, he shook his head. Finally, seeing she couldn't persuade Yu Hong, Dr. Su turned to stammering Yi. Yi, he's out of his mind. Let's go. Stammering Yi fell silent, turning her head to Yu Hong. To get her, stay, she stammered. Clearly, despite Dr. Su's words failing to persuade Yu Hong, they convinced her. After all, the damaged reinforced wooden door was indeed heavily compromised. If another big skin came and rammed it a few times, it would surely fall apart. Yu Hong had no explanation or justification to support his decision. He simply remained silent. Yu Hong. Stammering Yi looked at him, come with us. She tapped his arm, her eyes clear. But Yu Hong just shook his head. You should go, I don't want to leave. He understood, going to the town bunker, they could definitely deal with monsters like Big Skin, otherwise the town would have been overrun by the blood tide, and it wouldn't have been possible to collect information on Big Skin. It made sense for Stammering Yi and Dr. Su to go there. But he didn't want to go. He didn't feel safe with anything beyond his little cave, it was the safest. And even if he went there, with his currently frail body, once his black mark ability was exposed, the danger might be several times greater than in the cave. After all, many times, the human mind was much harder to guard against. Monsters were terrifying, yet straightforward, simple, and blunt. Yi, don't worry about me. I'll fix the door by myself, no problem. As long as we don't provoke multiple big skins. My cave entrance is high, not suitable for monsters to charge, just a matter of enduring a few days, trust me. Yu Hong consoled Stammering Yi instead. Stammering Yi blinked at him, wanting to persuade him further, but Yu Hong raised his hand to stop her. Go on, it's fine. Yu Hong said softly, you've helped me long enough, it's time to part ways. Of course, if you ever have trouble, you can come find me here, and I'll help you if I can. He reached into his pants pocket and handed Yi a piece of enhanced pyroxene. If he doesn't want to leave, let him be. Let him seek death. Don't bother with him. Dr. Su was completely hoarse from trying to persuade, and seeing Yu Hong's determination, she gave up as well. Stubborn to death. Let's go, Yi, we need to leave immediately, while there's still time. She grabbed Yi's hand, walked to the door, looked out the viewing window to check the outside conditions. Yi was being pulled along but turned back to reach for Yu Hong. Come, with us. She showed a hint of urgency on her face. But her hand was gently pushed away by Yu Hong. Yu Hong. She looked puzzled. I'll be fine, go on, the two of you can look after each other. Yu Hong looked at her earnestly. Dr. Su, please take care of Yi. If you encounter difficulties, you can come to me. My place may not be as good as the town, but surviving here is no problem. It is a man. Dr. Su twisted the door open, turning back to look at him. I take back what I said about you being a burden, and I thank you for saving me. But right now, your decision is really foolish. She couldn't understand how someone like Yu Hong could exist in the world. He seemed like an idealistic and naive person. He always said and did things that ordinary people couldn't comprehend. Now it seemed that perhaps Yu Hong had some skill, being able to create such a reinforced wooden door was indeed a talent. But he was too conceited. You will regret this. You have no idea how difficult the search period is, Dr. Su couldn't help but taunt. That was just her nature. It is still not too late to change your mind and leave with us. She stared at Yu Hong, finally revealing a deeply hidden hint of persuasion. No, thanks. Yu Hong shook his head, I prefer living alone. You. Dr. Su's expression changed slightly, snorted, and dragged Stammering Yi out. Let's go quickly. It just rained, the ground is tough to walk on, we must hurry. We should first take shelter at a patient's place I helped before. She finally ignored Yu Hong, forcefully dragging stammering Yi swiftly out of the cave, jumping off the rock face, and running into the distance. As she ran, stammering Yi looked back towards Yu Hong. "Yu Hong." She waved her hand diligently. "The house, the stuff, it's all yours." She felt this might be the last time she saw him, and her heart was somewhat heavy. "Thanks." Yu Hong also waved, a smile on his face. Watching the two run further and further into the wet woodland, they soon shrank into two tiny dots. He suddenly had a feeling. Perhaps Dr. Su and stammering Yi would not return for a long time. The sudden appearance of large blood ticks seemed to signal that the external environment was starting to worsen. If Big Skin's appearances became the norm. Yu Hong didn't continue down that train of thought. Watching the direction the two left, he suddenly felt a deep, profound loneliness welling up inside him. Suddenly, he took a deep breath and shouted loudly. "Yi! I will wait for you here, always." His voice echoed through the mountain forest, resounding repeatedly, traveling far into the distance. The two dots in the distance paused momentarily, then continued moving until they were completely out of sight. At this moment, more golden beams of light pierced down from the grey clouds, illuminating the earth and the forest. Yu Hong looked in the direction of the two leaving, then turned to look toward Baekje village. "No one's around now." He exhaled deeply. "I am the only one left." If the villagers and survivors around here encountered Big Skin, they would certainly make the same decision Dr. Su did. They would all seek out larger-scale bunkers. It is impossible to withstand more powerful monsters alone with just a few people. Maybe within dozens of kilometers, I am the only one living in the wild. Yu Hong gazed at the quiet, deathly silent Baekje village, its old houses decaying with patches, as if emanating a cold and eerie death aura. From the cave entrance, one could barely make out the village's contours through the woods. Yu Hong stood motionless at the cave entrance, standing there for a long time. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and all his muscles grew slightly tense. From afar, he saw the stone road entrance of Baekje village. Suddenly, a human figure appeared. It was a middle-aged man, wearing old grey-white clothes, with a slender build. Being too far, he couldn't see the man's features clearly. He could only see, from afar, that the man seemed to be smiling and waving this way. The figure stood at the village entrance, raising his right hand in a mechanical wave towards Yu Hong's direction. Yu Hong blinked, but in just the blink of an eye, the figure vanished. "Shadow," he gritted his teeth, feeling his jaw slightly sour. The frequency of shadows appearing in broad daylight was becoming higher. According to information from stammering Yi, it wasn't like this before. This was abnormal. Not to mention the newly appeared large blood ticks, Big Skin. Just like the radio said. The environment is deteriorating. Becoming increasingly troublesome. Yu Hong slowly retreated, no longer looking in the direction of the village. Instead, he searched for the wooden barrel he used earlier to catch rainwater. Very quickly, he found a wooden barrel with a large missing piece on a patch of grass more than 10 meters from the cave entrance. The water in the barrel was still good, with about half left. He laboriously lifted it and returned to the cave. Then he checked the wooden door, placing his hand on it. The mechanical voice of the black mark sounded once more. "Repair." "Yes," Yu Hong replied in his heart. Instantly, a black thread flowed from the black mark on his hand, quickly leaving his hand and sinking into the wooden door. Then a countdown appeared, a number only Yu Hong could see. Seeing the repair commence, he breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door slightly, allowing some breeze to enter from outside. He then began taking inventory of the food and supplies stored in the cave. 1 bag of fortified protein bars, 10 pieces. It could last him 10 days, provided the packaging wasn't exaggerated. 2 dried mushrooms and vegetables given by stammering Yi, almost a big bag, enough for him to sustain himself for quite a while under normal conditions, ensuring the intake of trace elements and dietary fiber. 3. A musty quilt. 4. A radio. 5. 2 wooden stools. 6. A stove. 7. A broken water bucket. 8. 1 piece of enhanced pyroxene. 9. A lumberjack set with axe and saw. 10. A single enhanced candle. This was everything significant. Other daily necessities were in the house at Baekje village. But Yu Hong walked to the window by the door, looking toward that direction. Under the sunlight, the old dilapidated village vaguely appeared, with human figures standing motionless at each household's doors and windows. They stood silently, unmoving. As Yu Hong observed cautiously, as if aware of something, they all turned to look this way simultaneously. So many. Yu Hong felt a tingling on his scalp, quickly shut the shutters to block the view from the inspection window. Baekje village was clearly different from before, becoming even more dangerous. Not just because of changes in blood ticks, but even the shadows. Previously, with such intense sunlight, shadows couldn't possibly appear so much during the day. How come now? He couldn't understand. The enhanced pyroxene in his hand, only one piece remained, the rest was embedded in the walls and the main door. Right, there was still the rod. Yu Hong grabbed the rebar rod, glancing around at the reinforced pyroxene embedded in the cave's surroundings, suddenly feeling slightly more secure. He began to somewhat understand Dr. Su. She was right. If it weren't for the black mark, going to the town's bunker was the best and only way to survive. Right, after using the enhanced pyroxene, I wonder if it could be repaired and replenished. Yu Hong sat on a wooden stool, picking up a previously used piece of enhanced pyroxene. This stone he removed from the rebar rod. The golf ball-sized white stone, once having a jade-like texture, had turned ashen, akin to lime. The symbols on its surface remained, but upon closer inspection, one could find many breaks in the symbol lines. From continuity to discontinuity. Holding the enhanced pyroxene, Yu Hong sat quietly, staring at the countdown numbers on the door. He dared not leave. The outside was clearly abnormal. Tomorrow would be the search period, but today had already begun with extreme abnormalities. There were things stammering Yi promised to leave him at Baekje village, but he dared not retrieve them now. Because it was too dangerous. Just now, with just a glance from afar, he saw no fewer than 20 shadows, appearing in broad daylight. It was a completely different concept from before. If those shadows were to attack, his enhanced pyroxene wouldn't be able to withstand them. Yu Hong watched the numbers and thought. Luckily, before I left, I gave Yi another piece of enhanced pyroxene and taught her the more complex rune on the enhanced pyroxene. It should be useful to her. Sizzle. At this moment, as he pondered, the wooden door in front of him suddenly blurred. In an instant, the originally damaged and cracked reinforced wooden door became intact again, like it had just been made. All damages, cracks, loosened fixture screws, etc., were all resecured and restored to their original shape. Yu Hong sighed in relief, stood up, and checked thoroughly. Assured that there was truly no problem, the door indeed restored to its initial strengthened state. Suddenly, a heavy relief came over his heart. But it's still not enough. Thinking about Big Skin's terrifying impact made his eyes cloud over with gloom. Thinking it over, he picked up the rebar pyroxene rod, cautiously opened the door, and stepped out of the cave. Outside the cave was a quiet and dense mountain forest. Vapor rose from the rain-soaked ground, transforming into a thin mist, permeating the forest, starting to obscure vision. The blurred mist raised a thread of vigilance in Yu Hong's heart. But he had to go to the place he made the wooden door before, to find some long wooden planks for reinforcement devices. Holding the rebar pyroxene rod, he minimized making noise, descended the rock face, and came to a small clearing in the forest. The clearing had scattered tree stumps from prior felling, black traces of fire, and wood chips from sawing fell. This was the spot where he crafted the wooden door before. Yu Hong looked around to ensure no danger before quickly picking up 2 thick wooden strips about arm thick from the ground. These were leftover materials from before, not used because they weren't straight enough. But now, they were just right for making latches and support pillars. Dragging the 2 wooden strips, slightly over a meter long, Yu Hong returned to the cave. The 2 wooden strips, having been rained on, were waterlogged, very damp. But he didn't care the slightest about these, and didn't mind whether they were wet or not. Surviving the next few days of the search period was the priority. Taking out a saw, after a brief measuring, he started to vigorously cut the wood strips. Quickly, after minor adjustments, the 2 thick wooden strips were treated at the ends, snugly fitting as inclined supports at the back of the wooden door, enhancing the door's defense. After completing these, Yu Hong placed a hand on one of the wooden strips, thinking of reinforcing the door's support device. This was an experiment of his. On the surface, it was merely a crude interplay of 2 thick wooden strips. Giving it a functional name, could it be specifically enhanced by the black mark? If not, it would mean the black mark required subtle conditions for enhancement. If it could, the scope of possibilities would be vast. With one hand on the strip, Yu Hong silently meditated. Soon. Enhance the door support device. The subtle, only audible to him, sound echoed. Yu Hong's expectant eyes brightened with hope. He saw a numeral appear on the wooden strip, 11 points. Yes. He responded firmly in his mind. Asterisk, it worked. Asterisk. Asterisk, it really worked. Asterisk. At the same time, a slight excitement arose in his heart. If this is so, then creating a makeshift water filtration tool on my own might also be strengthened to perfection. There's also furniture, various tools, as long as I give them a designated conceptual functional name, maybe. 11 minutes passed quickly. Under Yu Hong's expectant gaze, the thick wooden beam supporting the door blurred with a hiss and turned into a pitch-black metal rod in less than 2 seconds. The metal rod looked like an oversized chocolate bar, with anti-slip pads at both ends to increase friction. The material seemed to be iron but was much darker in color. Yu Hong picked up the rod and examined it closely. Although it's still a simple structure, the material is enhanced, obviously much sturdier than before. Impressive. He was amazed. Then, he repeated the process to enhance the second thick wooden beam. After a dozen minutes, 2 black metal pillars on the back of the door symmetrically supported it from the left and right. This is way better than the 3 of us using our shoulders to brace it. Yu Hong nodded in satisfaction. Then, there's one last troublesome issue. Candles. He hesitated to go back to Bakia village, but the candles, water filters, pots, and cups were all there. I only have 1 candle here, definitely not enough, unless I make a fire. Wait. Suddenly, Yu Hong squinted his eyes and looked at the stove by the stone wall. This stove, which stammering Yi helped him retrieve, connected to a smoke pipe and had not been officially put to use yet. What if I enhance this? This thought brought a strong sense of anticipation to Yu Hong's heart. He suddenly remembered the axe he had enhanced earlier, so he went to the corner to fetch it. The axe was different from before. At first, it was just a simple wooden-handled axe, with plenty of nicks on the blade from chopping. Now, after enhancement, the axe had a much larger metallic handle suitable for chopping wood. The long black handle featured anti-slip patterns, and the silver head of the axe was noticeably thicker, with a blade that gleamed sharply. One could say the ordinary old axe had transformed into a fine wood-cutting axe. Putting down the axe, Yu Hong walked to the stove. The stove was square-shaped, made of metal, coated with black paint, resembling a low black table. Yu Hong reached out and placed his hand on the edge of the stove. The icy touch jolted him awake. Enhance the fire, no, enhance the lighting and heating system. A flash of inspiration hit him as he quickly revised the stove's name. SSSS. A black line oozed from the black mark on the back of his hand, seeping into the stove's surface. Soon, a number appeared on the stove's surface, 1207. Enhance the lighting and heating system. The black mark's query was heard. Yes. Yu Hong responded forcefully. Instantly, the number on the stove changed from a static figure to a countdown. Hope it works. A hint of anticipation rose within Yu Hong. The time until nightfall was still far away, and he had a candle to last through tonight. By dawn tomorrow, it should be fine. But if tomorrow's enhanced stove still couldn't meet his expectations, he'd have to risk entering Baekita village to retrieve the candles and other supplies left by stammering Yi. As he watched the stove's time decrease, Yu Hong found a dry spot to sit down, feeling utterly exhausted. The series of changes today had caught him off guard, and the effort of reinforcing the two support beams had drained his energy. Weariness overwhelmed him, so he took out the candle early, held it by his side, and leaned against the steel pyroxene rod, slowly slipping into slumber. Old Yu! Old Yu! A gentle voice woke him from his sleep. Yu Hong opened his eyes to find a familiar pretty face hovering before him, smiling down at him. It was his colleague from work, Chen Waru. Old Yu is awake. I was scared to death, thinking something big happened. Thankfully, it was just a scare. Chen Waru turned to speak in another direction. I told you Old Yu isn't that fragile. We went too far with this prank, we're all from the same unit after all. Old Yu usually brags about his courage, yet here he was, scared like a dog. Man, I got enough material for a year. Laughter erupted. Yu Hong rubbed his eyes and realized he was sitting on the lawn outside his unit building, surrounded by his colleagues, all cheerfully chatting. Each of them was smiling warmly at him, chatting away animatedly. Pretty realistic, hey? That bug was a model I rented from a nearby film crew. You're the fourth person to be scared by it, including yourself. You're lucky, you and Joe almost wet his pants, and we caught it all on video. That's your dumb idea. The colleagues laughed and joked, encircling Yu Hong on the sunny lawn. Their smiling faces were warm and harmonious. As they continued chatting, they started holding hands, circling around Yu Hong. One lap. Another lap. Another lap. Look, Old Yu still hasn't snapped out of it. It's too funny. Don't be mad. Later, Brother Gao will treat us to hot pot. Snap your pictures, folks. Cheese. The voices kept entering Yu Hong's ears. He sat there dazed, watching his colleagues spin around him. Their smiles were so real, so warm. So it was all a prank. Yu Hong finally relaxed. He stood up and reached out to grab one of his most familiar colleagues. SSSS. Silence fell all around. The sounds vanished completely. In the stillness, Yu Hong's vision momentarily blurred. He took a deep breath and slowly opened his eyes. The cold stone floor was hard and real, painfully poking into his tailbone. He was still sitting on the ground, leaning against the musty blanket, staring at the stove still counting down, unmoving, with his arms wrapped around his knees. The cave was silent, and dim light filtered through the window in the door. It was a dream. He sighed. The sky was growing dark. Yu Hong's gaze shifted to the window. Through the observation window, there was a blurred human face, quietly peering at him through the wire mesh. Watching him, just waking from the dream. Who? Yu Hong jumped up, gripping the steel pyroxene rod, trying to stand. But his legs had been inactive for so long that they tingled when he stood, nearly causing him to stumble. When he steadied himself on the stove and looked again, the face at the observation window was already gone. Huff! Huff! Yu Hong was pale, realizing it might be the shadow. For he hadn't heard any footsteps. And the other's movement was jerky, skipping distances without continuity, which was the shadow's most significant trait. He had opened the observation window for ventilation earlier, allowing outside air to flow through the wire mesh. He didn't expect to be discovered by the shadows so quickly. It's just twilight, and it's already showing activity. Standing up, he cautiously advanced and reached out, swiftly closing the observation window shutter. Swish! The window light disappeared, plunging the cave into darkness. Yu Hong switched to another ventilation hole for air exchange. Although slower, it was less terrifying. Who knew how long that shadow had been watching him while he slept? After doing all this, he used the faint light seeping through the ventilation hole to check the enhanced pyroxene behind the door. The enhanced pyroxene had half of its volume turned from a jade-like substance to an ashen grey. Yu Hong felt a chill in his heart when he saw it. Luckily, the enhanced pyroxene was there, or I might not have even known how I died in my sleep. He sighed, detecting a faint scent of dampness in the cave, realizing it would turn moldy if not dried soon. His only hope now was to see what condition the stove would be in after enhancement. At this moment, the countdown on the stove had just over 10 minutes left. Yu Hong simply sat there, chewing on a dried mushroom bit by bit. He stopped looking at the door, keeping his eyes fixed on the stove. The 10+ minutes quickly ticked by. The number on the stove was about to run out. Yu Hong felt slightly tense, as this enhancement might affect his subsequent plans. SSSS. At that moment, the stove's number vanished, and the entire stove along with the smoke pipe blurred. The blurred state lasted a second before everything became clear again. At the same time, a brand new stove appeared before Yu Hong. Is this? Upon seeing the new stove, Yu Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. Because the thing in front of him had completely exceeded his expectations. Before him was a fireplace seamlessly integrated with the cave wall. The fireplace seemed to meld perfectly into the rock wall, with the body and smoke pipe entirely embedded in the stone. But that wasn't the most crucial aspect. What was key was that the stove's external material was entirely transparent. All of it was a synthetic material resembling glass crystal. Yu Hong stepped closer and lightly tapped the edge of the stove. Thud thud. Two dull sounds, very solid. This thing. Heating and lighting in one. Yu Hong was at a loss for words. A stove already provided heating, but making it transparent naturally added lighting. This enhancement was pure genius. He observed the new furnace for a while, until the outside light completely dimmed, and slight rustling sounds were heard. He quickly took out a match and lit a candle. The enhanced candle was windproof and could collect soot by itself, quite impressive. Placing the candle on a stool, Yu Hong swiftly stuffed firewood and kindling into the stove. The kindling was the wood shavings he had left over, extremely thin strips cut from wood, coiled and easy to ignite. He also added some sun-dried grass leaves. Crackle! Soon, a dark red flame shimmered inside the fireplace. The flame grew larger over time, with grayish-white smoke rising and flowing into the chimney, leaving no residue in the cave. The flame grew brighter and larger. Gradually, the firelight in the transparent fireplace outshone the candle flame. Another 10+ minutes later, after the fireplace stabilized and Yu Hong added thicker wood logs, he blew out the candle with one puff. Finally, it worked. He collapsed into a wooden stool with satisfaction, watching the burning fireplace. The warm waves of heat seeped through the transparent exterior of the fireplace. This material surprisingly had good thermal conductivity, as well. With the increased warmth, the cave's dampness gradually dissipated, replaced by relaxation and warmth. For a moment, the entire cave felt as warm as spring, bright and safe. Yu Hong reached out to warm himself for a while, suddenly feeling unbearably thirsty, so he got up and walked to the wooden barrel, preparing to scoop some water to drink. The water in the barrel was quite turbid, with a faint grey color, but it was much better than the stinking water. Yu Hong took a piece of charcoal used for drying, then cut a corner of his shirt with the axe blade, wrapped the charcoal inside, and placed it at the mouth of the wooden cup, just tight enough to hold it in place without falling through. With that, he had made the simplest and crudest charcoal filter cup. Picking up the barrel, he carefully and slowly poured the water over the cloth-covered charcoal. The water filtered in very, very slowly, then dripped drop by drop from below the cloth-wrapped charcoal into the cup. Yu Hong observed for a moment and found that the water that dripped down initially had some black charcoal sediment, but subsequently became cleaner, much cleaner than the water in the barrel. Though it was still turbid. Water must be drunk, it can't be scarce. I'll try and see if I can enhance a perfect one myself. If not, I'll get one from Stammering Yi's room. With the plan in mind, Yu Hong reached out and grasped the wooden cup. With the thought of enhancement. Suddenly, a new black number appeared on the side of the cup, 234. At the same time, the mechanical voice of the black mark echoed in his ears again. Enhance the filtering cup. Yes, he answered eagerly, full of anticipation. Whoosh, the number on the side of the cup instantly turned into a countdown. He relaxed a bit, sat down, felt the warmth emanating from the fireplace, and his heart calmed significantly. 2 hours wasn't too long, he just needed to sit and rest for a while. Sitting on the wooden stool, Yu Hong felt a constant stream of warm air radiating from the fireplace, brushing over him, passing through his clothes, making his body increasingly lazy. Even though it was a dangerous night outside, cold and damp, full of risks, this warmth somehow made him less energetic. Unknowingly, his eyelids began to droop. No. Can't sleep. He suddenly stood up, distancing himself from the fireplace. By now, the entire cave was filled with a faint smell of sweat. That was the peculiar scent from the blankets and his body being baked. When it was damp, it wasn't too noticeable, but now that it was dried, the smell quickly spread. Yu Hong rubbed his nose, knowing that the most appropriate action now was to open the door for ventilation, but unfortunately, it was nighttime, the most dangerous time outside. SSSS. A faint sound of crawling insects could already be heard coming from outside the door. Apparently, the blood ticks had started to appear. He didn't know where these insects came from, they were invisible during the day but crawled out at night. Moreover, they seemed to evaporate into thin air when exposed to light, which was clearly abnormal. But he didn't have time to think too much about it now. Standing up, he quietly waited by the fireplace. The flames in the fireplace flickered like red silk, swaying with the vibrations, unpredictably bright and dim. SSSS. Soon, through the ventilation hole on the right side of the door, a torrent of black insects surged in like leaking black sand. As soon as many black insects came in, they were exposed to the fireplace's flames and instantly evaporated into black smoke. And the fire only dimmed slightly for a moment before quickly returning to normal. Thankfully, the blood ticks didn't consume much fire. As long as I controlled the number that came in, these logs should last through the night. Yu Hong estimated the dry wood in the corner and felt a bit relieved. Standing by the fireplace, he waited for the black insect attack to end, ready to add more firewood at any time. Time elapsed little by little. The firewood also gradually dimmed. Yu Hong moved his hands quickly, casually tossing the dry wood he held into the fire. The dry wood quickly ignited, and the brightness returned to normal. This went on in cycles, with him adding wood almost every half hour. Otherwise, the firelight would quickly dim. This left him unable to divert his attention, and he had to keep an eye on the fireplace at all times. Boom! At that moment, the wooden door was suddenly struck, making a loud noise. Bam 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 bam. Soon after, a series of hurried knocks began. The door seemed like a large drum, hammered repeatedly, causing vibrating tremors, the edges shedding stone debris frequently. But 2 recently reinforced support columns played a significant role. Amid the loud crashing sounds, the door kept shaking, slightly quivering, as though the entire cave was about to collapse. But under the support column's force, it steadfastly held, with the surrounding screws all intact. Yu Hong stood there, heart pounding, trying hard to control himself not to look at the main entrance, but rather focused on the fireplace, preventing the firelight from dimming. Time passed like this, in an agonizing wait. He didn't know how much time had passed, as he had already lost his way to track time, his phone long since out of battery, automatically shut down. All he could do was keep watching the fire, waiting for dawn. Wait. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Isn't the phone also an item? Can't it also be enhanced? His mind suddenly realized that the highest tech item around him was undoubtedly the phone. If he could use it to enhance, turning it into a computing processing intelligent control center. Maybe in the future, he could even build an absolutely intelligent safety shelter base for himself. Standing there, Yu Hong daydreamed as the loud banging finally ceased. It seemed that the big skin outside understood it couldn't do anything to the enhanced wooden door and finally gave up, scurrying away until there was no more movement. About 10 minutes of silence passed. Outside, apart from the usual blood ticks or black bugs, there was no other commotion. Everything returned to the initial stalemate state. Only, the reinforced wooden door had been struck for so long that the door panel was slightly bulging inward. Sigh. Yu Hong exhaled, feeling the night was halfway over. If he just held on a little longer, it should be fine. Boom. At that moment, an explosive noise sounded abruptly on the door. The door panel made a cracking sound, a crack appearing. Yu Hong's expression changed. He hurriedly grabbed a quilt and pressed it against the door. Bam 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 bam. Another round of fresh pounding began. This time, the noise was noticeably louder and the force stronger than before. Either it's not the same big skin, or it has a berserk mode. Yu Hong pushed with all his might, a guess crossing his mind. The incessant boom echoed, numbing his eardrums, with his shoulder pressing firm against the wall, burning with pain, evidently rubbed raw. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. A half hour. 40 minutes. Until it was almost reached an hour when the banging stopped. It didn't resume for quite some time. Only then did Yu Hong breathe a sigh of relief, release the quilt, and examine the door. The sturdy back of the door panel now bore more than a dozen bulges, with parallel cracks running throughout. Estimating that another half hour of pounding would have broken it completely. However, at this point, a faint light creased through the ventilation hole, letting Yu Hong know it wasn't that the big skin had given up, but that dawn had arrived outside. Slumping down on the floor, covered in sweat, both hungry and thirsty. Turning to the enhanced water filtering cup, whose countdown had long since disappeared. In its place was a considerably refined black metal large cup. The cup featured a massive filtering device, akin to a balance weight connected to the lid. The lower cup body tube-like, similar to a beer mug, had a capacity of at least 500 milliliters. Which was a typical bottle size for the mineral water and purified water Yu Hong usually drank. Picking up the enhanced filtering cup, Yu Hong swiftly lifted the wooden barrel, pouring some water into the cup. The rainwater filtered through, slowly and gradually dripping into the cup's bottom until it accumulated into a layer of relatively clear cold water. Yu Hong waited for a while, tilting the cup to pour out this layer of water. It's basically drinkable now but still needs to be boiled. The pot for boiling water was in the house in Baekje village. Yu Hong could only sip it symbolically to moisten his lips. Then he walked to the door, pulled open the panel, and looked outside. Peeking out the window, the light was getting increasingly bright, and sunlight shone down once more. Yu Hong checked the surroundings and, finding nothing amiss, removed the support pillar and unlocked the door. He stood at the entrance, inspecting the damage inside and out. The startling part was that the reinforced wooden door was almost breached, meaning just before dawn. Otherwise, if it were. Yu Hong silently reached out and laid his hand on the door. Repair. Yes, he responded confidently. Watching the countdown appear on the door, a shadow crossed his heart. It's still not enough, I still need to reinforce the door. If another big skin comes charging, this door won't hold. So, how to reinforce it? He stood by the door, resealing it, pondering carefully. Before long, he quickly grabbed an axe and dashed out. After a flurry of chopping wood, Yu Hong soon dragged 2 thick wooden planks over. Switching to a hammer, after a series of clangs, the 2 thick wooden planks were nailed to the back of the door. But the thick boards weren't nailed directly to the door, they were anchored to the stone walls on both sides, one on the top and one at the bottom, parallel to each other. This way, while somewhat cumbersome to enter and exit, the door was reinforced once again. Then Yu Hong repaired several more planks, lining them vertically against the door's back to thicken the door panel. After doing all this, he was worn out, slumping to a seat. He wiped his sweat with his sleeve and picked up the toolkit stammering Yi gave him, leaving only 2 nails inside. The steel nails are almost gone. They need to be replenished. While mortise and tenon structure were handy, they needed to be planned from the start, otherwise, later adjustments could only rely on miscellaneous items like steel nails. After pondering a moment, Yu Hong filtered another cup of water, sipping it down in small gulps. Picking up the enhanced pyroxene rod, he took a deep breath, scanning the entire cave. First, go to Stammering Yi's house to move things, right before leaving, enhance something to save time. Thinking it over, he chose to enhance the newly reinforced door panel. Reaching out, he pressed his hand on the reinforcement panel at the back of the door, focusing his thoughts. Soon, the black marks query sounded again. Enhance door reinforcement panel. Yes. Yu Hong responded effortlessly in his mind. Instantly, numbers appeared on the panel, turning into a countdown, 132. Still reasonable, not too long. He sighed in relief. Then, grabbing the rod, tucking away the single piece of enhanced pyroxene, he opened the door. He resolutely jumped off the rocky platform, heading into the woods toward Baekita village. Fortunately, there were no unexpected events this time. Yu Hong smoothly moved out dried meat, dried mushrooms, and other supplies from the house, and also brought out some luminous stones that hadn't yet been marked. He finally grabbed the iron pot and other tools. Other than that, there wasn't anything useful left in the house. When he returned to the cave, it was over an hour later. He was out of breath as he placed the items properly, categorizing them neatly. The reinforcement of the main door was also just finished. After a blur of flickering, the reinforced boards perfectly fit into the back of the door, merging as one seamless piece. This caused the entire door to be at least half as thick again as before. The heavy door was clearly much more difficult to open and close than before. But it also made Yu Hong feel a stronger sense of security inside. After he finished these tasks, he closed the door and sat on a wooden stool inside the cave, beginning to boil water. While boiling water, he started writing and drawing on a newspaper with a charcoal pencil. The charcoal pencil was thick, making it difficult to write, but for his own health, he endured the discomfort and, after some thought, carefully wrote a line of words. Comprehensive physical training method. Then, under this line, he used numbers to make a list of titles. 1. Jog for 15 minutes every day. 2. Do at least 30 push-ups every day, in sets of 10. 3. Do at least 30 sit-ups every day, in sets of 10. Just these 3 lines, a simple content plan. Then, Yu Hong reached out his hand and placed it on the newspaper with the writing on it. A thought to reinforce it flashed through his mind. Instantly, the surface of the black mark rippled, releasing a black line that drilled into the newspaper. Insufficient completeness. A mechanical voice suddenly resonated in Yu Hong's ears. He froze, withdrew his hand, and stared at the newspaper, frowning slightly. This was an experiment he was conducting, casually writing some training methods, with the idea of guiding the direction from within, to see if the black mark could enhance them into various strong and effective training methods. But looking at it now. Insufficient completeness? What does that mean? What is missing? He picked up the newspaper and examined it carefully. The training methods are there, the frequency is set. Isn't that enough? Wait. I understand now. Suddenly, his expression became serious. He picked up the charcoal pencil and began adding more underneath. 4. Pay attention to supplementing protein, carbohydrates, and trace elements every day. 5. Practice 6 days a week, rest 1 day, ensure at least 10 hours of sleep every day. He tapped the carbon powder off the newspaper and nodded this time. Placing it down, he placed his hand on it and once again flashed the thought. Very quickly. Do you want to enhance the comprehensive physical training method? Finally, the inquiry from the black mark appeared. At the same time, the newspaper displayed the countdown time required for enhancement, 5 days, 12 hours, and 16 minutes. Yu Hong was overjoyed, knowing his experiment had succeeded. According to the displayed time, it took a full 5 days. He didn't confirm it immediately but released his hand, cancelling the enhancement. It was the peak period now. If he enhanced it now, the black mark would be temporarily unusable. He would do it once the peak period was over and there was more time. Since it's confirmed to be feasible, let's try again. Now, with renewed interest, Yu Hong flipped the newspaper over and wrote another title, Fighting Skill. Under this, he compiled basic fighting techniques he had vaguely seen online before. After pondering deeply, he struggled to put together a set, including attack and defense, dodging, and pursuit. Once he had completed it comprehensively, he pressed expectantly on the newspaper. Enhance the fighting skill, direction, fantasy mythical cultivation style. At this moment, filled with desire for the future, having read many novels, he anxiously awaited the black mark's response. The surface of the black mark rippled, then a thin black line trickled out, merging into the newspaper. Insufficient completeness. A response quickly echoed. Yu Hong's face was filled with anticipation, which halted. Although he had guessed that this situation was likely, seeing it for real left him a bit disappointed. He thought it over, then switched the page and placed his hand on the comprehensive physical training method again. Enhance the comprehensive physical training method, direction, life evolution. Sizzle. Once more, the black mark emitted a black line, flowing into the newspaper. The feedback quickly arrived again. Insufficient completeness. Yu Hong wasn't disheartened. He lifted his hand again and pressed on it once more. Enhance the comprehensive physical training method, direction, human limit training method. Sizzle. The black line resurfaced, rushing from the black mark into the newspaper. This time, the black mark was silent for a long while. Finally. Do you want to enhance to the human limit training method? It worked. Yu Hong let out a low cheer, unable to suppress the smile on his face. Then, he looked at the figures appearing on the newspaper. The smile on his face slowly vanished. It was replaced by disappointment and speechlessness. The numbers appeared on the newspaper, right in the middle of the so-called comprehensive physical training method. 678 days, 12 hours, and 06 minutes. Yu Hong was at a loss for words, standing up and pacing a few circles. He quickly sat back down. It seemed that I set my expectations too high. I should try to lower them a bit. He pressed his hand on the newspaper again. Enhance the comprehensive physical training method, direction, advanced physical enhancement. This time, he didn't act recklessly. Since he already understood that the more difficult things required more time, he no longer reached for the heavens but rather set it to the lowest requirement. In his mind, he briefly considered leaning towards the direction of inner strength and martial arts. Indeed, this time, the black mark inquiry appeared again. Do you want to enhance to advanced physical enhancement? The numbers also appeared on the newspaper. Compared to before, this time the numbers were much more reasonable, 9 hours and 16 minutes. Yes. This time, Yu Hong finally gave a definite answer. Asterisk with this time frame, he could achieve it after a nap. He was eager to see what the difference between the enhanced content and a general training method would be asterisk. While he boiled water in the cave with anticipation, he ate some dried meat and sipped some hot water. Before he could go out to gather firewood, a shout came from outside. Yu Hong! Yu Hong, are you there? A somewhat familiar voice called out from afar. With the sound of footsteps crushing twigs, someone quickly approached the cave. Yu Hong's expression changed. He rushed to the door and peered out through the peephole. In the bright forest outside, a small figure in full camouflage quickly approached. The figure wore a steel helmet, brown mountain boots, camo tactical vest, goggles, and a black respiratory filter mask. With this gear, no one could recognize who she was. But Yu Hong judged from her voice that she was stammering Yi, Lin Yi. Yi, is that you? He called out quickly. 1726495. 2, 3, 2. Stammering Yi froze and immediately replied. It's you. Yu Hong opened the door cautiously, checked the surroundings, and went out to meet stammering Yi. The two quickly converged on the forest slope. You are okay, that's great. Stammering Yi grabbed Yu Hong's hand, her relief mixed with joy. I thought you weren't here. She gestured while pulling a letter from the outer pocket of her vest. I have to leave. The letter, you read it. She showed an evident mix of happiness and resignation on her face. Where are you going? Yu Hong asked, seeing her outfit and feeling a sense of foreboding. I was conscripted into the United Army, must immediately follow the main force to a distant place. Stammering Yi struggled to explain, pointing to the letter. Everything explained in here, she said helplessly. You're fine, that's good. For a moment, Yu Hong didn't know what to say. In this environment, being conscripted was undoubtedly extremely dangerous. But now the die was cast. He quickly pulled out the letter and spread it open to read. The handwriting was much smoother than before, clearly either someone else had written it for her or stammering Yi had practiced to become more familiar with it. The letter explained that as soon as she arrived in town, due to the enhanced pyroxene she held, she managed to defeat 3 consecutive shadows and her physique was strong, as well as her strength, so she caught the attention of the garrison forces. As for conscription, stammering Yi didn't have much resistance. At least in the army, there was food to eat and water to drink, without having to search all over by herself, alternating between hunger and fullness. She could have clean clothes, equipment, and lodging, which was much better than being alone in the village. The end of the letter also mentioned that the effect of the enhanced pyroxene had been noticed by the town's garrison team and that they might come to trade with him later on. Although stammering Yi didn't know where the enhanced pyroxene came from, she discerned what those people were thinking. Be careful. Stammering Yi earnestly warned. Yes. Understood. Yu Hong nodded. Before sending the enhanced pyroxene with stammering Yi to the town, he was mentally prepared for this, but he hadn't thought it would happen so quickly. I'm leaving, time is up. Stammering Yi said at last. She turned around and ran towards the distance. After running more than 10 meters, she suddenly turned around and looked at Yu Hong. You can write letters, Post office, she shouted, pointing in the direction where the postal worker lived in the woods. The external communication method of Bakia village, ever since the collapse of order, had always relied on the post office. The postal worker was the only channel for maintaining external contact. They received salaries and supplies from the state, trained their physical abilities daily, and their only duty was to connect various locations, allowing the higher level unit to grasp multiple pieces of information and specialties in their district. Stammering Yi's letter also mentioned that postal workers shouldered the task of being a general store. He would take the specialties of the surrounding residents to distant settlements, sell them, and then buy necessary supplies for everyone, thereby earning the price difference. Additionally, there was a letter-writing service, where the postal worker could help deliver letters for a fee. However, it was limited to nearby bases, and the price wasn't cheap. In the forest, Yu Hong watched as Stammering Yi went farther and farther away, gradually disappearing into the forest. He understood in his heart that meeting again this time was truly difficult. Standing at the cave entrance, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Stammering Yi was the person who guided him from the very beginning. Without her, he might have died at the start in the wilderness or from disease. May you have a safe journey. He silently said this in his heart as he turned and walked into the door, just about to close it. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps on leaves came from outside. The sound was very chaotic, but not hurried or sneaky, clearly indicating that the arrivals didn't intend to hide themselves. He turned back, quickly closing the door and peering out through the peephole. Outside the window, two camouflaged figures emerged from the forest. Both were over 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered, and burly, each holding a slender metal staff, pushing aside the grass as they approached the cave. Both of them wore goggles and black masks, dressed just like Stammering Yi earlier. Soon, they reached the entrance of the cave, and the taller of the two stepped forward and knocked on the door. Yu Hong from Bakia village. That's me. What's up? Yu Hong, hiding beside the door, responded. He wasn't hiding behind the door but avoiding it, leaning against the stone wall. We heard you have better luminous stones for sale, the man asked without revealing his identity, simply proceeding with his questions. What better luminous stones? I don't know what you're talking about, and. Who are you? Yu Hong asked in a deep voice. Stop beating around the bush. We've seen the 2 pieces that Lin Yi has, they're impressive. With your skill, you shouldn't stay here, you should come with us to the town where there are more luminous stones to fully display your talent and save more lives, the taller man advised earnestly. By the way, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Zhao Zhenghong, and he's Su Yang. We're both from the town coalition forces. Coalition forces. Yu Hong felt a stirring inside. Sorry, I don't want to go to town, I feel safe staying here alone. However, I can sell enhanced pyroxene, but not now. I don't have enough for myself currently and don't have the time to make more. He declined. He indeed had considered using enhanced pyroxene to trade for supplies, but at present, he couldn't produce them in bulk. 1 piece took 3 days, which was a considerable waste of the Black Mark's resources. It's a peak period now, and there are many places needing luminous stones. If you go with us to town, with the majority of people protecting you, you can surely focus on making new large pyroxene stones, which is certainly more comfortable than worrying about everything on your own here, Zhao Zhenghong continued to persuade. No need, I'm used to living alone, and I wouldn't get used to the town. Thanks for your kind offer, Yu Hong refused again. If you want to buy, you'll have to wait until after the peak period. The other man behind Zhao Zhenghong quietly reached for the gun strapped to his thigh upon hearing this. But Zhao Zhenghong intercepted his hand. Mr. Yu Hong, according to the wartime emergency regulations established by the coalition forces 2 years ago after the appearance of the Black Disaster, Article 28, Clause 3, in the discovery of personnel or techniques greatly enhancing military power, compulsory recruitment is permitted, followed by compensation as needed. He paused. In reality, we could, without concern for your wishes, forcibly conscript you. But since we're all locals of Beishi town, I'm giving you a chance. You don't have to come, but the technique for making large pyroxene stones, you should contribute, right? During these difficult times, every additional large pyroxene stone might save a life. Besides, sharing the technique doesn't prevent you from making it yourself. It doesn't hinder you from living reclusively here and contributes to the community, reducing a lot of trouble, doesn't it? Zhao Zhenghong's words were logical and well-reasoned. If it were someone else, they might have been persuaded. But unfortunately, Yu Hong's enhanced pyroxene wasn't based on a technique he mastered himself, but the black mark. And the power of the black mark couldn't be revealed. Sorry, I only accept trades, and as for the technique, you won't be able to grasp it, Yu Hong replied calmly. With the reinforced wooden door, he didn't feel the other party could get in, so he was quite resolute in his refusal. Outside the door, Zhao Zhenghong's eyes flickered. He didn't get angry but smiled instead. All right, in that case, we'll visit again another time. Mr. Yu Hong can reconsider. After all, living alone here is hard. It's not comparable to enjoying life in a bunker, without worrying about food and drink, and even having girls assigned to you. He patted his companion on the back, and the two of them turned and descended the stone steps at the cave entrance, walking away into the distance. Soon, they disappeared into the forest, leaving no trace. But in a spot invisible from the cave's window, another camouflaged figure was silently pressed against the rock wall, hiding to the right of the door. This figure was dressed identically to Zhao Zhenghong and his companion, holding a knife in one hand, back against the rock wall, standing upright like a gecko, immobile. In this position, as soon as the cave door opened, he could pounce inside and seize control of the person inside in an instant. At this moment, at the cave window, Yu Hong quietly moved his eyes away from the edge of the observation slit and let out a breath. He watched for a while and, confirming no one was around, relaxed slightly. The trading partners I'm looking for aren't like this. Enhanced pyroxene attracting unwanted guests was inevitable. But for stammering Yi's safety, he didn't hide his stash or restrict its use. Moreover, since the fame of the enhanced pyroxene would spread, more people would certainly come looking to trade. After all, the previous kind of luminous stones were too cumbersome. They were extremely inconvenient to carry, just like when stammering Yi had scattered shadows, she had to throw out the luminous stones handful by handful. Snapping back to reality, Yu Hong didn't leave the cave but stayed quietly inside, waiting. With enough food and drink now, and the water could at least last another day, he wasn't in a hurry to go out. If those two had any plans to return, that would be troubling. Leaning against the fireplace, feeling the warmth on its surface, Yu Hong for the first time felt that perhaps living steadily in a safe house like this wasn't such a bad thing. Grr. Suddenly, his stomach let out a gurgling sound. Yu Hong's expression changed, and his good mood vanished instantly. He quickly rushed to the corner, pulled out a small bucket, took off his pants, and aimed. Splash! As soon as he aimed, a series of splashing sounds erupted. Yu Hong's face turned completely ashen. He had diarrhea. The twists and turns in his stomach told him that this bout of diarrhea wasn't simply due to the cold but was very likely an intestinal infection. Soon, after wiping clean with leaves, Yu Hong hadn't been standing long before he felt his stomach churn again. He lifted the wooden lid of the bucket once more for another round of spray. This is trouble. Yu Hong, after rising, quickly rummaged through the clutter he had brought, soon finding a small black box. Opening the box, he found 2 dark blue capsules inside, with unknown purposes. But Yu Hong remembered these were cold medicines given to him by Dr. Su. They weren't anti-inflammatory drugs. All the anti-inflammatory medicine had been consumed. Later, when it ran short, Stammering Yi had used quite a few good items to exchange with Dr. Su, but it still wasn't enough, and Dr. Su had made a loss in the exchange, out of goodwill. After taking the medicine, his body gradually recovered. It's no good, I have to think of something. Yu Hong closed the lid of the bucket, but by now, the odor had already spread throughout the cave. He had to open the observation window to allow air exchange with the outside. I need medicine, either intestinal anti-inflammatory or anti-diarrheal would do. Yu Hong thought anxiously, suspecting that drinking unboiled rainwater was what caused his diarrhea. Strangely enough, the water previously drunk, all filtered with Stammering Yi's dirty filter, hadn't gotten him sick. But the rainwater. It seemed odorless, yet drinking it upset his stomach. Yu Hong clutched his stomach, glancing at the newspaper with its integrated training method, still counting down. Only a bit over 2 hours had passed since it began. There was a long way to go before it finished. He looked outside at the sky, gritted his teeth, and stuffed a few boards on his chest and belly, then grabbed his steel-nailed pyroxene bar and headed to the door. He had to make a trip to the other villagers' places in Baekyu village to see if the post office there had any medicine. If he waited until tomorrow, too much diarrhea would surely leave him weak and exhausted, worsening his condition. Also, he had to find a way to replenish his medical supply. Once back, he might try using the black mark to enhance it. His hand gripped the doorknob, twisting it forcefully. Click! The door lock turned with a noise. But Yu Hong stood still, quietly waiting. He even held his breath, listening keenly to any movements outside. Whoosh! Suddenly, he pushed the door open. Then, with a swift bang, he slammed it shut like a flash. With a crisp splash, just as the door closed, a shadow passed by from outside the door, falling heavily down the stone steps, crashing into the grass. Damn! The person cursed, getting up while shouting several unknown dialect phrases. Discovering the silence inside the cave, the person looked at the time outside, snorted coldly, and turned to leave quickly. Behind the door, Yu Hong took a breath, cold sweat slightly seeping, but his expression relaxed, still standing motionless behind the door. After waiting for another 10 minutes in this manner, he repeated the same probing action a few more times. Only after confirming there were no more disturbances outside did he slowly open the door. The light outside was bright and cheerful. It was midday, the time when the sun was at its best. There are at least 5 hours until dusk, and it's a little over a mile to the post office, plenty of time for a round trip. I can also ask nearby villagers if there's anything to trade. If the post office has no medicine, maybe someone else has it. As for what to trade, Yu Hong brought his water filter cup. The filter cup, enhanced by his doing, was made well and had much better filtering efficiency than regular devices, so it should be well received if he takes it for trade. And this tool was something he created himself. The wooden cup didn't even have a handle. It was simple to make, as all it needed was a piece of wood to carve out a round indent. The filtering material just required a piece of cloth and a bit of charcoal, with very low costs and short enhancement time. It could be used as his unique trading item. With the filter cup, armed with his baton, carrying a few pieces of jerky, and a water-filled satchel. Leaving the cave, Yu Hong followed the direction Stammering Yi gave, running to the post office. Having made the trip many times, the ground had long been worn down into a path. The grass on the path had also been cleared, growing shorter than elsewhere. Additionally, Stammering Yi had made deliberate marks on the trees to prevent getting lost. So, with a light jog, Yu Hong navigated the way without straying off course. About half an hour later, he finally arrived at Baekyu village's so-called post office, a square white stone building. A fence enclosed the house outside, and a sign hung on the wooden door of the fence, reading, "Ring before visiting." Yu Hong glanced at the stone house and walked up to the sign, but saw the bell had fallen to the ground. He picked it up, a small copper bell, the size of an egg, and gently shook it. Ding, Dong! The bell sounded. He continuously shook it, the bell ringing non-stop, echoing in the woods, spreading out in waves. But no birds or insects were heard, only the rustling of the wind blowing through leaves and branches, as if in response. It rang for several minutes. No noise came from the stone house, as if no one was home. Stop ringing, the postman went to the town's bunker, and there's no one here. A cautious middle-aged woman's voice drifted from the side behind. Yu Hong followed the voice and saw a short golden-haired woman in a dark green men's jacket, standing up from a cluster of bushes, hunched over. The woman, though small in stature, had an athletic build and held a machete as long as her forearm, eyeing Yu Hong with a scrutinizing gaze. Got any food? Her eyes briefly glanced at the steel nail and luminous stone stick in Yu Hong's hand. Want to trade? What do you need? She added. Any medicine? Yu Hong looked at her agile body, thinking she might be stronger than him, and felt a surge of caution. He scanned the surroundings with wary glances while sizing up the woman. I need anti-diarrheal medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs. What do you have for trade? I only need food. Old Yu hasn't been back for 2 days. The few families around here are all lacking in food. If you have some, you can trade it for anything you want, the woman quickly said. Her tone was sincere, while the knife in her right hand seemed to twirl unconsciously in a flourish. The machete, straight and sharp, had a blade as wide as a grown adult's palm. Not just anyone could perform such a flourish. This immediately put Yu Hong on high alert. He suddenly felt it might have been a mistake to come out and trade so rashly. People who survived outside for so long, even the seemingly weaker women, must have some special skills to ensure their safety. But the woman couldn't figure out his background either. As long as there was no physical conflict, everything remained unknown and tentative, which was good. I have food, Yu Hong quickly replied. But not much on me. I need to go back and get it. Do you have medicine? A bit, but you need to be sure about what's ailing you, otherwise, it would be a waste, the woman swiftly replied. Diarrhea, several bouts of it. I suspect it's from drinking rainwater, Yu Hong answered quickly. Rainwater. The woman was startled, stopping abruptly, her eyes fixed on Yu Hong. Did you drink it directly or after filtering? Filtered. Seeing her reaction, Yu Hong's heart sank, feeling uneasy. That's good, the woman sighed in relief. Rainwater must be boiled before drinking. Ever since those ghostly things appeared 2 years ago, rainwater has carried toxins. Drinking it directly causes severe diarrhea, unless you're exceptionally strong. What should I do now? Yu Hong frowned, fetching a piece of dried lizard from his bag and tossing it over. She caught it, sniffed it, and bit off half, chewing slowly. Her gaze softened towards Yu Hong. It's good you drank filtered water. Hasn't anyone ever told you that rainwater is undrinkable? She said, exasperated. No, I have a companion who just drank it casually. Yu Hong recalled his days with stammering Yi, who often drank rainwater but never let him have any. You have a very strong companion, the woman also fell silent. I bet she's like a wild ox, able to lift you with one hand. Not quite, but can you tell me how to deal with it? Yu Hong tossed another piece of dried meat over. The woman caught it, a smile appearing on her face. It's simple. In the soil, there's a black and slightly purple substance. Dig out a clump, about the size of an egg, and swallow it with water. You'll recover soon. She straightened up, looking at Yu Hong. Also, it's your first time trading with someone, right? You just gave away your details. You must have been from the town's bunker before. Yu Hong didn't speak but showed a look of surprise, wondering how she knew. He wasn't from the bunker, but this didn't prevent him from letting her think so. You're Yu Hong, the woman suddenly stated his name. Yi is indeed very strong. She mentioned you before. There are very few newcomers within dozens of miles of here. Recently, you're the only new arrival. All right. I'm Yu Hong. And you are? Hearing Yi Yi's name, Yu Hong realized she was an acquaintance, feeling slightly relieved. However, he still held the stick in his hand. I'm Jenny, the tanner. You've probably heard Yi Yi mention me. I can repair the clothes worn by all of us around here. The woman's tone softened. Where's Yi Yi? Why are you here instead of her this time? Jenny asked in confusion. She went to the town, Yu Hong lied, not mentioning Yi Yi's departure. All right then. Got any more food? I've told you how to treat diarrhea from drinking rainwater. If you have anything else to trade, feel free to bring food, or do you need a change of clothes? Her gaze lingered on Yu Hong's dirty t-shirt before laughing. The originally grey t-shirt had turned into a dirty yellow, thoroughly soaked with sweat stains. Wearing it, sticky and cold, it weighed a lot more. Got any nails? Yu Hong thought for a moment and asked. He needed nails for crafting, they were much more convenient than mortise and tenon joints. Quite a few. Why do you need them? Jenny was startled, quickly guessing, don't tell me you can make things yourself. A little, Yu Hong nodded, taking out the water filter cup he made. This is a water filter cup I made. If you want, you can order from me. Medicines, clothing, unprocessed luminous stones, or helping me out, can all be exchanged. Jenny's eyes lit up as she examined the water filter cup in his hand. If the craftsmanship was indeed effective, then everyone nearby would benefit. Because of the big skin last night, everyone's gathered at Old Joe's bunker. We'll find you for the exchange once the wave passes, she quickly said. Can I exchange the cup now? She pointed to the filter cup and asked. Yes, Yu Hong nodded. He knew how to craft, and his workmanship was good. This was the premise he calculated for his identity. This premise could ensure his basic safety in the area. Because only if he was alive could he continuously produce things everyone needed. That was his value. Wait for me, I'll be right back. Jenny didn't specify how much to exchange, turned and dashed into the forest, disappearing from sight. Yu Hong glanced in the direction she left, then carefully found a place to hide, no longer foolishly standing in the open. He yearned for the training method that was nearing completion. His current physical ability was too poor, he feared he couldn't beat anyone. If the training method succeeded, he could later enhance skills like wilderness survival and lurking and hiding skill, and other survival methods. But the premise was that he'd be able to use the enhanced methods himself. Training still required sufficient diet and rest. If he could figure out how lizard jerky was made, and the mushrooms, Yu Hong crouched in the grass, pondering as he waited. Fortunately, it was the sunniest time now, shadows generally didn't appear at this time. For some unknown reason, there were hardly any mosquitoes in the forest, and few insects overall. So, crouching in the grass, he wasn't bitten. The rustling of leaves swayed intermittently with the wind, and the strong sunlight cast waves of warmth over him. Yet besides the sound of branches and leaves, there was no other sound or sign of life in the forest. No birds, no insects, just silence. Yu Hong regularly glanced around to ensure shadows wouldn't approach rashly. Even in broad daylight, the unusually silent forest unsettled him with a weird sense of fear. There were no butterflies, no bees, no flowers, only grass, branches, and roots. Fresh green, emerald green, dark green, yellow-green, various layers of foliage intertwined to create a vibrant yet eerily lifeless forest. This forest felt dead, its lushness and tranquility misleading. The thought flashed through Yu Hong's mind. About a few minutes later, footsteps again sounded from the direction of the post office stone house. Yu Hong? Are you there? I've returned. Jenny's voice rang out. Upon hearing it, Yu Hong cautiously peered through the grass towards the sound's origin. He saw Jenny, dressed as before, holding a small cloth bag, standing in place and looking around. He didn't immediately step out, continuing to observe for a bit longer to confirm her natural and unforced movements, consistent steps as she walked. This was clearly not a shadow. Moreover, no one else seemed to have followed her, she was alone. After confirming, he slowly stood up. "I'm here. Did you bring the items?" "I did." Jenny squinted in his direction. "Stay put!" she suddenly shouted. "What were the items we agreed to exchange?" "The filter cup and nails." Yu Hong promptly replied. "Good." Seeing it checked out, Jenny breathed a sigh of relief and approached. "Here," she handed over the small cloth bag. Yu Hong took it, opened it, and looked inside. It contained a bunch of rusty nails, each as long as a finger. About 30 or so, enough for a while. But that alone isn't enough for the filter cup. He looked up at her. "Add this," Jenny said, lowering a backpack and taking out a patched-up long-sleeve sweater. "I figured you'd need a change of clothes. Otherwise, getting caught in the rain could give you a fever." She winked at Yu Hong with a smile. "Deal." Yu Hong nodded, handing her the filter cup and accepting the sweater. The sweater was grey, made from some unknown fine grass and animal fur, looking quite warm. This sweater, with wild boar skin, can resist rain, but not for too long. "Be careful," Jenny reminded him. "It was originally made for my daughter. She works at the town's bunker and comes back once a month. Actually, she should be just a bit younger than you." Mentioning her daughter, a gentle smile naturally spread across her face. "You love your daughter very much," Yu Hong remarked as he put away the clothes and nails. "Yes, she's my pride. She embodies the best of her father and me. Beautiful, confident, capable, she handles everything in life well," Jenny smiled in reply. "By the way, if I wanted to contact you from a distance, is there a way?" Yu Hong suddenly shifted the topic. "You could use a long-distance communicator, but charging it is troublesome. This thing was useful before the Black Disaster, now, not so much," Jenny responded. "But the postman has one, which can contact the town's bunker anytime." "Charging, though? How do you work that out?" Yu Hong asked eagerly. "With a hand-cranked generator, also solar power, though its efficiency has declined over time and now serves only as a supplement," Jenny explained. "Why, are you interested?" She perceptively caught Yu Hong's motive. "Some small devices. If I could charge them, it'd be a great help. When the postman returns, could you ask if the solar generator's for sale?" Yu Hong requested. "If you have any more of those fine filtration cups, he would definitely sell them," Jenny laughed. Filtration had always been a major headache for her. She had previously used water filter pitchers delivered from the bunker, which were only good enough for filtering out coarse residues. The filters needed to be replaced pretty often. On the other hand, the filtration cup she just examined, which had a 5-layer filter, seemed quite effective. "Do you mind if I try?" She pulled out a leather water pouch from her belt to compare. "Of course not." Yu Hong stepped back to let her pour water into the filtration cup. Soon, clear water streamed out, making Jenny's eyes gleam. Cleaner water was in high demand, for instance, for washing wounds during treatments. After completing the trade, the two retreated and quickly went their separate ways. On his way back, Yu Hong found the type of soil Jenny had mentioned, scooped up a lump, and brought it back to the cave. He intended to try enhancing it. If the soil indeed had anti-diarrheal properties, the black mark should be able to enhance it into a medicine with fewer side effects. This was his actual trump card. If the enhancing process was timed right, he could be looking at another source of revenue through bartering. Elsewhere, Jenny hurried through the woods and stopped in front of a grassy area, bent down, and cleared away the weeds to uncover a pull ring. Grabbing the pull ring, she lifted it upward. Instantly, a wooden board disguised as grass stood upright. Underneath the wooden board was a simple tunnel. She dove in and crawled along the dark tunnel for more than 10 meters until reaching its end. At the end, there was a grayish-black metallic circular door. Knock, knock, knock. She knocked on the door, then without waiting for a response, she took out a key, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it to open the circular door. Behind the door was a small square room adorned with an atomic lamp, casting a faint green light over everything. This was her personal bunker, furnished with tables, chairs, cabinets, a bed, and tools, everything necessary, including plenty of leather working tools and raw materials. Jenny emerged from the tunnel, shut the door behind her, stretched, walked over to the cabinet, poured the filtered water from the cup into a small pot, and waited for it to boil. Then, she walked over to the bookcase, sat down, took out a charcoal pencil and newspaper, and prepared to write about the encounter with Yu Hong today. "Mom, did you just go out?" Suddenly, a crisp female voice came from another room. The bunker had a small hall and 3 rooms. One room was for leather working, one was the bedroom, and the other was a storeroom. The voice was coming from the bedroom. "Is that you, Ifu? When did you get back?" Jenny turned towards the sound with a delighted expression. "I just got back a while ago." A girl with a golden ponytail walked out of the bedroom, dressed in a green hoodie and tight jeans, with a delicate face seemingly lightly made up. She was Jenny's daughter, Ifu, considered the prettiest girl among the local survivors. "Do we have any food, Mom?" "I just checked, and there was nothing," Ifu said discontentedly. "There is some left." Jenny rose quickly, rummaged through a corner, and pulled out a small bag of jerky. She opened the bag, took out half, and was about to hand it to her daughter. Unexpectedly, Ifu snatched the whole bag in one swift move. "There's still so much left." "Thanks, Mom, I knew you're the best," she said cheerily, kissing Jenny quickly before dashing out the entrance. Jenny's hand hovered in mid-air, even the jerky she held taken away. She managed a wry smile but did not stop her. She did not get the chance to say that this was most of her food reserve for the month. Now that it was all taken, what was left was barely enough for her to subsist on clear broth each day. Exhaling deeply, Jenny suddenly smiled again. So eager to eat, she must be starving. No matter what, as long as I can help her. She did not dwell on why her well-doing daughter would suddenly run back from town or why she didn't consider her at all. All she knew was that since her husband's death, Ifu was the only family she had left. She's still young, she'll understand in time. Comforting herself, she continued to work on repurposing some old clothes into new fitting garments, another trade she had bartered for. Asterisk. 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 Click. The door to the cave was pulled open. Yu Hong stepped in quickly, embraced by a familiar foul smell that instantly comforted him. He closed the door and opened a window to air out the space. He picked up a protein stick, tucked it into his mouth, and chewed slowly. At the same time, he placed the freshly dug up soil on a sheet of newspaper. Finally, he pulled up a wooden stool and sat opposite the fireplace, quietly watching a newspaper showing a countdown under comprehensive physical training method. At that moment, the countdown had just over 5 hours remaining. Yu Hong decided not to wander off and just sat quietly on the stool, waiting for the time to pass. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. The sky outside began to darken. The wind in the woods grew stronger, making louder whistling noises. Yu Hong stood up, stretched his waist and legs, and pulled over the flap for the peak window. He also swapped the half-depleted enhanced pyroxene for the only intact enhanced pyroxene he had left. After carrying out these tasks, he took the cooled pot of water, poured it out, and cautiously sipped some with a cup to prevent dehydration. After the rain, a day's sunshine isn't enough to dry the wood, there's no dry firewood. Tonight, I'll just have to make do. He calculated the remaining firewood, took out a candle, and placed it where he could easily grab it. Then, he lay down on the bed, his gaze fixed on the door, waiting for the night to arrive. Within about 20 minutes, the sky had completely darkened. The familiar rustling sound of crawling came once again. Yu Hong quickly got up and lit a candle with the remaining charcoal in the fireplace. The candle light illuminated the entire cave. Taking advantage of this time, he began to ignite the fireplace. At night, the temperature outside had dropped to just a few degrees. As the black bugs swiftly swarmed in, the fireplace, slowly ignited by Yu Hong, began to burn. Chunks of dry wood were added, and the burning flames lit up the entire cave. Time also passed continuously in such monotony. Midway, Yu Hong had diarrhea twice, both times completely dehydrating, making his complexion increasingly pale and his lips more colorless. Finally, under his continuous watch, the enhancement of the advanced physical training method had ended. After a blur, the previous newspaper instantly turned into a thin black manual. The manual was the length of a palm and about as wide as an adult's palm. Its cover was neatly printed with, "Advanced Physical Training Method." Seeing this scene, Yu Hong's eyes lit up. He quickly set aside the dry wood he was holding, walked over, and picked up the booklet. In the firelight, he eagerly and quickly turned to the first page of the booklet. Suddenly, a standard running action diagram appeared before him. The diagram depicted a bald man with no clothes. However, this man had no skin, clearly displaying all the muscles, tendons, and bones beneath the skin. The places where force was applied were colored in red, and the directions and intensities of the forces were marked. Yu Hong glanced at the text above the diagram, "Basic Qi Cultivation Technique." Isn't this just running? He carefully checked the details on the diagram, confirming that this thing was indeed an extremely detailed running guide. But he clearly remembered that during the enhancement, he had intended guides toward the cultivation of martial arts, inner strength, etc. His thought at the time was, although the name was Advanced Physical Training Method, a slight deviation in direction wouldn't matter. But this, is it? Yu Hong's brow furrowed, he sighed, and continued turning the pages with patience. The content on the second page made him relax his brows a bit. The second page showed a breathing internal strength diagram to supplement running. It was the same skinless bald man, and inside his body, red and blue arrows marked the rhythm, quantity, duration, and path of exhalation and inhalation. Next to it, there were small written instructions suggesting that while running, one should visualize a special pattern. See page 3 for the pattern. Yu Hong flipped to the third page. It was the visualization pattern. It looked like a bizarre pattern mixed with black mud and silver sand. At a glance, Yu Hong felt slightly dizzy, as if his eyes were being sucked into it. He dared not look further because below it was written in small letters, "Do not view before practicing." He turned the page again. Last were some herbal ingredients that needed to be taken in conjunction, which Yu Hong inspected carefully, only to find, surprisingly, that these herbs were common in the surrounding forest. There were also precautions and warnings. This exercise method is custom designed based on personal physical and mental environment and other factors, and is not intended for use by anyone other than the individual. Attempt at your own risk. So intelligent. Yu Hong felt increasingly in awe of the magic and power of the black mark. Closing the last page, he suddenly realized, could it be that this so-called advanced physical training method only provided him with a slow jogging exercise diagram? The rustling black bugs continued to crazily swarm into the doorway. The noisy sound brought Yu Hong back from his thoughts. He quickly set down the booklet and hurried to the fireplace to add more wood. As he added wood, he also carefully recalled the training method he had just read. It didn't say you have to run outdoors, it seems that running in place indoors might also work. I'll try it inside the house first. Unfortunately, as good as the idea was, after running in place for just 2 minutes, he felt his legs weaken and lost strength. Because he hadn't eaten anything, only drinking water and already dehydrated, his body lacked replenishment and entered a state of fatigue. Thinking of this, Yu Hong quickly came to his senses, remembering he hadn't taken the medicine yet, and his diarrhea hadn't improved. He immediately stuffed a piece of wood into the fire and walked to the mound of earth he had dug during the day, reaching out to touch the earth. Enhance anti-diarrheal medicine, direction, reduce side effects, he muttered in his mind. If this mound of earth really had natural anti-diarrheal properties, then the black mark enhancement should be successful. But if it was ineffective, then the black mark might encounter the same issue as before, lacking completeness and unable to enhance. This would also serve as a way to verify the authenticity of its effectiveness. Yu Hong stared at the soil, his eyes unblinking, quietly waiting. Hiss! Soon, a black line flowed from the black mark on the back of his hand, burrowing into the soil. Then, a familiar countdown appeared on the surface of the soil. This time, on the already black soil, the countdown was not black, but a striking red. 1 hour 51 minutes. It was real. Yu Hong's eyes brightened, and a look of relief washed over his face. Although he felt that Jenny had no reason to deceive him, seeing the result truly eased his mind. In this dangerous environment lacking medicine, being able to reliably produce enough anti-diarrheal medicine would be a great thing for him and for others. Enhance anti-diarrheal medicine, came the cold mechanical voice of the black mark. Yu Hong licked his cracked lips. Yes.